Recording in progress. Après, on va... Bien, écoutez, je crois qu'on va commencer cette journée. Non, non, parce qu'on va le mettre après, quand je vais me taire. Écoutez, vraiment bienvenue à tous. Je suis absolument ravie de voir cette salle si remplie. Même si je pense qu'en fait, c'est grâce à Monsieur Trump, une fois de plus, que vous êtes si nombreux ce matin. Vous avez envie de savoir ce qui va se passer aux États-Unis, à quelle sauce nous allons être mangés. Et c'est ce que nous allons essayer de savoir aujourd'hui dans cette 23e édition de la conférence annuelle sur les États-Unis, 23e année que nous faisons ce rendez-vous le premier vendredi de décembre. Donc vraiment, bienvenue, nous sommes très contents de vous avoir. Je dis juste quelques petits mots pour vous expliquer comment la journée va se passer. Nous avons donc un premier panel sur les questions économiques ce matin et je remercie Virginie Robert, qui est la chef du service international des échos, qui va modérer ce premier panel. Nous aurons ensuite une pause à 11 heures dehors. Il ne fait pas trop froid, donc on a de la chance. Après, nous aurons le panel de politique intérieure américaine et le panel de politique étrangère américaine cet après-midi. Le programme et toutes les informations sont dans ces petits dossiers bleus. Il y en a dans la cour que vous pouvez prendre, de même que tous les documents qui sont à disposition. Pour ceux qui ne sont pas nés au XXe siècle comme moi, vous pouvez récupérer tout ce dossier en PDF et le prendre chez vous sur vos tablettes, laptops, etc. Qu'est-ce que j'ai à dire d'autre? Le panel de ce matin d'économie est le seul qui sera entièrement en français. Les suivants, donc celui de la fin de matinée et celui de l'après-midi, seront entièrement en anglais, sans traduction. Vraiment, merci à tous. Merci à l'IFRI pour l'organisation, mais ça, j'aurai l'occasion d'en reparler. Eh bien, écoutez, without further ado, je laisse la parole au panel 1. Merci beaucoup. Merci,
Ça. Voilà, eh bien oui, ça marche. Ça fonctionne. Donc bonjour, donc Virginie Revers, je suis journaliste aux Échos. Et avec moi ce matin, donc vous parlez de la politique économique de la nouvelle administration Trump. Nous avons Sylvie Matelly, qui est aujourd'hui la directrice de l'Institut Jacques Delors, qui est l'un des principaux think tanks européens. Que nous, on consulte vraiment très régulièrement et qui s'intéresse à beaucoup de choses. Auparavant, elle était directrice adjointe de l'IRIS, qui est aussi un grand think tank français pour le coup. Et puis, vous étiez enseignante, vous avez été professeure d'économie internationale à l'université Léonard de Vinci. Voilà, donc, et c'est une spécialiste de la défense, si je ne l'ai pas dit, vous connaissez très très bien la défense. Monsieur Pabias, qui est banquier, lui, alors un record d'expérience dans la banque et dans la banque outre-Atlantique, puisque vous avez énormément exercé aux États-Unis, d'abord au Crédit Agricole pendant très nombreuses années, et puis depuis 2004 chez BNP Paribas, où vous êtes patron de CIB, donc la grosse branche d'investissement, et vous supervisez au comité exécutif toute l'activité nord-américaine et britannique, si je ne m'abuse. Donc voilà, tout ce qui est anglo-saxon n'a pas de secret pour vous. Et enfin, Maxime Darmet. Alors lui, il est chez les Allemands, Allianz, le groupe Allianz. Donc c'est un chef économiste. Senior économiste. Senior économiste, c'est pas mal aussi. Senior économiste, bientôt chef, pour les États-Unis et la France. Il a vécu pas mal à l'étranger. Il a notamment été à Londres pour Fitch, donc pour noter la dette des pays, j'imagine. Enfin, c'est entre autres ce que vous faites chez Fitch. Et puis, vous étiez il n'y a pas très longtemps à Hong Kong. Hein, il y a 2 ans et demi, vous êtes rentré depuis 2 ans et demi de Hong Kong. Et donc, vous êtes un spécialiste aussi des États-Unis et de la France. Voilà. Donc, alors, on va commencer peut-être par un panorama de l'économie américaine avec Maxime, qui va nous faire une petite présentation et se focaliser sur quelques sujets des réformes qui sont proposées par la nouvelle administration Trump. Et puis ensuite, on continuera sur d'autres sujets avec nos invités. Alors, Maxime, on vous laisse nous dresser ce panorama.
Ok, très bien. Non, ça marche pas? Alors, c'est pour le micro
De
Virginie. Ouais.
non.
Ah si, ça marche. Ok. Merci beaucoup. Merci à tous, à toutes et à tous d'être venus. Alors, j'ai préparé quelques slides. Je trouve que c'est toujours mieux d'illustrer par quelques graphiques pour vous montrer un petit peu déjà l'état de l'économie américaine. Et comme l'a dit Virginie, dans un deuxième temps, je vais essayer de vous tracer à gros traits les principaux axes de la politique économique prônée par l'administration entrante de Donald Trump. Donc, commençons sans plus tarder. Le premier slide. Alors, l'économie américaine, qui ne vient pas, mais je vais l'expliquer à l'oral, c'est pas grave. L'économie américaine, elle a quand même cru à un rythme extrêmement fort, pardon, au cours des 2 dernières années. En 2023, à peu près 2,8% de croissance. En 2024, on aura à peu près 2,7% de croissance. Donc vraiment, une performance qui a surpris tout le monde. Vraiment, et un écart qui s'est notamment creusé avec l'Europe, hein, qui est vraiment dans un cycle de croissance beaucoup plus faible. Donc, si on va au slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. On va vous lire. Donc, regardez, je pense qu'une des forces de l'économie américaine vient de ces entreprises. Regardez le slide de gauche, le graphique de gauche. La courbe bleue vous montre les dépenses nettes d'intérêt par rapport au profit des entreprises américaines. Et vous voyez qu'on a atteint récemment un point, le point en fait, le plus faible depuis les 50 dernières années. Donc, autrement dit, malgré la hausse des taux d'intérêt depuis 2022 par la Fed, hein, les entreprises américaines en charge nette d'intérêt n'ont jamais aussi peu payé, ce qui peut paraître un peu surprenant. Et c'est parce qu'elles ont extrêmement bien géré leur bilan, c'est-à-dire qu'elles sont pleines de cash, ces entreprises américaines, et elles ont placé leur excès de liquidité, comme on dit dans le jargon des économistes, sur les marchés financiers, en achetant notamment des bons du Trésor américain qui rapportent 5%. Donc, elles ont un énorme excès de cash qu'elles ont placé, et donc ça rapporte beaucoup de liquidités aux entreprises américaines. Donc, vraiment des bilans très solides globalement, et je pense que c'est une des raisons qui explique la force relative de l'économie américaine. Il y en a d'autres, on pourra en parler, un peu moins reluisant, je pense, le fait que les déficits publics sont extrêmement importants. Ça soutient aussi la croissance, hein. Donc, il y a un vrai sujet, je trouve assez inquiétant, sur la dynamique de la dette publique. On en parle beaucoup en France, mais il y a aussi un vrai sujet aux États-Unis. Et donc, il ne faut pas nier aussi cet aspect budgétaire qui a soutenu depuis l'administration Trump 1, mais encore plus depuis Biden, la croissance. Et il y a d'autres effets aussi plus structurels sur la productivité, on pourra y revenir. Donc ça, c'est en termes de croissance, donc très bonne croissance. Et nous, Allianz Trade, on s'attend à une croissance qui devrait rester assez forte en 2025. On table sur 2,2% de croissance, donc on pense que l'administration Trump va arriver encore avec un contexte favorable. Un point noir néanmoins, et là c'est le graphique que vous voyez à droite, c'est l'inflation. Là, vous avez les deux courbes. Alors la courbe verte, ça vous montre l'inflation donc américaine totale, qui est assez proche de la cible de la Fed. Donc, je vous rappelle, hein, la cible de la Fed, c'est 2% d'inflation. Mais regardez la courbe rouge, ce qu'on appelle core inflation, c'est-à-dire l'inflation sous-jacente. On retire les composantes volatiles et elle reste bien au-dessus des 2%. Donc, il y a un vrai sujet d'inflation qui n'arrive pas à vraiment se résoudre outre-Atlantique, qui explique que la Fed, elle est un petit peu voilà, dans une situation un peu compliquée. Vous voyez sur la courbe bleue, elle a commencé à baisser ses taux d'intérêt depuis quelques mois. Mais en raison notamment de la forte croissance, l'inflation n'arrive pas à se tarir. Et je vous rappelle que Donald Trump a notamment été élu sur la fatigue liée à l'inflation forte de la part des ménages américains, hein, qui sont vraiment excédés par la hausse des prix et les taux d'intérêt élevés. Donc c'est vraiment aussi un des éléments de la victoire de Donald Trump. Donc affaire à suivre, mais nous on pense que finalement les taux d'intérêt américains en 2025, ils vont guère baisser. Donc, il y a vraiment, c'est vraiment pour les gens qui s'intéressent au taux d'intérêt au marché financier, probablement un écart entre les taux d'intérêt aux États-Unis et en Europe qui va se creuser en 2025 en raison de la persistance de l'inflation qui reste un vrai sujet outre-Atlantique. Sur le slide suivant, je vais maintenant brièvement résumer les grands axes de la politique économique de Donald Trump. Alors, on en reparlera peut-être. Le premier axe que tout le monde connaît, bien évidemment, c'est la politique de droit de douane. Donc Donald Trump a promis un droit de douane universel entre 10 et 20% sur l'ensemble des importations qui rentrent aux États-Unis, avec un traitement spécial pour les produits chinois à plus de 60%, voire les produits mexicains et canadiens, on l'a vu récemment, à 25%. Donc une rhétorique très agressive sur la politique commerciale. On y reviendra. En tout cas, en termes de politique domestique, ce qui est peut-être un peu moins connu du grand public. Si on va sur le slide suivant, le premier, non, on est bloqué. Donc voilà, le premier axe, je pense, c'est la politique migratoire. La politique migratoire, ça influence notamment l'économie. Il faut vraiment l'avoir en tête. Et je ne l'ai pas évoqué au début, mais ça a été aussi une des forces de l'économie américaine, hein. Vous avez vraiment un afflux très fort d'immigration au cours des 3 dernières années aux États-Unis. Et là, bien évidemment, Donald Trump a promis de sévir. Alors, de sévir à la frontière avec le Mexique, bien évidemment, mais aussi, et c'est là ce qui est un peu différent du reste des précédentes administrations, il a promis d'exclure, deportation, comme on dit en anglais, à peu près 1 million de personnes par an des États-Unis. Et ces 1 million de personnes, ce sont des gens qui travaillent et qui vivent, certains depuis 5, 10, 15 ans. Je disais récemment un article, il y avait des gens, ils sont là 15 ans, sans papier, mais ils travaillent. Donc, Donald Trump a promis d'expulser ces gens. Donc là, vous avez une petite illustration de ce que ça pourrait dire en termes de croissance de la population. Parce que si vous durcissez la politique immigratoire et si en plus vous commencez à expulser des millions de gens potentiellement, un impact très fort. Regardez, c'est la courbe verte potentiellement. Alors, on ne pense pas que ça va se passer, nous, Allianz, mais c'est un risque, en tout cas un risque économique. Si Donald Trump mettait en place un peu ce qu'il a dit pendant la campagne, la croissance de la population américaine serait proche de zéro. Il y aura même une légère décroissance. Donc très similaire à ce qui se passe en Europe. Donc là, je doute que dans cette configuration, l'économie américaine pourrait croître aussi fortement qu'elle l'a pu. Parce que c'est vraiment une des forces de l'économie américaine, c'est la croissance de la population, en tout cas relativement aux pays européens. Et regardez à droite tous les secteurs qui dépendent de la main-d'œuvre étrangère. Là, vous avez, j'ai mis 5-6 secteurs, le pourcentage de la main-d'œuvre étrangère par rapport à la main-d'œuvre totale dans ces secteurs. Par exemple, vous prenez le premier secteur qui est l'agriculture, grosso modo, et la pêche. Plus de 35% de la main-d'œuvre est d'origine étrangère dans ce secteur. Donc, je peux vous dire que les entreprises de l'agriculture, de la construction notamment, sont très inquiètes de la politique migratoire qui va se durcir et aussi des expulsions promis par l'administration Trump. Construction, 34% à peu près de la main-d'œuvre d'origine étrangère. Donc ça peut poser des problèmes en termes de pénurie. Vous savez que l'économie américaine aussi a encore beaucoup de pénurie de main-d'œuvre. Donc ça risque de poser des problèmes dans certains secteurs, donc affaire à suivre. Deuxième point, si on va sur le slide suivant, donc ça c'est la politique migratoire qu'il faudra surveiller de près. Le deuxième axe de la politique économique, je pense, très peu traité, mais je pense qu'il est d'une importance primordiale, c'est ce qui se passe vis-à-vis de la Fed, donc vis-à-vis de la Banque centrale américaine. Donc là, c'est la Fed, donc c'est la banque qui fixe les taux d'intérêt. Alors là, Donald Trump a des mots très durs contre la Fed, qui remettent un petit peu en question l'indépendance de la Fed. Et ça, c'est très dangereux. C'est très dangereux puisque moins une banque centrale est indépendante du pouvoir politique, plus l'inflation est élevée. Regardez à gauche, là, il y a un chercheur du NBR qui allait puiser dans les archives de la Maison-Blanche. Il a mesuré le nombre d'interactions entre le président des États-Unis, depuis les années 1930, avec le président de la Fed. Et vous voyez que cette courbe vous montre que, notamment dans les années 60-70, sous les administrations Johnson, suivi de Nixon et Ford, le président américain avait tendance à convoquer très souvent le président de la Fed au bureau ovale. Et ça s'est traduit, c'est une des explications en tout cas avancées par les chercheurs, et je pense qu'elle est très convaincante, c'est une des explications de la très forte inflation qu'on a connue dans les années 70. Donc attention si Donald Trump commence à remettre en cause l'indépendance de la Fed. Même si de facto la Fed, je pense, va rester indépendante, il n'empêche, s'il commence à convoquer tous les 4 jours le chair de la Fed, attention au potentiel effet sur l'inflation, puisque les gens vont se dire la Fed est moins indépendante, donc peut-être que l'inflation, elle sera un petit peu plus élevée, et tout ça devient un petit peu autoréalisateur. Si les gens pensent que l'inflation demain sera plus élevée, l'inflation aujourd'hui va être plus élevée. C'est un petit peu schématiquement ce qui risque de se passer. Deuxième point sur la politique du dollar. Alors là, c'est plus le cercle proche de Donald Trump, notamment son vice-président Vance, qui a parlé du niveau du dollar qui est selon lui beaucoup trop élevé. Puisque je vous rappelle, le but de l'administration Trump, c'est d'augmenter la compétitivité des produits américains. Il estime que, de façon injuste, les produits américains ne sont pas assez compétitifs en raison notamment d'un dollar qui serait surévalué. Donc un taux de change surévalué. Et là, ils ont dit que potentiellement, il pourrait agir sur le marché d'échange. Donc il pourrait demander à la Fed, qui est théoriquement indépendante, donc la Fed théoriquement elle fait ce qu'elle veut, mais il pourrait mettre la pression sur la Fed pour qu'elle intervienne sur le marché d'échange, c'est-à-dire en vendant des dollars massivement pour faire baisser le dollar. Regardez à droite, c'est le niveau du dollar depuis les années 80. Donc il est à des niveaux historiquement élevés, pas aussi élevés qu'il avait atteint au milieu des années 80 sous l'administration Reagan. Et là, je vous rappelle, pour les férus d'histoire, il y avait ce qu'on appelle les accords du Plaza entre les banques centrales du G7 à l'époque, dont la France et l'Allemagne de l'Ouest, et les banques centrales avaient été intervenues sur le marché d'échange pour faire baisser le dollar. Donc Trump, les gens proches de Trump plutôt, nous disent que ça pourrait être une option, d'essayer de refaire un accord du Plaza. Affaire à suivre. Je crois qu'il me reste un slide pour terminer ma slide suivante. Donc ça, c'est sur la politique de la Fed, donc politique du dollar et politique des taux d'intérêt. Pour terminer, on en reparlera aussi peut-être, la politique budgétaire et fiscale et aussi la politique de dérégulation. Donc ça, c'est le troisième grand axe que je mets un petit peu ensemble. Donc budgétaire, fiscale et dérégulation. Alors là, on va créer ce qu'on appelle le DOGE qui va être dirigé notamment par monsieur Elon Musk. Je ne sais pas si vous avez vu ça. Donc, le DOGE, le Department of Government Efficiency. Donc, le but de ces nouveaux départements, nouveaux ministères, sera de réduire la bureaucratie, l'excès de bureaucratie, l'excès de normes. C'est une petite musique qu'on entend beaucoup en Europe, d'ailleurs. Et je pense que les États-Unis ont moins de problèmes là-dessus, mais bon, pourquoi pas. Donc, ils ont dit qu'ils vont un peu renverser la table sur la bureaucratie. Ils vont ne pas remplacer beaucoup d'agents de l'administration fédérale, etc., etc. Et aussi, ils nous promettent, alors là, ça me paraît compliqué, ils nous promettent de réduire le déficit abyssal des États-Unis. Là, vous avez à droite leur cible, et ça, c'est le secrétaire au Trésor, Scott Bessent, qui nous l'a dit. Il veut atteindre un déficit de 3% du PIB d'ici 2028, d'ici la fin du mandat, sans augmenter les recettes, puisqu'au contraire, l'administration Trump veut baisser les taxes. Mais il y a cette croyance chez les républicains que baisser les taxes, ça va tellement booster la croissance que ça permettra de réduire les déficits. Et j'en doute beaucoup. J'en terminerai là-dessus sur le graphique de gauche. Alors, je pense que M. Musk va essayer de taper dans les trois barres bleues. Donc là, vous avez en milliards de dollars annuels les crédits, ce qu'on appelle les dépenses non autorisées, sous-entendu les dépenses qui ne sont pas autorisées par le Congrès. Donc Elon Musk et Donald Trump, on nous dit c'est pas possible. Le Congrès, c'est le représentant du peuple américain. Donc tous ces milliards de dollars qui ne sont autorisés par personne, mais que par des bureaucrates, on va taper dedans. Donc c'est 500 milliards de dollars. 500 milliards de dollars. Donc là, en gros, ils vont couper dans les aides au développement, les agences gouvernementales, etc., etc. On en a d'ailleurs les agences donc, à risque, à peu près 200 milliards de dollars. Donc ils pourraient taper dans le Department of Justice, le département de l'environnement, de l'éducation. Donc potentiellement 200 milliards là-dedans à taper. Mais, et j'en terminerai là-dessus, je pense que tant que les États-Unis n'augmenteront pas les taxes, et l'administration Trump veut faire l'inverse, et ne régleront pas le problème des dépenses sociales, Medicare, Social Security et Medicaid, ça va être très compliqué de réduire le déficit aux 3% comme ils nous le promettent. Et regardez la courbe orange, là, le montant des baisses de taxes, je l'évalue à peu près à 300 milliards qu'ils veulent mettre sur la table. Donc comment vous allez les financer? Alors qu'en même temps, ils veulent réduire le déficit. Donc voilà, il faudra affaire à suivre sur le plan de la politique budgétaire et fiscale. Et je vais m'arrêter là.
Merci Maxime. Alors, je pense que ce qui est intéressant dans votre intervention, c'est que vous soulignez justement l'interventionnisme de l'administration Trump. Et c'est quelque chose qu'on voit d'emblée parce que contrairement au Trump 1, où les choses avaient pris beaucoup de temps, là on voit qu'il nomme un gouvernement, enfin, ils ne sont pas désignés encore parce que le Congrès doit les accepter, mais il a désigné des ministres et il a déjà pris des menaces. Alors ça, on va le voir tout de suite avec Sylvie. Vous avez parlé de guerre commerciale, de hausse de tarifs douaniers. Et c'est vraiment la première chose dont Trump a parlé, qui n'est pas encore au pouvoir, hein. Il arrivera après son inauguration en fin janvier. Et il a déjà menacé ses voisins immédiats, les Mexicains, les Canadiens, d'une surtaxe de 25%. Et la même chose, 10% pour les Chinois. Et l'Europe n'est pas loin. Et alors, avec Sylvie, ce qu'on voulait voir avec vous, c'est justement cette relation commerciale transatlantique. Comment est-ce que vous la voyez? D'abord, peut-être à la lecture des années passées et avec cette nouvelle administration.
Merci Virginie. Merci à Laurence, à l'IFRI pour cette invitation. Je suis ravie d'être là pour parler de l'économie américaine. Alors, je vais peut-être commencer en faisant le lien avec ce que vous avez dit. C'est-à-dire, moi, je suis convaincue, mais ça n'engage que moi, et ça peut être une hypothèse, que la question du déficit commercial des États-Unis est en réalité plus un problème macroéconomique de l'économie américaine qu'un problème commercial des États-Unis. Je m'explique, et vous allez voir, ça fait le lien avec la guerre commerciale. Ce que vous nous avez expliqué sur le rôle de la Réserve fédérale et sur l'indépendance de la Réserve fédérale, c'est qu'au fond, depuis 20 ans, ou au moins depuis la crise de 2008, mais je dirais même avant, la Réserve fédérale vient être l'amortisseur de toutes ces politiques publiques, de cette politique budgétaire extrêmement expansive et extrêmement dépensière. J'aime bien citer deux chiffres pour donner l'idée de la façon dont cette politique budgétaire est totalement hors de contrôle aux États-Unis depuis des décennies. Le plan de relance de Barack Obama au moment de la crise de 2008, donc début 2009, c'est 800 milliards. Pour relancer le pétrole et gaz de schiste et pour rendre l'économie américaine indépendante vis-à-vis de l'énergie. C'est très intéressant parce que c'est le premier pilier en fait de la reconstruction de cette Amérique. Donc ça ne vient pas que de Donald Trump et face à la Chine. Les plans de relance au moment du Covid, ça a été des montants 2 000, 3 000, 4 000 milliards, voire plus. On en arrive à quelque chose comme 30% du PIB américain qui a été investi dans l'économie américaine. Donc face à ça, pendant très très longtemps, en fait, c'est là que j'en arrive à la guerre commerciale, ce côté très dispendieux de l'État américain n'avait aucun impact sur l'inflation parce que l'économie américaine était ouverte et que finalement les importations de produits chinois, toujours meilleur marché, venaient combiner l'inflation. Moi, je me souviens d'une époque, je crois que c'était Christine Lagarde, mais je me trompe peut-être, qui expliquait qu'au fond, grâce à la mondialisation, l'inflation avait été éradiquée dans le monde. Et on était persuadé de ça, et grâce au commerce international. Et au fond, cette inflation, elle est au moins autant due au côté dispendieux de l'État américain qu'à la guerre commerciale et la fermeture de cette économie américaine. Et ça, c'est important à retenir parce que ça nous donne quelques éléments pour comprendre ce qui risque de se passer dans les années qui viennent. Et en fait, quand on regarde ce qui s'est passé lors du premier mandat de Donald Trump, et donc cette guerre commerciale, eh bien, on a vu certes une augmentation des prix et des coûts aux États-Unis, donc une précarisation d'une partie de la population américaine. Cette guerre commerciale a eu par exemple de très fortes conséquences pour les agriculteurs américains, à tel point que l'administration Trump avait mis en place un certain nombre de subventions compensatoires pour les agriculteurs américains pour qu'ils ne subissent pas trop cette guerre commerciale, et en parallèle était allé négocier un accord avec les Chinois pour qu'ils acceptent d'importer massivement du soja et du porc américain. On a vu aussi dans cette guerre commerciale un début de découplage entre l'économie américaine et l'économie chinoise qui a entraîné un ralentissement de la croissance économique chinoise et donc de la croissance économique mondiale. Alors ça a été masqué pendant un temps parce qu'il y a eu le Covid et qu'on s'est dit c'est l'effet du Covid et puis il y a eu la relance post-Covid, mais malgré tout, on voyait que l'économie chinoise était quand même affectée par ce découplage et qu'il y avait quelque chose d'assez structurel là-dessus. Il y a d'autres éléments à intégrer, je pense qu'ils sont au moins pour le reste du monde, ils sont au moins aussi importants que les conséquences économiques, c'est la dimension géopolitique de cette guerre commerciale. Au fond, on a donné une certaine opportunité à la Chine et aux grandes puissances non occidentales, on va dire, pour aller se chercher des alliés dans les pays du Sud. Si les États-Unis se replient, si les États-Unis deviennent violents, parce que le protectionnisme, c'est violent hein, pour les pays en développement et les pays émergents, il est bien évident que vous formez des coalitions de gens qui vont essayer de s'opposer à tout ça. Alors, le déficit commercial américain, parce que ce déficit commercial est d'abord un problème économique, il a continué à se creuser. Il a continué à se creuser. Pour mémoire, je crois qu'on avait atteint des records l'année 2018, qui est l'année du début de la guerre commerciale. On était à quelque chose comme 880 milliards de déficit. Ce qu'il faut bien savoir aussi, et c'est très important à comprendre, c'est que nous, on regarde Donald Trump, on regarde les États-Unis en se disant « Ah, ils n'ont rien compris, ils nous accusent de tous les maux ». Quand Donald Trump montre du doigt les Européens en disant mais vous êtes, où il traite l'Allemagne de petite Chine, il n'a pas complètement tort. En 2022, sur le déficit commercial avec la Chine, le déficit commercial des États-Unis avec la Chine s'est élevé presque à 400 milliards. Nous, Européens, on était à 200 milliards sur les biens. Je parle pas des services. Donc on voit que c'est 2 tiers, 1 tiers en fait, hein, ce déficit. Donc il n'a pas complètement tort, mais donc je termine avec 2016 et avec ce bilan. La conséquence de cette guerre commerciale, alors même qu'elle n'a absolument pas résolu les questionnements que se posait Donald Trump quand il a initié cette guerre commerciale, elle a entraîné un ralentissement de la croissance en Chine et, a fortiori, des difficultés sur les chaînes d'approvisionnement partout dans le monde, plus le Covid, bien évidemment, il n'y a pas que cette guerre commerciale. Elle a entraîné un ralentissement du commerce mondial, ce que certains appellent déjà la démondialisation. Ce n'est pas le cas. Le commerce international continue à croître, mais il croît bien moins vite que ce n'était le cas avant. Et puis, elle a entraîné cette fragmentation, cette polarisation de la mondialisation, dont je suis pas loin de penser qu'elle explique en partie le contexte géopolitique extrêmement violent dans lequel on se trouve aujourd'hui. Donc ça, c'est le biais de l'économiste qui pense que le commerce peut adoucir les mœurs. Ce n'est pas toujours le cas, mais sans commerce, on sait que les mœurs ne sont pas douces. Ça, c'est une évidence. Alors, que va-t-il se passer en 2024 ? En 2024, je serais tentée de dire, on risque d'avoir les mêmes conséquences, mais en pire. De 25, tout à fait, tout à fait. En pire parce que le contexte international, je viens de faire une allusion au contexte géopolitique, le contexte international est ce qu'il est, bien évidemment, qu'on voit bien, on le voyait déjà en 2016, mais on le voit encore plus aujourd'hui, que tous les défis qui nous sont posés, le défi du développement, le défi du changement climatique, le défi de la dette partout dans le monde, le défi les besoins d'investissement en infrastructure, etc., sont des défis globaux. Donc se replier, se recentrer, attiser une confrontation entre la Chine et les États-Unis ou entre le monde occidental et le Sud global, c'est peut-être pas la bonne idée, c'est peut-être pas le bon moment dans le contexte. Donc face à tous ces défis, je pense que ces tarifs, ces droits de douane, cette guerre commerciale vont avoir des conséquences bien bien pire qu'en 2016, quoique. Parce que quand je vous ai dit au tout début que la question du déficit commercial américain, c'était d'abord un problème macroéconomique, aujourd'hui, c'est clairement un arbitrage qui va être fait, qui doit être fait par la nouvelle administration qui va se mettre en place. Est-ce que je fais payer aux autres au prix d'une inflation qui va se maintenir, qui risque de s'accélérer aux États-Unis, ou est-ce que je privilégie la baisse de l'inflation, parce que c'est quand même pour ça que j'ai été élue, et auquel cas, je dois peut-être trouver... Alors, je ne pense pas que le président américain vienne à se dédire et à dire j'arrête ma guerre commerciale, mais je dois trouver des arrangements, je dois trouver des compromis qui me permettent de garder la face, de donner l'impression que je suis ferme, je continue à menacer de guerre, mais d'un autre côté, j'accepte certaines négociations parce que l'inflation va être trop forte. Donc ça, c'est extrêmement important et à garder en tête. Et ça va bien évidemment dépendre de la situation de la Réserve fédérale américaine. Si elle perd son indépendance, la conséquence immédiate va être très probablement dans un premier temps, parce qu'elle va se plier aux desiderata de Donald Trump, c'est-à-dire baisse des taux, émission monétaire, etc. Ça va certes être une baisse du dollar, mais très probablement une inflation extrêmement forte, une accélération de l'inflation. Donc là aussi, comment va-t-on gérer tout ça? Alors pour l'Europe, et je terminerai peut-être par ça, l'Europe, il ne vous aura pas échappé qu'elle est dans une situation qui est probablement bien plus compliquée qu'en 2016. On a décroché très clairement. Alors, je fais juste une petite parenthèse sur le décrochage européen. Je crois que les États-Unis, en 2008, ont réalisé qu'eux aussi décrochaient vis-à-vis de la Chine. Et ça a expliqué les plans de relance d'Obama, puis le soutien à l'économie de Donald Trump et sa guerre commerciale, et puis la suite avec Joe Biden, qui n'a d'abord pas levé les mesures protectionnistes qu'avait mis en place Donald Trump, mais qui a en plus imaginé le CHIPS Act, l'Inflation Reduction Act, etc., qui sont des investissements massifs et une politique industrielle extrêmement déterminée pour relancer l'économie américaine. Donc, ils ont investi dans cette économie massivement, et je vous disais tout à l'heure 30% du PIB, à la fin, ils ont eu Trump. Donc soyons attentifs. Nous, aujourd'hui, on est en train de prendre conscience qu'on est en décrochage. Le rapport Draghi nous explique qu'il faut investir massivement pour relancer la compétitivité, et il a tout à fait raison. Mais veillons, somme toute, à encadrer aussi les conséquences, la dimension sociale, la dimension politique de ces plans de relance dans une économie, parce que ça peut avoir des conséquences qui sont rétroactivement contre-productives. Alors, est-ce que dans ce contexte de décrochage, les Européens vont être confrontés à un choix qui est presque cornélien? C'est résister, affronter, défendre leurs intérêts et en payer le prix qu'il y aura à payer, mais avec un investissement dans le long terme, c'est la défense des intérêts européens, s'unir, ne pas se diviser, parce que là aussi, la tentation du passager clandestin, d'aller négocier avec les États-Unis pour obtenir beaucoup plus à court et moyen terme va être extrêmement forte, même si à long terme, ce serait délétère, bien évidemment, et pour l'économie européenne et pour l'intégration européenne. Donc ça va être la vraie question. Est-ce qu'on va arriver à résister ou est-ce qu'on va se diviser ou plier? Et les déclarations la semaine passée de Madame Lagarde ne sont pas très rassurantes sur le sujet, parce qu'elle n'a pas l'air forcément déterminée à résister et défendre la vision européenne du monde. On s'est doté depuis 2016, et à cause de 2016 justement et de Donald Trump, on s'est doté d'un certain nombre d'instruments, alors Donald Trump et la Chine également, qui sont des instruments de défense commerciale, qui sont l'instrument anti-coercition, mais qui sont aujourd'hui des mesures qu'on a essentiellement transposées à l'encontre de la concurrence chinoise, qu'on n'a pas encore véritablement osé totalement transposer pour se défendre de l'agressivité des États-Unis. Donc la question reste à savoir si on va oser aller jusqu'au bout cette fois-ci. Et je m'arrêterai là, il y aura sûrement des questions ensuite.
Alors, on n'aura peut-être pas besoin d'aller jusqu'au bout parce que Trump est très transactionnel dans son approche. Les menaces qu'il fait aujourd'hui, alors qu'il n'est même pas au pouvoir sur le Canada et sur le Mexique, il demande des choses en échange et qui sont très précises sur l'immigration et sur le fentanyl. Le fentanyl, cette drogue qui vraiment est aux États-Unis, un opioïde très puissant avec beaucoup de matières premières qui viennent de Chine. Donc, il y a moyen d'ajuster quand même, ce qui est un tout petit peu rassurant. Mais c'est vrai, moi, j'avais écrit un litho il n'y a pas très longtemps sur le crash test européen que représente une administration Trump. Est-ce qu'on arrive à tenir ensemble ou pas? Et pour nous, c'est un vrai moment de vérité en Europe. Alors, dans ce que prévoit l'administration Trump aussi, il y a toute une composante fiscale, parce que vous avez beaucoup parlé d'inflation tous les deux. Ça a vraiment été un élément très important dans la campagne et qui a beaucoup joué sur le vote des Américains. Ils ont subi une inflation de plus de 20% en quelques années. C'était très pénible. Et donc, sa façon à lui de rendre, c'est de baisser les impôts. Alors, il voudrait reconduire des taxes qu'il avait fait voter en 2017. Il veut aussi baisser les impôts pour les particuliers. Donc, avec Monsieur Papias, on va voir un peu justement quels sont les objectifs de cette politique fiscale qui est assez ambitieuse. Et puis, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour nos entreprises aussi? Comment est-ce que ça va nous attirer là-bas? Est-ce que ça va nous mettre en défaut parce qu'il y aura trop d'avantages aux États-Unis, on n'arrive à plus être concurrentiel? Voilà, c'est quelque chose qu'on aimerait bien explorer avec vous.
Ok, merci. Ravi d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Alors, je crois déjà que ce qu'il faut dire en préalable, c'est que aujourd'hui, les anticipations qu'on peut avoir et que les chefs d'entreprise peuvent avoir, ils essayent de décoder quelque part les discours de la campagne électorale de Trump et les premiers discours des futurs secrétaires d'État qui ont été nommés. Et donc, tout le monde se prépare à réagir aux executive orders et aux news qui arriveront sur Bloomberg le matin en n'ayant aucune certitude sur ce qui va être fait. Je crois qu'il faut quand même se dire que, bon, on a une certaine idée liée au discours de campagne, mais pour l'instant, on attend de voir. Bon. Ce qui d'ailleurs est un risque, parce que du coup, comme l'Europe au niveau politique attend de voir, le jour où elle va voir, ça risque d'être un peu compliqué à 27 pour se mettre d'accord. Le deuxième sujet, c'est que je crois que l'administration Trump 2 sera très différente de Trump 1. 1, il est préparé. 2, les nominations démarrent alors que la dernière fois, ça a pris des mois, y compris, je vous rappelle que pour l'ambassadeur des États-Unis en France, on est resté pendant 8 mois sans ambassadeur. Là, le futur arrive avant même que sa prédécessrice soit partie. Donc, il est beaucoup mieux préparé. Et les nominations aujourd'hui, ce ne sont pas des républicains, ce sont des Trumpistes. Donc, on va avoir une administration beaucoup plus soudée autour de lui et qui va être, a priori, assez cohérente dans les décisions. Alors, sa vision, je crois, telle qu'on peut le lire aujourd'hui, même si j'ai eu le plaisir d'évoquer ça avec Laurence, quand vous lisez l'espèce de vademecum de la campagne, dans les trucs, enfin, c'est un mélange de l'Heritage Foundation et des trouvailles de Trump au fur et à mesure de ses voyages aux États-Unis. Et des fois, vous avez deux choses contradictoires à 3 pages d'écart. Bon. Donc, c'est pour ça que il va falloir s'y retrouver, ça va être un peu compliqué. Ce qui est sûr, c'est qu'il est convaincu qu'en baissant les impôts, il va fabriquer 3% de croissance et que ça va générer des taxes, etc., même à un taux réduit, et que ça va boucher une partie de l'inflation. Bon. OK. Dans le fameux 3-3, qui est en fait le message du secrétaire d'État au Trésor, c'est 3% de croissance du produit national brut des États-Unis pour la mandature de Trump. Bon, il est à 2,8, 2,6, ça paraît achevable. 3 millions de barils jour supplémentaires de pétrole de manière à avoir l'énergie la moins chère du monde. Il suffit de déréguler, de donner les permis, c'est pas très compliqué. Bon, par contre, le 3% de déficit sur produit national brut quand on part de 6, bon, en France, on a du mal à passer de 6 à 5, hein, et ça fait sauter un gouvernement. Donc ça va être compliqué. Et en gros, ce qu'ils disent, c'est qu'en dehors de récupérer plus de taxes grâce à l'activité, de facto, le reste, il le fera payer aux étrangers avec les barrières douanières. Et là, je rejoins ce que disait Maxime, c'est que l'inflation aux États-Unis va être élevée. Et le problème va être l'indépendance de la Fed par rapport à ça, avec ou un maintien de taux d'intérêt élevé, ou une baisse des taux d'intérêt, mais dans ce cas-là, l'inflation va galoper. Ce qui est d'ailleurs aujourd'hui le premier sujet de souci pour la BCE. C'est que la BCE, elle est confrontée à un modèle économique européen pour les 3 prochaines années. Au mieux, on va faire 1% de croissance, si tout va bien. Il faudrait baisser les taux pour faire repartir la machine, mais si on les fait baisser alors que l'Amérique garde des taux élevés, quelle que soit la volonté de Trump, le dollar va monter parce que ça reste la réserve, la monnaie de réserve du monde, surtout en période d'instabilité. Et du coup, ça ne va pas améliorer la compétitivité américaine et on va, nous, se récupérer de l'inflation importée au titre des exportations américaines vers l'Europe. Et comme on est très dépendant du pétrole et qu'on le paye en dollars, un dollar élevé, c'est pas bon pour nous. C'est pas bon pour l'Allemagne, ce qui amène d'ailleurs un certain nombre de personne à penser que, quelqu'un disait l'autre jour, l'Allemagne voudrait que Trump et Poutine se mettent d'accord sur l'Ukraine de manière à pouvoir réimporter du gaz russe pas cher, puisque ça a détruit, quelque part, le modèle industriel allemand. Donc on risque d'avoir une situation compliquée. Par ailleurs, je rejoins mes deux confrères et collègues. Je pense que tout va être bilatéral. Et je pense que ça va être le gros problème de l'Europe. Il va négocier des deals pays par pays. Moi, j'étais à Washington il n'y a pas très longtemps à l'occasion des journées du Fonds monétaire international. Il faut passer le soir un peu de temps dans les bars de Washington pour écouter l'écho des fonctionnaires, toujours intéressant. Alors d'abord, les tenanciers de bars sont dans un état de déprime totale en se disant que s'il y a 25% de l'administration américaine qui saute, bah, ça fera moins de clients. Bah, donc, et Washington risque d'être une ville triste. Euh, et deuxièmement, la conviction que, vu de la future administration Trump, ce qui était déjà le cas de Trump One, c'est que Bruxelles, Madame von der Leyen, etc., tout ça pour lui, c'est des bureaucrates et une chef de bureaucrate qui, de toute façon, n'a pas d'armée, n'a pas de palais pour recevoir, et donc il ira voir Scholz en direct, Macron, etc., et que ça va être du bilatéral. Ce qui va être un gros problème pour l'Europe, c'est que comme on n'est pas d'accord sur grand-chose, déjà avant la nomination de Trump, hein, ce que démontre le rapport Draghi, et que chacun va vouloir quelque part protéger son électorat à une période où quand même deux pays sont en face d'une crise politique majeure, pas très bien ce qui va se passer. Il y a des chances pour que l'Italie négocie ses deals directement, la Hongrie, la Pologne, dans une Europe qui est déjà très fragmentée. Donc, moi, ce que je crains le plus et ce que les clients craignent le plus, les entreprises, c'est quand même une Europe désunie. Moi, j'étais dans un pays européen il n'y a pas très longtemps où j'ai vu le Premier ministre qui m'a dit oui, c'est un wake-up call, le rapport Draghi puis l'élection. Le problème, c'est qu'en Europe, chaque chef d'État a une pendule différente. Et ça me paraît résumer assez bien la situation. C'est qu'on ne sait pas très bien comment on va se comporter par rapport à tout ça. Et par rapport à la question comment l'Europe va réagir, je crois qu'aujourd'hui, on ne sait pas. Je crois qu'au congrès de Budapest des chefs d'État, ils ont passé une partie significative du temps à essayer de comprendre comment les Américains avaient pu élire un président pareil, ce qui est un sujet intéressant pour les historiens, mais qui ne fait pas avancer Schmilblick. Alors après, l'attitude des entreprises vis-à-vis de tout ça, elle est très simple. C'est d'abord les chefs d'entreprise détestent l'instabilité et l'inconnu. Et beaucoup pensent qu'avec Trump, il faut s'attendre à l'unexpected, c'est-à-dire justement à ce qui n'est pas prévisible. Bon, ce qui, quand vous avez à faire des plans d'investissement, est quand même assez compliqué. Donc aujourd'hui, et pareil pour l'Europe, hein. Donc qu'est-ce qu'ils font aujourd'hui? Ben, ils coupent les capex, les dépenses d'investissement sur leurs projets européens. Ceux qui ont déjà une base américaine se disent il y a au moins 2, 3 années de forte croissance soutenue par un déficit abyssal, etc. Donc, bah, réorientons nos investissements sur les États-Unis. De toute façon, la Chine aujourd'hui est un marché en sous-croissance potentielle. L'Inde, certains grands investisseurs me disaient my dream, my nightmare, c'est-à-dire tout le monde en rêve, mais très compliqué d'y rentrer, une administration compliquée. Et le reste des pays émergents vont souffrir de la politique américaine au titre de leurs devises qui font, de leurs refinancements qui sont tous en dollars, etc., etc. Donc en fait, ça reste au moins pour les 3, 4 ans, et même s'il y a des craintes d'inflation, le pays où il faut investir. Ce qui est, à mon avis, l'autre problème de l'Europe. C'est qu'aujourd'hui déjà, les flux de capitaux européens vers les États-Unis des grands investisseurs institutionnels sont colossaux parce que le rendement est meilleur, que le risque est considéré, même si la dette américaine est un sujet, comme quand même quelque chose. Vous savez, on dit en banque too big to fail. Ça veut dire en gros que le plus gros créancier est un problème, non pas pour lui, mais d'abord pour celui qui détient la dette. L'Amérique, c'est un peu leur sujet. Je rappelle qu'il y avait un secrétaire d'État au Trésor qui avait déclaré il y a une vingtaine d'années le dollar est notre devise et c'est votre problème. C'est un peu ça le sujet. Et donc aujourd'hui, quand vous êtes un chef d'entreprise et que vous regardez les zones du monde où il y a du développement et quelque part un risque politique limité, Ben, en haut de la liste, il y a les États-Unis. Et donc, on va voir énormément de mouvements, à mon avis, d'investissement, au-delà de l'IRA, hein, qui a été un gros boost d'investissement. Et ça se combine à un moment où l'Amérique veut se réindustrialiser. Vous avez vu les aides d'État pour ramener les fabricants de chips aux États-Unis, de manière à ne plus être aussi dépendant de Taïwan au cas où, etc., etc. Et moi, je résumerai la situation on va passer d'un protectionnisme fort, ce qui était le cas même sous l'administration démocrate, à un isolationnisme poussé à l'extrême. Et c'est là où ça va être très compliqué. Mais aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas un seul chef d'entreprise qui ne regarde pas les États-Unis avec un peu d'angoisse pour ses activités hors US, mais avec beaucoup d'appétit pour les États-Unis. D'ailleurs, à Washington, j'ai vu deux, trois patrons américains très démocrates qui me disaient avec le cœur, en gros, je vote démocrate, mais si je regarde à ma fiduciary duty, ma responsabilité en tant que chef d'entreprise, il faut que je vote Trump, parce que ça va quand même être une administration très pro-business, ce qui aura des conséquences à moyen terme négatives, mais à court terme extrêmement positives.
Alors, c'est vraiment intéressant ce que vous dites parce que je pense qu'en effet, c'est une des grandes difficultés pour les entreprises européennes aujourd'hui, c'est cette appétence qu'ils ont pour l'Amérique. Et elle se comprend d'autant plus que vous aviez évoqué ça, Maxime, la déréglementation. On sait qu'aux États-Unis, la productivité est vraiment extraordinaire, hein. C'est un des rares pays au monde qui a amélioré sa productivité de façon très nette. Et c'est grâce à une innovation très forte. La déréglementation dont Elon Musk parle aujourd'hui, c'est pas juste ratiboiser les fonctionnaires en trop, c'est laisser les Américains innover quand ils veulent et réguler plus tard. Nous, en Europe, on fait l'inverse. On régule d'abord et après, on voit ce qu'on peut faire. Et c'est un problème pour nous parce qu'on va se retrouver face avec sans doute des entreprises qui n'auront pas beaucoup de brides, qui vont pouvoir essayer des choses dans tous les sens, y compris les nôtres. Et donc, nous, on va perdre sans doute peut-être un peu de capital d'innovation au profit des États-Unis. Donc tout cela est extrêmement préoccupant. Je ne sais pas ce que vous en pensez, Maxime, de cette déréglementation qui crée peut-être un surplus de croissance aussi pour l'Amérique.
Alors oui, ça va contribuer, je pense, à creuser l'écart de performance économique entre les deux régions. Euh, je doute que voilà, le boost de croissance néanmoins attendu par Elon Musk sera vraiment au rendez-vous. Je ne suis pas sûr que l'économie américaine, c'est une économie qui est déjà très dynamique. Le poids des normes est quand même beaucoup moins important qu'en Europe. Donc le surplus de croissance, je suis un peu sceptique là-dessus. Par contre, en Europe, pour le coup, je pense qu'on aurait énormément de gains à prendre si on suivait ce chemin effectivement de un peu déréglementer, un peu réduire l'empilement des normes. Pour moi, c'est vraiment un sujet plus européen, j'allais dire, qu'américain.
En même temps, en Europe, pour revenir à ce que vous
Hein.
disiez sur les entreprises, là, je pense que une des urgences, c'est l'union des marchés de capitaux. Peut-être que vous pouvez nous en parler l'un et l'autre, parce que c'est une façon pour nous de retrouver des capacités d'investissement fortes à un moment où on en a besoin. Et notamment, on a aussi des besoins pas qu'économiques, mais sécuritaires, parce qu'on doit rebâtir notre industrie de défense.
Et je crois qu'il faut repartir au débat, au début. C'est d'une certaine façon, l'Europe va avoir des besoins de financement considérables, qui d'ailleurs sont chiffrés par la Commission, etc. Et le système européen de financement, 70%, c'est les banques, qui sont très régulées depuis 2008 et qui donc ont des capacités de développement de leur bilan limitées. Sachant que par ailleurs, Banking Union, qui a été lancé en 2009, n'est toujours pas terminé. Si vous êtes une banque européenne qui opère dans plusieurs pays, vous avez du cash trap dans beaucoup de pays pour des questions de réglementation locale. Alors, Capital Market Union, c'est indispensable pour la souveraineté de l'Europe. Mais là encore, comme vous le disiez, Virginie, la première chose qui a été déclarée, c'est qu'il faut un régulateur européen très fort, musclé, au centre, etc. C'est bien. Ça ne sert à rien d'avoir un régulateur avant que le marché fonctionne. Il faut le bâtir chemin faisant. On est très en retard par rapport à l'Amérique. Et moi, vous savez que je préside le comité de pilotage d'Europlace, donc c'est un sujet qui m'intéresse au plus haut point. Ça démarre mollement, hein. D'abord parce que la Commission, sur ce sujet-là, est extrêmement lente à prendre les décisions ou à fabriquer les décisions, puisqu'on est dans un système où, en fait, vous savez, quand vous êtes un chef d'entreprise, les gens vous parlent du time to market. Et plus les marchés évoluent vite, plus il faut raccourcir le time to market. Ça, quand vous passez à Bruxelles, le time to market, c'est une notion qui ne fait pas partie de leur mandat. C'est-à-dire que s'il faut 5 ans pour fabriquer un papier, discuter, etc., eux, ça ne leur pose pas de problème. Ça pose des problèmes aux intervenants de marché. Bon, moi, je pense que dans Capital Market Union, il y a 2 problèmes. Le premier, c'est qu'il faut absolument relancer le marché de la titrisation. Quand vous passez dans les couloirs du Parlement européen, pour la plupart des députés qui n'y comprennent rien d'ailleurs, titrisation égale subprime mortgage de 2008, et donc ils sont tétanisés, donc ils se passionnent beaucoup plus pour d'autres choses. Et il n'y a personne pour l'instant pour leur expliquer clairement. Deuxièmement, vous interrogez les chefs d'État et de gouvernement sur ce sujet-là, c'est la priorité numéro 8 avant la défense, l'énergie, l'Ukraine, l'Afrique, etc., etc. Donc on n'est pas en priorité. Et troisièmement, vous allez à la BCE voir la partie de la supervision, qui est très indépendante, ce qui est très différent et des US et du UK. Elle n'a pas dans son mandat la compétitivité des banques et des assureurs européens. Son seul mandat, c'est la stabilité financière. Donc, si vous leur dites, mais les banques américaines vont être plus compétitives, et de fait, qui va assurer, par exemple, le trading et donc la liquidité des bonds souverains européens, on vous répond, mais ça, c'est pas dans notre mandat, on s'en occupe pas. Donc, il faudrait pratiquement stopper les travaux de régulation de la Commission pendant 2-3 ans. Moi, j'avais une proposition, parce que j'avais vu un truc intéressant sur LinkedIn. Il y a un Américain assez malin qui vend pas cher des croisières de 4 ans pour des démocrates qui ne veulent pas vivre sous l'administration Trump. Et donc, pendant 4 ans, ils vont se balader dans le monde entier sur un bateau et tout. Et j'avais dit, moi, je suis sûr que s'il y avait une taxe européenne à faire payer par les corporates pour que la commission parte en vacances quelque temps, je suis sûr qu'on se ruerait pour payer la taxe de manière, mais dans tous les domaines. Vous prenez CSRD, c'est un délire bureaucratique total sur quelque part essayer de faire du reporting sur la transition énergétique, alors que le vrai sujet, c'est de faire la transition, c'est pas de faire du reporting. Et donc, sur tous ces sujets-là, Draghi l'exprime clairement, il faudrait que la Commission, le Parlement, la BCE fassent une revue de pactage, quelque part, étude d'impact, en attendant de repartir. Je crains malheureusement, Virginie, qu'on n'en soit pas là.
Alors, ça, on va le voir. Alors, il nous reste une demi-heure. Donc, vraiment, si vous avez des questions à poser, n'hésitez pas. Et sur les États-Unis en particulier, parce qu'alors, on vous parle un peu d'Europe, parce on essaie de mesurer un peu les conséquences que ça peut avoir pour nous. Mais alors, je ne sais pas s'il y a un micro dans la salle ou quelqu'un avec un micro, peut-être. Et surtout, levez les mains et que je puisse voir qui a envie de s'exprimer. Alors, devant et là. Et donc, j'ai 2 questions pour l'instant, 3 même. Alors, comment on fait? Est-ce que quelqu'un... Oui, mais il faudra un micro. Ah, voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Vous avez beaucoup insisté sur le rôle de la Fed et du conflit entre la Maison-Blanche et la Fed qui est inévitable. Mais je crois qu'il faut prendre en compte aussi le calendrier politique. Il y a des élections mid-term et il n'est pas du tout sûr que les élections renforcent Trump. Je pense que ça peut même décourager certains élus républicains qui, eux, pensent à leur propre situation. Et à partir de ce moment-là, le scénario risque pas mal de changer. Et de toute manière, Powell, il est en place jusqu'à ce moment-là. Et il ne va pas démissionner.
Jusqu'à mai 2026, il est en place, oui.
Pardon?
Mai 2026, la fin de son mandat.
Ouais. Je vais répondre à ça.
Alors, alors, les mi-termes, si je ne me trompe pas, ça sera fin 2026, c'est ça, hein?
Oui, novembre 2026.
Ouais, novembre 2026. Donc voilà, donc, la fin du mandat du chair Powell, mai 2026. Il y aura un deuxième membre du FOMC. Donc le FOMC, c'est l'organe qui dirige la Fed pour les décisions de taux d'intérêt. Une deuxième membre, Kruger, qui arrive à la fin de son mandat en mai 2026. Donc il pourra retirer au maximum 2 membres d'ici mai 2026. Le FOMC, je crois que c'est 8 à 12 personnes. Donc de façon théorique, il ne pourra pas faire basculer le FOMC de son côté. Mais moi, ce que je crains un petit peu, c'est plus la perception que l'indépendance de la Fed est menacée plutôt que menacée réellement. C'est-à-dire, je pense que la Fed va rester indépendante, je pense que les membres du FOMC vont continuer à prendre des décisions sages dans leur politique de taux d'intérêt et politique du dollar. Mais le fait, encore une fois, et c'est ce que j'essaie de montrer par mon graphique, la littérature économique le montre très bien, le fait que vous avez des pressions politiques sur le président de la Fed, ça envoie un signal très négatif pour les marchés financiers. Et ma crainte, c'est de voir les anticipations d'inflation remonter, d'autant plus qu'on a connu une période de très forte inflation depuis 2022. Donc l'inflation n'est pas totalement maîtrisée, n'est pas totalement sous contrôle. Donc, pour moi, c'est un énorme risque parce que Trump, il l'a dit de façon répétée, il aura fait, je prends un peu ses mots, il a dit j'aurais fait un meilleur travail que Powell en termes de taux d'intérêt. Moi, je suis bien meilleur que lui en politique monétaire, je m'y connais beaucoup mieux que lui. Donc, il a des mots quand même. J'ai rarement vu ça, même sous Nixon. Nixon, il était plus dans les couloirs. Mettre la pression à son ami, pour le coup, c'était Arthur Burns, ils étaient amis, donc le président de la Fed, donc ça facilitait les discussions. Donc, affaire à suivre. Donc, les midterms, ça arrive après. Ça arrive après.
D'accord. Alors, j'ai vu une question. Alors, monsieur, là, voilà.
Merci, bonjour Frédéric Potel. C'est une question sur le dollar, la dédollarisation, BRICS, etc. Donc on a parlé des réformes et de la Fed et puis de la Chine. Est-ce que le sujet n'est pas un peu plus global que la Chine au sens des BRICS, puisque quand les BRICS ont été créés de mémoire en 2014 ou 2015, la dédollarisation, c'était un objectif qui était inscrit dans les statuts quelque part de cette chose-là. Donc comment vous voyez ça, même si nous, on pense que c'est très lent, graduel, et en tout cas pas à l'ordre du jour à court terme. Et puis qu'on va plus vers une bipolarisation au niveau international, pas au sens États-Unis-Chine, mais au sens États-Unis-dollar, BRICS, dédollarisation. C'était ça ma question, en fait.
Là-dessus, vous avez peut-être vu les déclarations de Trump qui sont très claires, hein. Moi, j'avais pour BNP Paribas le conseil d'administration de l'Inde, où on est présent depuis 160 ans. Les Indiens sont très inquiets, puisque même si ce n'est pas un grand pays exportateur, Trump a dit pour les pays qui dédollariseront et qui utiliseront des systèmes de paiement avec une currency qui n'est pas le dollar, je mettrai d'office une taxe de 100% sur les importations aux États-Unis de ces pays-là. Et donc, je pense que tout le monde va faire attention, même si personne ne sait comment ça peut se mettre en place. Mais enfin, une taxe de 100% si vous êtes un pays... Alors l'Inde, à la limite, est un pays qui s'inquiète et qui ne serait pas très touché parce que ce n'est pas un grand pays exportateur. C'est d'abord un pays de consommation intérieure. Mais si vous êtes le Vietnam, les Philippines, etc., qui en fait sont devenus les usines de la Chine pour contourner les contraintes américaines, vous allez faire très, très, très attention. Donc, à mon avis, c'est sérieux.
Sylvie?
Oui, pour compléter ce que vous disiez, je pense qu'il faut revenir aux origines de pourquoi cette dédollarisation tout d'un coup inquiète Donald Trump et les États-Unis. Pour plusieurs raisons, parce que le dollar, c'est la monnaie internationale et c'est grâce à ce dollar que les États-Unis peuvent mener depuis la fin de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Alors déjà, peuvent avoir le leadership de la gouvernance mondiale et de l'économie mondiale, mais qu'ils peuvent mener aussi cette politique, cet exorbitant privilège qui fait que le dollar est leur monnaie, mais notre problème. Et la dédollarisation priverait de ce levier l'économie américaine. On l'a vu il y a quelques années avec l'extraterritorialité des réglementations américaines. Elle n'a été possible que parce que toutes les transactions se faisaient en dollars. Donc, il est bien évident que c'est un vrai sujet et c'est pas juste un sujet pour les États-Unis, c'est aussi un sujet pour le monde. C'est un sujet pour les États-Unis parce que cette dimension macroéconomique du déficit commercial qui est finalement un atout pour les États-Unis, même si c'est difficile à accepter aux États-Unis parce qu'on a l'impression qu'on se fait rouler dans la farine puisque tout le monde nous vend plein de choses et que ça génère un déficit commercial, serait complètement remise en cause. Et puis au-delà de ça, le pouvoir en fait qu'offre le dollar à cette puissance américaine serait questionné. Alors Je suis d'accord avec ce qui a été dit, que ça va être, cette dédollarisation, elle est très très lente, elle va continuer à être très très lente, parce que personne n'a intérêt à renverser la table, et probablement moins les Chinois que quiconque en fait, et alors même que c'est les Chinois qui tiennent ce discours sur la dédollarisation. Il n'empêche, et c'est là que on retrouve un autre paradoxe du programme politique de Donald Trump, l'isolationnisme américain peut réduire le risque de la dédollarisation. Donc c'est là-dessus qu'on voit que dans cette politique qui dit tout et son contraire et où les contradictions sont à 3 pages l'une de l'autre, il y a matière à dealer, si vous me permettez ce mot bien français, et à trouver des compromis sur un certain nombre de dossiers, de la même manière que dans la relation avec la Réserve fédérale. Je rappelle que n'oublions pas que Trump avait déjà été extrêmement violent avec Janet Yellen qui dirigeait la Réserve fédérale lors de son premier mandat. Elle a tenu le cap parce qu'elle était ce qu'elle est, on le sait, elle était démocrate, c'est une grande économiste, Janet Yellen, donc elle a tenu le cap. Mais à la fin, la politique monétaire américaine à cette époque-là a permis de compenser les effets pervers de la politique budgétaire et de la politique commerciale et de la guerre commerciale de Donald Trump pour l'économie américaine. Il y a une chose que j'ai oublié de rappeler dans mon propos introductif. Je rappelle que entre 2008 et 2020, les États-Unis ont connu la plus longue période de croissance économique de leur histoire. Donc on a quand même des États-Unis qui mènent une politique certes protectionniste, mais qui aujourd'hui, grâce à cette politique protectionniste et cette politique budgétaire, sert les intérêts de cette économie américaine.
Oui, juste dire, parce que j'ai eu l'occasion d'échanger, l'honneur d'échanger avec elle, avec Janet Yellen, il y a quelques années à un séminaire à Bruxelles, où elle rappelait que quand aurait pu se profiler son deuxième mandat, sur lequel elle se faisait aucun espoir, puisque Trump était au pouvoir, il avait quand même sur Twitter dit « She's too short to be a Fed chair », ce qui est quand même vis-à-vis d'une femme trop petite. Et elle disait en rigolant d'ailleurs, mais en fait, il a vu ma taille sur Wikipédia, et en fait, je suis plus petite de 2 centimètres que la taille officielle. Et elle disait ça en rigolant. Mais c'est pour dire la violence. Enfin, on n'imagine pas un président des États-Unis faire un joke quelque part et un lien entre la taille d'une personne et sa capacité à être la patronne de la Fédérale Réserve, alors que c'est une économiste très reconnue, mariée à un prix Nobel, etc., etc. Donc, je pense, pour rejoindre ce qu'on disait, il ne pourra pas, je pense, enlever l'indépendance de la Fed, mais je pense que les débats vont être violents entre Powell et lui et le successeur de Powell, et que ça impactera les marchés, ne serait-ce qu'en termes d'image.
Et surtout que les taux d'intérêt risquent de rester élevés, et Donald Trump déteste les taux d'intérêt élevés. En plus, il vient du monde de l'immobilier. Vous savez, l'immobilier sont très dépendants des taux d'intérêt. Donc, effectivement, en 2025, à mon avis, il y aura des débats mouvementés entre la Fed et sur X, sur Social Truth maintenant, c'est ça, il utilise? Ah, il est de nouveau sur X. D'accord. Ok, bah oui, c'est là. Ouais.
Et sur la dédollarisation, j'ajouterais juste le fait qu'elle se poursuit aussi à cause de la situation géopolitique, puisque à cause des sanctions américaines, beaucoup de pays essaient de passer outre le dollar, et donc notamment les Russes et les Chinois mettent en place des infrastructures, des systèmes de paiement qui sont complètement hors de la zone dollar. L'Iran les rejoint, la Corée du Nord, voilà. Donc il y a aussi des systèmes qui se bâtissent et des institutions financières qui sont très différentes de Bretton Woods et de celles qu'on a créées à ce moment-là, et qui sont parallèles.
Ouais. Mais là, on rejoint complètement les enjeux géopolitiques, en fait. C'est qu'on n'est plus du tout dans une dimension purement économique, la mondialisation où l'économie ceteris paribus, comme on nous apprend quand on commence à faire de l'économie, c'est-à-dire toutes choses égales par ailleurs, ça n'existe plus dans notre monde. Et c'est peut-être la grande découverte et peut-être la naïveté qu'on a eue par rapport à cette mondialisation, c'est que ça a fait monter un certain nombre de pôles de puissance, en fait, de nouvelles économies. Et aujourd'hui, on voit bien que il ne pourra pas, Donald Trump et les États-Unis ne pourront pas mener une politique économique totalement déconnectée d'enjeux politiques. Et l'isolationnisme américain est quelque part contre-productif par rapport aux intérêts géopolitiques des États-Unis. Vous avez cité des pays qui sont les usual suspects aux États-Unis, hein, c'est les rock states de Bush fils, etc., etc.
Alors, je vois alors monsieur, et puis après, on a encore des questions. Merci.
Oui, merci. Michel Makinski, trois petites questions. La première, en liaison avec la première question qui a été posée, ne pensez-vous pas que justement le midterm va poser un problème électoral à Trump si justement il laisse grimper l'inflation du fait d'une politique de fermeture des frontières? Deuxième question très différente. En matière de dérégulation, s'il applique ce qu'il veut faire dans le secteur bancaire, ne pensez-vous pas que toutes ces banques moyennes, très fragiles aux États-Unis, ne risquent pas d'être extrêmement fragilisées et finalement, comme elles ne sont pas régulées, on risque d'avoir des faillites en cascade. Et dernière question plus courte, que pensez-vous de la promotion, avec Musk d'ailleurs, du Bitcoin, qui, à mon avis, a des dimensions autres qu'économiques? Merci.
Moi, le milieu de, de votre deuxième question. Les banques moyennes américaines sont peu régulées. Et elles le sont déjà peu sous l'administration Biden. Alors après, bouger les seuils ne changera pas grand-chose. Donc le sujet de la dérégulation aux États-Unis ne concerne que les global SIFIs, c'est-à-dire les 6 grandes banques américaines et les super régionales. De toute façon, les équivalents de SVB, etc., c'est plutôt un défi de supervision que de régulation. Donc ce sujet-là, à mon avis, ne changera pas avec Trump. D'ailleurs, les banquiers américains de taille moyenne ne se battent pas pour de la dérégulation parce qu'ils sont déjà très peu régulés. En fait, ils ne sont régulés d'une seule façon, c'est le safety des dépôts via le FDIC, qui est le fonds de garantie des dépôts. C'est tout. Le reste les intéresse assez peu. D'ailleurs, je vous rappelle que la Fed de San Francisco ne régulait à peu près pas SVB. Donc, de toute façon, ça ne changera pas beaucoup.
Le Bitcoin, éventuellement, parce que là, c'est un peu le...
Ouais, bah, il a franchi la barre des 100 000 $.
Ouais.
Alors déjà, entendons-nous, le Bitcoin, ce n'est pas une monnaie. Et je ne pense pas qu'elle le deviendra un jour. C'est-à-dire, ce n'est pas quelque chose, vous allez acheter votre baguette de pain ou votre voiture. Les États, en tout cas les grands États, n'autoriseront jamais, je pense, le Bitcoin d'être monnaie parallèle en plus du dollar, l'euro. Donc le Bitcoin, pardon, n'est pas une monnaie. Donc c'est un actif. Alors, les défenseurs de le Bitcoin disent que c'est un actif qui va être un peu comme l'or, c'est-à-dire il va prendre de la valeur parce que c'est une valeur refuge. Donc cette théorie, je pense qu'il y a des arguments solides, c'est-à-dire que la dette américaine est insoutenable. La dette est donc, dans 5, 10, 15 ans, j'en sais rien, peut-être que les États-Unis, la Fed, j'en sais rien, devront dévaluer fortement le dollar et créer de l'inflation très forte pour réduire le fardeau de la dette. Et donc là, les gens se précipiteront sur l'or et sur le Bitcoin, puisque le Bitcoin, ce qui le caractérise et ce qui fait qu'il est un petit peu similaire à l'or, c'est qu'il a l'offre est limitée. Vous savez, l'offre se réduit en fait. Hein, il a été créé comme ça. C'est-à-dire que l'offre va tendre vers zéro. 20 ans, je crois, je sais, j'ai plus les horizons en tête. Donc, c'est comme l'or, c'est-à-dire une offre limitée, voire qui décline. Donc, ça, c'est l'aspect pour les gens qui défendent le Bitcoin, et pourquoi pas. Donc, ils voient le fait que la dette américaine est insoutenable et qu'à long terme, on aura forcément une vague d'inflation pour effacer la dette. Et donc là, il faudra se mettre sur l'or et le Bitcoin. Ou soit, il y a la deuxième théorie qui vous dit que tout ça est purement spéculatif. C'est créé par l'arrivée de Trump au pouvoir qui nomme au SEC, donc le Security Exchange Commission, c'est-à-dire le régulateur américain, une personne très favorable au Bitcoin. C'est Trump qui vous dit qu'il va mettre dans les actifs de la Fed, en plus de l'or, en plus des monnaies de réserve étrangères, il va mettre le Bitcoin. Donc là, la demande pour le Bitcoin pourrait effectivement exploser et dépasser largement les 100 000 $. Et donc, ils vous disent, finalement, c'est un actif alternatif à l'or, en fait. Honnêtement, je n'ai pas vraiment de réponse. Je dois le dire, je suis un petit peu partagé. Je suis un peu 50% sur ceux qui croient vraiment que le Bitcoin, ça va vraiment être super, ça va être un or bis. Et je pense qu'il y a des fondements intéressants. Et encore une fois, l'offre qui se réduit. Donc, c'est une monnaie de réserve un petit peu. Et c'est vrai que je vois aussi que quand même, c'est un actif très spéculatif en même temps. Hein. Et tout le monde se précipite sur le Bitcoin, tout le monde veut l'acheter. C'est le fameux FOMO, hein, Fear of Missing Out. C'est-à-dire que si vous n'achetez pas maintenant, vous avez peur de rater les gains. Donc, tout le monde se précipite. Donc, je crains aussi un petit peu l'aspect un petit peu spéculatif. Malheureusement, je n'ai pas de réponse définitive sur les perspectives long terme du Bitcoin. C'est vraiment une question très intéressante.
Moi, je pense qu'on aura des faillites spectaculaires. On va avoir sans doute un âge d'or parce que là,
Ouais,
il y a vraiment des choses qui se mettent en place
dans l'administration
pour,
Trump qui va
voilà,
favoriser
pour
le
que ça,
Bitcoin.
ça le favorise. Et à moindre trouble, on aura sûrement des choses très graves. Alors, on va continuer les questions. Si vous pouvez vous en tenir à une par personne, c'est pas mal vu qu'il
Bon,
nous
je vais
reste
essayer d'être
20
rapide. En fait,
minutes.
donc je m'appelle Étienne Becker, j'étais à France Stratégie, je collabore à l'occasion avec l'IFRI sur les questions énergétiques. Et c'était pour parler de l'énergie, parce que ça a juste été esquissé. Donc, moi, j'ai repéré que l'écart de croissance entre les États-Unis et l'Europe, il date de 2008-2009. Et pourquoi? Enfin, moi, il y a plusieurs raisons, mais en particulier l'extraction des gaz de schiste, qui a eu des conséquences géopolitiques parce que les États-Unis sont devenus indépendants énergétiquement, donc un impact sur le Moyen-Orient, enfin, les États-Unis qui se désengagent du Moyen-Orient, etc. Donc là, la question, c'était qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Bon, sur les fossiles, on voit, enfin, gaz, pétrole, notre homme va déréguler. Donc, je pense que le prix du pétrole et du gaz va baisser. Quelle va être la politique gazière de Trump vis-à-vis de l'Europe? Parce que c'est un moyen de chantage. C'est un moyen de chantage vis-à-vis de l'Europe que de couper le gaz aux Européens. Enfin, il faut bien en être conscient. Sur le nucléaire, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Il ne faut pas oublier que la technologie nucléaire française est largement américaine. Et sur les renouvelables, qu'est-ce qui va se passer avec la prolongation de l'IRA, etc. Merci.
Alors, je ne sais pas qui va prendre cette question, mais ça me fait penser à l'interview de Madame Lagarde, puisque la première chose qu'elle disait, c'est achetons du gaz et du pétrole aux Américains.
Et c'est aussi ce qu'avait dit Madame von der Leyen le lendemain de l'élection de Donald Trump en disant, mais attendez, pas de souci, on est liés par nos achats de gaz et donc les États-Unis ont intérêt à continuer à travailler avec nous. C'est effectivement une grosse incertitude c'est ce que je disais quand je parlais de 2008 et du plan de relance de Barack Obama qui avait consisté à investir essentiellement dans les gaz et les pétroles de schiste avec les conséquences que l'on connaît aujourd'hui. C'est non seulement les États-Unis sont devenus indépendants, mais sont aussi devenus le premier ou deuxième exportateur. Alors, je crois que c'est le premier de gaz et le deuxième de pétrole, ou peu importe, et faiseur de prix sur les marchés en réalité. Et on voit qu'aujourd'hui, l'essentiel, on peut le tourner dans tous les sens, mais l'essentiel du déficit de compétitivité de l'économie européenne, elle vient du prix que nous payons notre énergie et qui est un différentiel de 3 à 4 avec les États-Unis. Et là, ça rejoint, je pensais tout à l'heure quand on parlait de l'inflation et puis l'inflation et les mi-termes, la mode en économie depuis une quinzaine d'années est au trilemme en fait, et aux impossibles trilemmes et l'incompatibilité de plusieurs facteurs en même temps. Dans le cas de Trump, on le voit, hein, face à l'inflation, que va-t-il faire? Il va très probablement soutenir le pouvoir d'achat des ménages et donc il devra renoncer à son objectif de réduction du déficit public. Et pour les Européens, c'est pareil. Aujourd'hui, il y a tout ce débat en Europe autour du nucléaire, autour des renouvelables, autour est-ce qu'on va plus vite ou moins vite, plutôt moins vite vers l'objectif de développement des renouvelables. Et il faut bien voir que dans ce débat, qui est un débat intra-européen qui nous divise sur le nucléaire, qui nous divise aussi par rapport aux éoliennes, par rapport au solaire. Enfin, vous avez tous lu la tribune, j'imagine, ce week-end d'un certain nombre de Français ou de grands dirigeants français sur la question des énergies renouvelables. Et on ne se rend pas compte qu'en fait, l'autonomie en matière énergétique et l'investissement massif dans notre indépendance énergétique est un enjeu hautement stratégique. C'est pas juste une question de lutte contre le changement climatique, c'est un enjeu hautement stratégique. C'est d'ailleurs un enjeu qui n'est pas nouveau. J'aime bien rappeler que s'il y a un grand centre énergie à l'Institut Jacques Delors, c'est parce que Jacques Delors, en son temps, portait le projet de développer une politique énergétique européenne et en particulier qu'il qualifiera quelques années plus tard de communauté européenne de l'énergie. Donc la question énergétique, ça a été souvent un impensé en économie aussi, hein. On a deux facteurs de production, c'est le travail et le capital, on oublie l'énergie, mais on se rend compte que c'est un élément fondamental de la compétitivité des économies.
Mais alors, pour revenir sur la question américaine, qui est intéressante, parce que pendant toute la campagne, on a entendu drill, baby, drill. Donc, il faut forer plus de pétrole. Rien sur le climat. À la limite, s'il peut enlever toutes les réglementations sur l'environnement et la transition, Trump n'en veut pas. Et le nucléaire, il y a une vraie question parce qu'on voit Alors, que ce soit le Bitcoin ou l'intelligence artificielle, on voit des besoins énergétiques qui sont absolument croissants dans l'industrie, la high-tech, et que de plus en plus, on commence à voir des grands acteurs des GAFA comme Google, Microsoft, qui s'allient avec des énergéticiens pour construire des solutions pérennes avec des petits SMR. Voilà, c'est plus compliqué que ça, hein, mais en fait, ils sont vraiment en train de réfléchir au coût de l'énergie pour le quantique, l'IA, etc. Donc, la question de l'énergie aux États-Unis, elle est réelle. Est-ce que c'est uniquement le pétrole, à entendre Trump, on pourrait penser que c'est ça? Est-ce qu'il y a un abandon total des renouvelables ou pas? Alors, c'est peut-être pas, je ne sais pas si c'est pas forcément votre spécialité, mais enfin, je vous vois secouer la tête,
Moi,
Alain.
je le vois au travers des clients, c'est-à-dire qu'en fait, oui, ils vont bénéficier d'une énergie fossile pas chère, mais ils ne vont pas pour autant renoncer à leur projet d'indépendance, quelque part énergétique, vis-à-vis d'une politique pétrolière dont ils savent que d'abord, c'est une ressource qui est épuisable et pas inépuisable, et que deuxièmement, ils ont eux aussi des populations qui travaillent chez eux, qui demandent de l'énergie propre, et entre autres les nouvelles générations, c'est vrai en Californie, etc., etc. Et donc, on va assister, comme vous le disiez tout à l'heure sur un autre sujet, à un paradoxe. C'est-à-dire que d'un côté, une administration américaine qui va déréguler pour avoir du pétrole pas cher, ce qui va d'abord bénéficier à l'Américain qui fait son plein tous les jours. Parce que je rappelle qu'aux États-Unis, on va à la salle de sport tous les jours, mais pour faire 100 mètres, on prend quand même son 4x4 au diesel, hein. Donc, c'est quand même un monde un peu particulier. Mais en même temps, Microsoft vient de racheter Three Mile Island, qui était quand même la centrale nucléaire qui avait explosé il y a 25 ans. Et donc, en fait, on va voir les deux en parallèle, parce que le secteur privé va continuer à investir dans les renouvelables, parce que ça sera un jour une énergie pas chère et inépuisable. Euh, mais à la différence de l'Europe, ils vont assurer la transition avec une énergie fossile pas chère, hein. Alors que nous, on a voulu basculer très vite et les paybacks sur cette énergie nouvelle, quelque part décarbonée, sont beaucoup plus longs. Et c'est pour ça qu'il faut accepter que pendant un certain temps, on pollue encore avec du pétrole et du gaz pas cher, le temps que les panneaux solaires, les éoliennes et le nucléaire remplacent. Et je pense que c'est le privé qui va gérer ça aux États-Unis et pas le public.
Ouais.
Sylvie.
Et on retrouve encore le pragmatisme à la fois de l'État américain, mais des entreprises américaines. L'État qui investit le plus aujourd'hui dans les énergies renouvelables, c'est le Texas, en fait. Donc, c'est assez, je trouve que ça illustre parfaitement ce pragmatisme et cette capacité. Et un autre élément à retenir, c'est que, alors, je n'ai pas vérifié récemment, mais ces dernières années, le plus gros consommateur d'électricité aux États-Unis, c'était Google. Donc, là aussi, la révolution digitale et la relance, en fait, le rattrapage de l'économie américaine vis-à-vis d'un retard qui avait été pris, ou en tout cas perçu comme pris, sur l'intelligence artificielle, sur les technos du digital ces dernières années, elle s'est faite grâce à ces investissements dans l'énergie. Donc ça, c'est très, très important. Et pour rebondir sur le pragmatisme, j'aurais bien réagi tout à l'heure à ce que vous disiez sur la Commission. En fait, je crois que la grosse difficulté de l'Europe aujourd'hui, c'est pas tant la Commission, parce que finalement, si on a bougé assez vite ces 5 dernières années sur un certain nombre de sujets et face aux crises, c'est parce que la Commission avait du leadership et qu'elle s'est imposée. Mais ce qui se passe au niveau européen, c'est que vous avez une Commission qui propose, des États qui discutent, et puis qui demandent à cette commission de quand même faire un certain nombre de consultations. Donc, on met tout le monde autour de la table, ça veut dire des ONG, ça veut dire des entreprises qui sont à peu près d'accord sur rien, rajouter à ça des États qui sont d'accord sur rien, et on essaye de trouver un accord, ça prend du temps, beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup de temps, et c'est souvent pour ça que c'est au moment de crise où les États lâchent en disant faites ce que vous pouvez, et que les choses commencent à bouger. Et ça, c'est symptomatique des lenteurs européennes, et on peut critiquer autant qu'on veut. Moi, j'entends autour de moi, ça fait 1 an que je suis arrivée à l'Institut Jacques Delors, des tas de Français bien intentionnés, y compris des gens très haut placés, qui me disent l'unanimité sur certains dossiers, ça ne va pas. Regardez ce qui se passe sur le Mercosur, en fait, où c'est pour le coup la Commission qui a la main, et regardez la position française. Donc, vous voyez, faut peut-être arrêter aussi, il faut peut-être réfléchir, ça pose la question des souverainetés, souveraineté nationale versus souveraineté européenne. Aujourd'hui, on est encore dans une logique où on accepte de la souveraineté européenne que quand elle nous permet de renforcer notre souveraineté nationale. Peut-être qu'à un moment donné, si on veut concourir avec les États-Unis ou la Chine, il faut penser un petit peu différemment.
Alors, il y a une question aussi, je sais que Laurence a une question aussi, donc Madame, et puis après Laurence.
Bonjour, je suis Astrid Bonté de Telsat. J'avais une question concernant les sanctions vers la Russie, les sanctions américaines sur la Russie. Je voulais savoir si elles avaient eu un impact, notamment dans le domaine de l'énergie, sur la croissance américaine et sur la situation économique américaine, ou si c'était anecdotique. Et si elles ont eu un impact, qu'est-ce qu'on pouvait attendre de l'administration Trump dans ce domaine pour les années qui viennent? Merci.
J'ai envie de dire, le premier impact, c'est que, on l'a évoqué, c'est que les États-Unis ont fortement accru leur livraison de gaz naturel liquéfié en Europe. Je crois que c'est le deuxième fournisseur maintenant de l'Europe. Donc, par ce canal-là, les États-Unis ont beaucoup, beaucoup bénéficié de la crise russe, ukrainienne, si on peut dire. Donc, ça, c'est le premier point. Et je voulais juste rapidement revenir sur le pétrole, là. Donc, effectivement, ils vont déréguler, augmenter la production de pétrole de 3 millions de barils, c'est l'objectif, hein. Les Américains sont le premier producteur mondial de pétrole actuellement, hein, 13 millions de barils du jour. Donc, ils veulent le monter à 15-16 millions de barils du jour. Il faut quand même comprendre aussi que c'est le secteur privé qui décide, hein. C'est pas, on peut déréguler tout ça, mais on n'a pas une manette sur laquelle. C'est pas l'Arabie Saoudite, en fait, hein. Les États-Unis ne font pas partie de l'OPEC, OPEP en français, OPEP en français. C'est-à-dire, c'est le secteur privé aux États-Unis qui décide de la production. Actuellement, il faut savoir que le prix du baril est un petit peu trop faible pour beaucoup de producteurs américains. Donc, il n'y a pas vraiment d'incitation à l'heure actuelle pour augmenter la production. Beaucoup de dirigeants d'entreprises de pétrole aussi nous disent oui, au niveau actuel, déjà, il y a des pénuries de main-d'œuvre. On ne trouve pas les gens sur les plateformes pétrolières. C'est hyper capital intensive aussi d'investir. Donc, ça coûte beaucoup d'argent. Donc, j'ai un peu mes doutes, en fait, sur la capacité de l'administration Trump à augmenter significativement, pardon, la production de pétrole. Et dernier point là-dessus, le prix du pétrole, il est mondial, hein. Donc, si vous baissez le prix du pétrole, ça profite aussi à l'Europe. Ce n'est pas exactement la même chose pour le prix du gaz. Les marchés de gaz sont cloisonnés, globalement cloisonnés. C'est-à-dire que c'est sur ce levier-là que les États-Unis ont des gains de compétitivité, c'est sur le gaz. Parce que le prix du gaz n'est pas le même aux États-Unis qu'il est en Europe. Alors que le prix du pétrole, il est le même. Donc voilà, c'était juste un petit rappel important à avoir en tête, je pense.
Et puis sur les sanctions, c'est pas très facile de savoir ce que va faire l'administration Trump. On sait qu'il voudrait arrêter la guerre en Ukraine, mais on ne sait pas du tout à quelles conditions. On ne sait pas s'il va vouloir prendre une position de force ou au contraire se coucher très vite. Enfin, pour l'instant, c'est vraiment une énorme
Je
incertitude.
pense que les Russes vont négocier la première chose qu'ils vont regarder, c'est les actifs gelés. Donc les États-Unis et l'Europe ont gelé les avoirs russes dans les comptes étrangers, c'est-à-dire en gros les réserves de la Banque centrale de Russie. Et manifestement, c'est là-dessus que les Russes vont demander à négocier en premier, en priorité, disons. Je ne pense pas que les Américains, j'en suis un peu moins sûr, mais les Européens, je ne pense pas qu'ils accepteront. Ils vaudront, même s'il y a un accord de paix ou des négociations de paix, ils voudront attendre euh, au moins 1 an, voire plus, pour être sûr que l'accord soit respecté. Ah, vous pensez qu'ils n'auront pas le...
Moi, je pense qu'on lâchera plus vite parce que je
Vous
pense que
pensez
nos amis allemands, pour avoir du gaz pas cher,
sur
nous
les actifs
lâcheront
gelés?
en race campagne.
Sur les actifs gelés russes, vous voulez dire?
Bien sûr.
C'est vrai que les difficultés de l'Allemagne aujourd'hui, parce que tout son modèle a été complètement, elle vendait aux Chinois, des voitures qu'elle construisait avec le gaz pas cher, et sa sécurité était assurée par les États-Unis. Tout est remis à plat. Donc, alors la sécurité, pas tout à fait, hein, l'OTAN est encore là, mais c'est vrai qu'il y a des questions
L'Allemagne,
qui se posent.
historiquement, a une diplomatie mercantile.
Oui.
Voilà. Et je
Ouais.
pense que ça ne s'est pas rangé au fond des tiroirs. Je pense que malheureusement, que euh, la résolution par les États-Unis du conflit russo-ukrainien arrangera les Allemands du moment qu'ils peuvent retrouver l'usage du pipeline de gaz pas cher.
C'est pas cher, ouais. Et de toute façon, là, on n'en saura plus. Maintenant, il faut attendre février pour avoir les élections en Allemagne et savoir ce qui se
Et
passe.
juste en même temps, rappelez-vous quand même que Donald Trump était vent debout contre cet achat massif de gaz
Et Nord Stream
russe.
2 et
Tout à
contre
fait.
le
Donc
pipeline.
les
Ouais.
négociations vont être très, très, très compliquées.
Ouais.
Par contre, c'est intéressant l'élément que vous amenez, c'est l'idée que finalement les sanctions peuvent être un élément dans la négociation. Et ça pourrait ouvrir une perspective sur l'évolution des sanctions occidentales vis-à-vis du reste du monde en général, où l'incitation a rarement été utilisée, un petit peu instrumentalisée par Barack Obama, mais c'est un tout autre sujet.
Alors, Laurence, tu avais une question?
Mais en fait, c'est pas vraiment une question, c'est plutôt un commentaire. Je voulais réagir aux propos assez drôles et un peu moqueurs de Monsieur Papias sur la folie régulatrice de la Commission et de l'Union européenne. C'est vrai, absolument.
C'est mon thème favori, Laurence.
Mais je le sais bien. Et rappeler à quel point, mais ça, quelqu'un d'autre, Monsieur Vallet en a parlé, je crois, la dérégulation américaine peut entraîner des faillites de banques régionales comme la Silicon Valley Bank, la SVB, vous en avez parlé tout à l'heure. Et que par ailleurs, moi je suis très frappée par le fait que les Américains, souvent, exprime une certaine envie de notre capacité à réguler dans le domaine du numérique, le RGPD, le Service Market Act, Digital Market Act, Digital Service Act, et même ce règlement sur l'intelligence artificielle éthique que l'Union européenne a réussi à prendre. Aux États-Unis, ils réussissent pas à réguler ces questions au niveau fédéral. Donc, il y a certaines régulations dans des États, notamment en Californie, il y a un équivalent du RGPD, mais ils n'y arrivent pas au niveau fédéral, et c'est un problème. Alors évidemment, après, il y a des lobbies qui vont de toute manière être contre, mais bon, il faut peut-être pas jeter le bébé avec l'eau du bain. Je voudrais, c'est mon petit coup de bignou pro-européen en fin de session
Moi, je ne suis pas
économique.
pour jeter le bébé avec l'eau du bain. Je trouve simplement que le problème de l'Europe, c'est on régule trop tôt. Les études d'impact ne sont pas régulièrement faites, c'est-à-dire qu'on applique en 2024 des régulations décidées en 2010, alors que le monde a considérablement changé. Je vous rejoins sur le fait qu'un certain nombre de régulations sont très utiles, mais vous prenez par exemple celle sur l'intelligence artificielle, qui n'est pas du tout ma spécialité. Les prochains modules de ChatGPT pour l'Europe livrés seront beaucoup moins puissants que les modules américains. Et ça va avoir un prix en compétitivité. Alors, on protège de certaines choses, mais ça a un prix. Et ce que je dis simplement, c'est qu'à chaque fois, l'évaluation de l'avantage et du prix n'est pas complètement pris en compte. Et que du coup, il y a un moment donné où cet écart de compétitivité, on le paye et on va le payer. Et je crois que les choix, et là je vous rejoins complètement, c'est pas le sujet de la commission des régulateurs. C'est les choix politiques qui ne sont pas pris. Moi, j'étais à une table ronde la semaine dernière où j'ai un peu tiré sur les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, mais parce que, je veux dire, on ne peut pas faire reproche à la Commission de faire son boulot. Par contre, au-dessus, quand les gens votent pour un certain nombre de choses, il faut quand même se rendre compte que courir le marathon de New York avec un sac à dos de 50 kilos, les chances d'arriver dans les premiers sont quand même limitées, sauf à trouver des gens exceptionnels. Et c'est là où l'Europe a un problème. Je pense que les choses sont beaucoup trop longues. On revient au time to market. Je donne un tout petit exemple que j'illustre surtout devant Nathalie Aufauve, qui est la patronne de la CPR. Si vous voulez titriser des crédits classiques en France au travers d'une opération classique, si vous n'envoyez pas votre dossier à Francfort avant fin février, vous perdez un an. Aux États-Unis, ça met 15 jours. Donc, on ne peut pas dire qu'on soit très rapide.
Alors peut-être pour résumer notre conversation, puisque là, on arrive au bout de cette première session, je pense qu'on a tous bien conscience d'une énorme incertitude quand même, parce qu'on ne sait pas quelles vont être les actions prises. On a une vraie crainte de la brutalité des décisions qui peuvent être prises par l'administration Trump, mais il y a sûrement un pouvoir de négociation possible, nous, Européens, et peut-être même eux-mêmes américains, entre eux, entre le privé et l'administration, pour peut-être atténuer les choses. Mais en tout cas, ça va faire des années intéressantes pour les journalistes, c'est super. On va avoir beaucoup à écrire. Donc voilà. En tout cas, merci beaucoup à vous trois d'avoir été là ce matin. Et merci à vous d'être aussi nombreux aussi. Et bonne continuation.
Ouais, ouais. Et désolé, c'est
intéressant.
Good morning, everyone. I'm surprised that there is some interest for American politics. We are very happy to have a great panel this morning to talk about that, precisely. We have E.J. Dionne, very respected columnist for Washington Post and also a pillar of the Brookings Institution. We have Kurt Mills, the executive director of the American Conservative, also a contributor to Politico and New York Times. We have Célia Belin, who was also in the Brookings Institution not long ago, and he's the head of the American Parisian Bureau of the European Council on Foreign Relations, Foreign Affairs. So thank you again. A quick note for our American friends. You know that you can feel very, very comfortable. On the French side, sometimes we can be tempted by kind of arrogance. But nowadays, we're not in a position to lecture anyone about institution and political crisis. So the final House race was called on Tuesday in California. Now we have the full picture of what happened on election day 1 month ago, which is still surprising that we have to wait so many times to have the full picture, but that's the situation. And we knew already that it was trifecta. Donald Trump back to the White House, and the Republican Party with majorities both in Senate and the House, even if the majority in the House will be one of the narrowest maybe in history. It's only 5 seats, and it will go down to 2 seats when 3 people will leave, 2 because they will be in the next Trump administration, Elise Stefanik and Mike Waltz, and also because Matt Gaetz will leave, and I guess that a lot of people will regret it in the House. So we know what happened, and EJ will tell us why, thanks to a very smart and spectacular choice of exit polls data. And then from them, we will ask Kurt what kind of mandate Donald Trump can claim, a mandate to respond to the voters' preoccupation concerning immigration, inflation, or something broader in the line of what was drafted in the Project 2025 by the Heritage Foundation, meaning redesigning of the state, of the institution, you will tell us. Then we'll ask Celia about the first lesson of the second Trump transition, the dramas and no dramas, and what they say about the 4 years to come. By Victis, finally, our panel will address the state of desperation of the Democratic Party, and they will tell us if the debate initiated by 2 young guns, Nancy Pelosi and Bernie Sanders, is legitimate or not. Ben, let's start with you, EJ, and why we had this result on election day.
Bonjour, mes racines sont québécoises, alors ma langue maternelle c'est français, but my English is still now much better, so I will speak in English, but it is a joy to be here. I just want to say it's a real honor to be part of this conversation, and I think that the enormous turnout is not only a tribute to the fact that some people are interested in what we just did, but also to Laurence, who's done extraordinary work for a long time. Let us give Laurence a round of applause. And she will kill me for doing that, but she's very compassionate, so she'll put aside my sentence. I also want to say it's great to be on this panel, and I want Celia to come back to the US, so please send her back to us. She was so great to have as a colleague, and I'm honored to be with Kurt, who very kindly agreed to wear a tie so that I wouldn't look like some old guy wearing a tie, and he kept his part of the deal. I do want to go through a bunch of slides to say what happened. I just want to sort of suggest a couple of bottom lines in advance. Kurt was talking about a slide presentation, and he told me that was sort of antiseptic. He didn't mean it as an insult, but I took that to mean that I ought to give some meaning in advance and give him something to argue with, although that wouldn't stop him anyway, to his credit. I think one of the important things is to realize that we had a very ordinary election with an absolutely extraordinary and explosive result. I think that when you looked at why Donald Trump defeated Kamala Harris, a lot of it was what happens in a normal election when voters are mad at the incumbents, are mad about economic conditions, and of course, we'll see, as in France and throughout Western Europe, a backlash against immigration that's been building for a long time. And Trump's great success, even though in his own campaigning, he kind of tried to undermine it, was to look like a normal enough candidate to enough people that if they were angry, they could vote for him to express dissatisfaction. My own view is that if you take Trump's 50%, 49 point something percent of the vote, about 35% of those people voted for Trump because he is Trump. And about the other 15%, 10 or 15% voted for him despite the fact that he's Trump. And you could argue about what those numbers, maybe it's 10%, maybe it's 15, but some considerable number had doubts about Trump, but were angry. So I'll just go to the slides. I think there will be an interesting question. Would Joe Biden have done better than Kamala Harris? I think the answer is no, particularly after the debate that many of you know about, where Joe Biden really sort of looked like he couldn't put sentences together for a while in that debate. And I put this slide up just to suggest that there was a real sort of a drop in Biden's vote. Now, these lines you're looking at are actually much bigger than they would be. If this chart were 0 to 100, those lines would actually be very close because we're talking only a few percentage points. But I think that you see Harris, as soon as she gets in the race, rising to a considerable degree. And Kurt and I had breakfast, and we actually more or less agree on something important, which is she won the first 8 weeks of the campaign. And I think the Trump side came back in the last 8 weeks. And that's what you see on this slide. She went slightly ahead of Trump, did extremely well in the 3 big moments of the campaign. First, when she started out, second at her convention, third in her debate with Trump. And then after that, the campaign shifted. I'm sorry to say that I think the Trump and Vance lies about people eating pets in Springfield, Illinois, actually had an effect that was positive for them on the campaign because it shifted the dynamic in the conversation in their direction. And I think they dominated the conversation for a lot of the campaign. Let's go to the next slide, please. I think somebody's up there. So there we go. There are 3 big problems that Harris could not overcome. She came close, but she could not overcome them. The first, Biden's approval rating, that after the withdrawal from Afghanistan, there was a sharp drop in Biden's approval rating, and then came the great inflation of 2022, and Biden never fully recovered from that. So these are just from exit polls. This is what voters told pollsters on election day. So Harris had to overcome a 59% Biden disapproval rating, 73% dissatisfied or angry with the state of the country, and 68% saying the economy was not so good or poor. Now, you may ask, how could Americans say that of an economy that the economists called a few weeks before the election the envy of the world? And it's true that our growth rate is extraordinary. The unemployment rate came down, the inflation rate came down, but the frustration with higher prices continued all the way through election day. And I think that reinforced an anger, particularly among working class voters, about long-term deterioration in their standard of living. I grew up in a mill town, a factory town called Fall River in Massachusetts. Fall River voted Democratic for president from 2024 to this year. For the first time in 100 years, my town voted for a Republican for Donald Trump, very narrowly. But we are a place, like many places in northern France that you all know about, we have been on a long economic trajectory downward. We were a textile town, and then shirts and dress, all these jobs moved overseas, initially to the south and then overseas. Anger built, and that helped Trump. So I think inflation reinforced those feelings. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the issues in the campaign, it's an imperfect question on the exit poll, but it's useful. Voters were given 5 issues. Pick one as the most important. As you can see, the economy was the driving issue for Trump. He had a 63% advantage over Harris on that issue. Secondly, obviously, was immigration, an 80% advantage. I want to jump to the state of democracy. That really mattered. There is on the center left and left in American politics a real fear of what Donald Trump means for the future of our democracy. Harris had a 62% advantage. But I think what's interesting is the abortion number. 14% of Americans voted on abortion. That has been an important issue for Democrats, as many of you know, since the Supreme Court overturned broadly legal, guaranteed legal abortion in the Dobbs decision. What interested me about that number is while it helped Harris, notice that her 52% advantage is significantly lower than the 80% Trump got on the immigration issue. And I think that that is for 2 different reasons. One is about a quarter of the people who voted on abortion are actually anti-abortion, pro-life. They are still part of the constituency, conservative constituency. But also many voters who cared about abortion thought that they could protect it in their own states. And it's significant that on Election Day, the day that Trump won, there were referenda in 10 states. The pro-choice, pro-reproductive rights position won in 7 of those states, and it actually got 57% in Florida, but the Republicans had raised the threshold to 60%, so it failed, but it still got a majority. I think abortion was not the issue that Democrats thought it could be for Harris, even if it helped her, but not enough. That foreign policy, I'm sorry to say it, EFRE, just didn't matter very much in the American election, but I don't think that's unusual. I think in democracies, all democracies, voters' first instinct is to vote about what's happening at home. Next slide, please. This is just a take on the abortion issue. Americans are now the proportion of Americans saying abortion should be broadly legal has gone up since Dobbs. It's a big margin. But again, look at that. Harris is 40% among advantage among those who said it should be broadly legal. Trump, obviously, not surprisingly, overwhelmingly carried the minority, but by a bigger margin. Let's go to the next slide, please. There we go. Now, this is a whole lot of numbers, and I'm not going to take you through all of them. You'll be very pleased to know that. But there are just a couple that I wanted to point out here. As we talk about the future, I think these numbers suggest that the future swing states that really matter may more likely be in the South, and Southwest, that the swing against Harris was smaller in Georgia and North Carolina, and then also Wisconsin. I think that the North Carolina and Wisconsin numbers suggest something interesting about voter mobilization, that these were 2 of the strongest Democratic parties in the country. They really organized all the way down. And I think in the coming fights in the Democratic Party, the role of how the party has become disorganized and needs to be more organized, those two numbers will be used. The chairman of the party in Wisconsin is running to run the national party. You're going to hear that number from him quite a lot. Georgia is shifting the way Virginia has shifted. Having Arizona, Nevada at the top in terms of Trump's swing suggests some issues with the Latino vote that we'll probably be discussing. The next slide. I just wanted to show that the swings in these elections were fairly uniform. I would say Oklahoma's low ranking on that list is just because there ain't many Democrats in Oklahoma, so there wasn't much left for Trump to improve on. Next slide. This, however, is a real challenge to the Democrats. Look at New York and New Jersey and Massachusetts. Democrats, even though they carried these key states, and also California on the right side, suffered some really significant losses. And I think there will be a big conversation in the Democratic Party about what's happening in big cities, the role of crime, in particular homelessness. There is some kind of, so in this election, Democrats have to look to some of their own base states to figure out to prevent further erosion. New Jersey is almost now a swing state, which is not something that people expected. Next slide, please. This is something that Kurt and I will have fun arguing about. I want to make the point that it's a big mistake to see this as a huge mandate for Donald Trump. Yes, you saw those swings in all those states. The swing was fairly uniform for Trump. But if Kamala Harris had gotten 230,975 more votes in those 3 states, she would have won the Electoral College. That is, I couldn't resist. That amounts to just 1.4% of the votes in those states and 0.002% of all the votes cast in the election. I think this is partly because I just can't resist saying this, but also because I think it's important not to see the Trump victory as this giant swing to the right. The result was so shocking that I think Democrats even have fed that perception initially. We're still a very divided country. Next slide, please. The gender gap, which I thought, as some of you who read this piece I wrote before the election, would be bigger and would help Harris, did not in the end help her very much. We have had a gender gap in American politics since 1980. Women who historically, by the way, before that, were slightly more conservative, have been more on the center left or Democratic side. And so we've had a lot of gender gaps. What matters is, does the gender gap help you or hurt you? If you're a Democrat, you want to win by more among women than you lose among men. In this election, it turned out the other way around, that Trump carried men by more than women, and that's a big deal. And that Harris looked like she might mobilize a lot of women, and she did, but largely in one group. The next slide, please. The biggest gender gap was among the young. Notice that young men voted very marginally for Trump. It's not that young men have shifted uniformly to the right. It's that young men are split and that Republicans have gained ground among young men, but they're split even. Look at the young women are one of the linchpins now of progressive politics in the United States. Enormous margin for Harris. I think that's something that we will be talking about going forward. Next slide, please. This is just more iteration of that. I think the interesting thing about the over 65s is the boomers are more progressive than the people who have passed on to their eternal reward. That the over 65 vote has been conservative for some time, but that was because it was dominated by the generation that came of age under Eisenhower and earlier. Now boomers are the dominant group in the over 65 group. So this is going to change the configuration in our politics some as we go forward. Worth paying attention to those of us with hair who look like this. Next slide, please. This is a central fact of American politics and politics, I think, throughout the West. This sharp division between college graduates and non-college graduates. We've had a class inversion in American politics, as we have had a class inversion in many European countries. Social democratic parties, in particular, that used to have enormous advantages among the working class, now find themselves far stronger in the middle classes, often state middle classes, but still in the middle classes. Just if you want to see the radical, so that across these groups, except for non-whites, across sort of the white population, so let's underscore that, although among Latinos, this split also exists to some degree. But if you want a sharp contrast, take a look at white men without college degrees, plus 40 for Trump, white women with college degrees, plus 17 for Harris. That gives you a sense of this dynamic in American politics. And I think the class inversion, my own view is that the Democratic Party can't win without winning back some significant share of the working class or non-college, same overlapping groups, non-college vote. It's probably something we can discuss. Next slide. The split, the gender gap was very important among the Latinos. Trump gained ground significantly among Latino men, but also, next slide, please. There is it's hard to, we're going to have to look, the exit polls were different in terms of how much the margin among Latinos. You see Harris winning. There's a real decline from Hillary Clinton in 2016. There was a decline from Clinton to Biden and then Biden to Harris. There is a sharp religious split among Latinos that goes back to the George W. Bush days. Latinos, contrary to what some people think because of recent elections, they have not always been as solidly Democratic as they were in the Obama years and the Clinton election. George W. Bush did very well among Latinos, particularly Latino Protestants who are largely evangelical. That split among Latinos is something that we can discuss. And I think the last slide is coming. Yes. This is how much the map of the United States has changed. The first map is Bill Clinton's election in 1996, and the second map is Harris. There are 3,143 counties in the United States. So those are small units of local government all across the country. In the 1996 election, Bill Clinton carried almost half the counties in the United States. And look at all of that blue, both in parts of the South and in the middle of the country. Now, that map in 96 is a little bit tilted toward Clinton because Ross Perot was on the ballot. There may be a few of those counties where Perot made the difference, but this is broadly representative of where the country was. So we went from 1524 Democratic under Clinton to only 382 counties that voted for Harris, even though their share of the vote was very similar. The Democratic vote is more and more, and this is again something you in France and in Europe are familiar with. The Democratic vote is more and more concentrated in big metropolitan areas. So those 382 counties that Harris carried have a lot more people in them. They tend to be more progressive. But it's 382 out of 3,143. Those 382 counties, my colleagues at the Brookings Institution determined, represent 60% of the GDP in the United States, so that they are also more places of much stronger economic activity. This map is something that no matter what your politics are, we have to really come to terms with, because our country is not only divided politically, it's not only divided culturally, but it's also divided in people's sense of economic opportunity and where economic opportunity exists. And this is a challenge. I will say social peace, but that's not a social comedy. A challenge to our ability to bring ourselves together. And that's where I'll stop. And thank you all very much for bearing with all my charts.
Thank you very much, EJ. I can't resist to ask you, the great divide in the US is not red states against blue states. It's intra-states.
Yeah, 100%. If you go back to the slide for just a moment, that's a very important point. Could we see that last map up there? Because while it's coming up, if you look at California, the coastal counties are very Democratic, but the interior counties are Republican. If you look at Illinois, the Chicago area is very Democratic. No, the map, yeah, bless you. Thank you. All the way to the end. There we go. See, there's quite a lot of red in California. Red and pink is Republican. Interior, conservative, coastal, progressive. Look at Maine. You can barely see it there. It's the same split. Coastal, closer to Boston, Democratic. Interior, more Republican. And then it's barely visible. But downstate Illinois, Illinois is a very strongly Democratic state, but downstate is Republican. Upstate New York. So yes, that's 100. That is an extremely important fact. In Massachusetts, where I'm from, you see some of those same those same splits. So yes, it is red counties, blue counties, more than red state, blue state. But we think of it states because we have this wacky idea that we should elect our president through an electoral college created a long, long time ago. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Kurt, any thoughts about what EJ said?
Sure. No.
Yeah, I think you got it.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Cool. I just want to make a few discrete points. So I guess first, thank you for having me, and I'll lead off with a disagreement. I do think this was a massive mandate for Donald Trump and the Republicans, and I think the scale of it and the shock of it is why we have such an excellent turnout here today. The 2024 election shows succinctly that the Democratic Party retains institutional control of the United States, but is increasingly losing democratic sway on the country. I don't dispute any of the numbers here, but I think anybody with a passing familiarity with the politics of the United States is aware that there were significant disadvantages to the Republicans, and still they had this performance. The Republicans were outspent, which is now the third straight presidential election where the Republicans have been outspent. Clearly not the party of Wall Street anymore. Its standard bearer, to put it bluntly, was besieged by the justice system. This is totally new to American politics. Perhaps this is more common in Brazil or Israel. But the idea that the former president of the United States and the nominee of a major party would be indicted and convicted during the course of the general election and still win is worth noting. And again, I think it's worth reminding, especially European audiences, that left liberals dominate most major American institutions. They dominate the schools. They dominate increasingly the military, which was historically, of course, a bastion of conservatism. And still, Trump won the popular vote. This is all very, very new. In the 80s and 70s, you could say that there were conservative institutions in the United States, the church, the military, as aforementioned, maybe the technology industry, Wall Street, certainly, and the left was universities, et cetera, et cetera. Now, almost all large organizations in the United States are Democratic. And still, Donald Trump delivered the most significant electoral victory since the end of the Cold War. I'm born in 1990. It's not even close. 92, split decision. Clinton wins in part because Perot's in the mix. Maybe he wins without him. It's a counterfactual. 96, he wins again, but now with the majority. 2000, everyone's familiar with, very close election. 2004, George W. Bush sort of screeches to victory after 9/11 and 2 wars, kind of a real bad performance, honestly, for an incumbent president with those conditions. 2008, the Democrats roll. 2012, the Democrats basically roll. 2016, famous split decision, popular vote, general election, electoral college split decision. 2020, weird election. 2024, clean victory for the Republicans. First time that's happened since 1988. Even in 88, the Republicans were on their way to blowing it in the summer. So in a lot of ways, this is the biggest Republican victory since Reagan's 84 landslide. On the institutional point, I think, it is so unbelievably uniformly democratic that it is notable that when there are powerful people backing Donald Trump, the names are increasingly in the news. Elon Musk, Bill Ackman, the Pershing Square CEO, David Sachs, and then even the idea that the Republicans control the platform X, Twitter, that these are all new occurrences that have happened largely since 2023, last 18 months, but still they are outgunned and outmanned, and that's why these guys are singled out. Ideologically, the terms of Trump's second presidential victory mark the end of Reaganism as the ruling ethos of the Republican Party. The GOP has responded to an age of high economic inequality, international paralysis, and social ennui by ditching what I will call supply-side neoconservatism, or could also be considered conservative globalism. It is a truism. It is, I think it's trite at this point that the Republican Party is united by a, quote, three-legged stool of militarists, social conservatives, and businessmen. You could argue that none of those flanks are the core of the party any longer. As with the last president, a little history here, to serve non-consecutive terms, much of the terrain of this term will be set by economic conditions. Now, you can say that for pretty much any president, but I think Trump is heading into a potentially notably perilous landscape. The U.S. has not had an organic recession in 16 years, 2020, of course, being an artificial recession. And Grover Cleveland, who won in 1893, when he won a non-consecutive term, was immediately besieged and inherited a massive recession. So this will all look academic if the U.S. is in recession by this time next year. There is a shell game, a shadow game going on between Trump and the major economic powers in the country right now. Trump and the GOP will seek to avoid such a fate because it will be a difficult tango between relations with the Fed. Trump has taken the central bank of the United States. Trump has taken an unusually muscular tone towards the current Fed chair. And then additionally, the nuances of Trump's tariff and economic policies and management of foreign affairs will bear heavily here. Fourth, the coming Democratic Civil War will be a contest between an establishment that will want to moderate on culture and a left flank that will seek an outright embrace of socialism. I think we've seen a few of these characters already come into view. And I know it's very early to speculate on who the nominee or the next leader of the Democratic Party will be, but I would flag the congressman from Massachusetts, Seth Moulton, who has gone out of his way in recent days to say the Democrats are out on a limb on the transsexual issue. And then I would also flag the representative, his colleague, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's very much the spiritual successor to Bernie Sanders, is being talked more and more as a serious 2028 presidential candidate. It's possible the nominee will be a blend of these perspectives. The two clear winners from Harris's defeat, in my view, were interestingly two people that stood by Biden pretty much until the last throws in July 2024. Gavin Newsom, her fellow Californian. Notably, I think this election was not, we almost didn't hear about California at all, which is astonishing because within the states, California's management is pretty germane. People talk about it a lot, how the state is somehow losing population while being the most beautiful place on earth. Due respect to France. And also Gretchen Whitmer. I think there will be, sort of behind Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan. Behind closed doors, I think there's a lot of distress that Trump is now up 2-0 on the only 2 women who have ever been nominated by major parties. I think there will be some who say, well, you know, America is a sexist country and we can't nominate a woman, can't make that mistake again. And then I think there will be a huge impetus to have somebody who's perhaps more charismatic and a female. And I think that could redound to Ms. Whitmer's benefit. Fifth, a rising tide will not lift all boats for the Republicans. The coming clash to control the Republican Party after Trump could be equally as fractious as the Democrats' contest, though different. There will be a contest within the Trump wing itself. So the old guard, in my view, is gone. This is just a party that has had an ideological revolution relatively peacefully. It has moved from Reagan-Bushism to Trumpism without party collapse. But there is a clear contest to define what exactly Trump represented. I think there are actually similarities here in France to the extent that I understand the system here. You saw a sort of competition. I know this seems like old news now, but I observed there was a competition on the, quote, hard right between Le Pen and Zemmour a couple years ago. Le Pen representing a sort of more secular socialism of the right, and Zemmour, so far as I understanding, representing a more Judeo-Christian free market end of the right. I think you see it's not going to be a clean comparison between these two, but you see with people like, I don't know if this name's familiar for everybody, Vivek Ramaswamy, or of course Elon Musk, they represent way more the small government, libertarian, and clearly more socially moderate approach. And then someone like Mr. Vance, who represents far more the economically nationalist and also Christian inflected direction that the right could go in. Finally, as to the major issues that Trump will try to pursue, it is very clear where Trump has made his bones politically ever since coming down the escalator, so to speak, in 2015. Immigration, trade, and foreign policy. Immigration, I think, is, we saw on EJ's slides here, clear mandate to do something. You've seen clear moderation from the Democrats even before this election. I think it is just, unless you are the most dyed-in-the-wool partisan, there is an open concession that the Biden administration mismanaged immigration from 21 to 23. The border was essentially open. Actually, the border is probably relatively more closed now, so it's an open question of how different things will be in a year's time. Obviously, Trump has talked about deportations. We could play this game all day. The numbers on the number of undocumented immigrants or illegal aliens in the United States vary. Somewhere I've seen between 10 and 20 million people, so already a 2x variance on the estimates there. I think it is unlikely we will see deportations at the scale of 10 million or anything like that. But we could easily see what we saw under Obama and Trump, which is basically above 500,000 and probably a little bit more. Trade, a million economists will come and say that Trump's policies are economically illiterate and will crash the economy. And they said that in 2016, and that was not most Americans' lived experience. Trump used the bully pulpit of the presidency and threatened tariffs to get economic concessions to American voters. And the Biden administration kept a lot of those tariffs on the books. As far as I'm concerned, for the foreseeable future, this is a closed issue in American politics. It's not a closed issue in American policy circles where tariffs remain outnumbered, where the perspective remains outnumbered and highly controversial. But within the political system, voters seem to dig it. Finally, I disagree a little bit with EJ on the foreign policy angle. If we were having this conference in April and Mr. Biden looked likely to be the nominee and maybe even money to win the presidency, the one thing that was dogging Biden more than anything else were the protest movements in the United States on campuses over Israel. it is very possible that laid the groundwork for Biden being forced out of the nominations. In Michigan, particularly, there was concern they were just going to outright lose that state. I think that was well grounded. I think Trump is in a position, and Trump's often compared not to Reagan, but to Richard Nixon. Nixon in 1968 also ran on getting the U.S. out of wars. And if Trump does not facilitate agreements to end the wars in the Middle East and in Russia, Ukraine, or severely roll back American involvement, they will become his wars. And I think we have a different political landscape in a year. Thanks.
Thank you, Kurt. I may ask you a question about you were saying that, talking a lot about the magnitude of the Trump triumph. How you can square it with the fact that the Democrats took 2 seats in the House at the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the American electoral map is just increasingly, I don't know if this is gerrymandered. I don't know if it's as endemic as it is in the National Assembly here.
It's not the case here.
It's not the case here. Okay. So in 2022, which if we were having this conversation 2 years ago, the Democrats were seen as having this massive upset, that they had way overperformed. But in fact, the Republicans actually won the popular vote that year, but sort of spiritually lost the election. So you flagged the John Duarte person who just lost in California, giving the Democrats the final seat. Again, I think the margins of House seats in California don't specifically eat into the tenor of Trump's victory. I do think it is relevant for his ability to govern. Trump has increasingly just kept picking House members to serve in his cabinet. Michael Waltz, Elise Stefanik, and presumably there's somebody with a whip count over in Mar-a-Lago, but it will make them it will make it more difficult for them to govern if they keep picking House members.
Could I just make a quick point? Because I want to hear Celia. But we have a lot to talk about between us. I agree with some of what you said, particularly I think the fight in the Republican Party in the long term is fascinating about how that will come. But I think your point is correct, Gilles, in terms of what I would argue about the dangers of overreading this mandate. In fact, gerrymandering, drawing districts to favor your party, really kind of won the House for Republicans, because a court in North Carolina ratified what was a blatant gerrymander in favor of the Republicans, and they picked up 3 seats. Without those seats, you would have a 1-seat Democratic majority. California is not gerrymandered. California is drawn by a commission. And I think that the weaknesses of Trump, his performance in this election was he won the popular vote by less than Hillary Clinton in percentage terms, less than Hillary Clinton won it in 2016. And we didn't talk about a Hillary Clinton mandate. He also won it by less than George W. Bush won it. And I think the danger of seeing a big Trump mandate, and I agree, he made gains across the country. That's why I put up that state slide. But he couldn't carry the last time that Democrats a party lost seats in the House by winning the presidency was 2020, when Joe Biden won the presidency, but the Democrats lost 10 seats in the House. I think that is a sign of the limits of his mandate. And in the Senate, Trump, the Republicans picked up the Senate because they've won long-term Republican states. In the competitive states, they only picked up 1 Senate seat in Pennsylvania, where I would argue that is a place you can claim there was a bit of a Trump effect, but they lost the others. And last point on that, there is a fascinating thing about a section of the Trump vote. Democrats picked up those Senate seats because as many of you know, American ballots are long, and you vote for a lot of different offices, not only the Congress, but also local offices. In states like Nevada, which the Democrats carried for the Senate, and Michigan, which the Democrats carried for the Senate, and Wisconsin, there were tens of thousands of Trump voters who went in, voted for Trump at the top of the ballot, and left the rest of the ballot blank. And I think it's an interesting question for Republicans. This doesn't necessarily undermine your point, but it's a question for Republicans of what is this Trump vote that he has pulled into the electorate? Because I do think he's mobilized new voters. That's a real problem for Republicans. Go ahead.
Yes, go. Yeah, just not to get bogged down in the mandate thing, but I don't think like mandate is a sort of subjective measure. So I mean, Nixon in '72 won 49 states and then was out of office within 2 years. So like I think it's relevant for what the effect of if we're feeling like it's a mandate, then it's a mandate. I think the same thing with Obama's reelection and Obama's entire term. Obama was such a outside the box person to become president before he did, that he shifted both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. And I think you're seeing the same thing with Trump. 95 felony indictments, run out of Washington on a rail 4 years ago, to come back and get the presidency like this at 78 years old, I think is going to morph the Republican Party and also cause the Democrats or elements of the Democratic Party to move towards the center.
Thank you. Celia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And, I just want to listen to those two argue because this is very interesting to me and hopefully to the rest of the audience, but maybe try to provide a little bit of the perspective of what this election has meant and trying to take a little bit of distance. And what strikes me, maybe to bridge your 2 points, is that I do feel like, Kurt, that this is a mandate in the sense that this is a clear victory. Just the day before we were having conversation on election security and whether there was a risk of, some part, especially on the right, on the Republican side, maybe contesting the results in case, election integrity was not up to what they perceived as their standards or etc. This was done in, a few hours. This was a clear victory. And it sort of shut down any type of debate, maybe to the benefit of American democracy, I would say, just because it could use just a regular transition, even though Donald Trump is nothing like a regular candidate and nothing like a regular president. So there is a mandate, but then there's a high disagreement on the theories for democratic defeat. And I think, as Kurt also pointed out, this will matter for, I think you called it what, the democratic civil war or internal war or something. Maybe it's excessive, but what I've noticed is that first, there's no consensus on why did Kamala Harris lose. This was a very intense election with many events happening. So you remember, every single election every 4 years has a rebondissement. I don't even know how to say that, but it's like October surprises, but also in July and also in August and also in September. This keeps coming and coming and coming. This was completely the case with, the terrible debate in June, with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, with Kamala Harris stepping in, and the sort of the enthusiasm around her candidacy back in August, and et cetera. But at the end of the day, and this was the shortest, presidential election for any candidate in modern American history. So how could she even have won it? And as you say, DJ, she was very close to having won it. So this was an incredible election. But what is the theory of defeat? At the moment, there's a fight within the Democratic Party, within commentators, on what happened. Some claim that, the party has moved excessively woke or excessively obsessed with cultural issues, and that it needs to recenter on the working class, which is very much supported by the types of number that you showed. At the same time, there was a dispute immediately afterward between Bernie Sanders and Nancy Pelosi, as you reported, where Bernie Sanders was not only talking about the working class, but sort of explaining the strategic mistake that the Kamala Harris addressing, the centrist Republican trying to get them to vote for them, in particular with putting, Liz Cheney, famous daughter of Dick Cheney, and, famous Republican that was ostracized by Trump after she took on the January 6th investigation, as trying to get that, elusive Nikki Haley voter. And that was a fundamental mistake, instead of not only talking to the workers, but also addressing the Gaza issue and talking to the progressive base of the Democratic Party that wanted change on Gaza, on US position on Gaza, but also the climate change issue. And so that's an entirely other prospect. So maybe, as you point out, it's going to be AOC versus South Moulton, so the theory of defeat is not clear yet. And I think it's going to take months or years. I don't know how the party is going to solve it. But what is striking now, I think, between the mandate and the confusion, is that we are not like in 2016. What we're observing is that there's very little mobilization, very little progressive action, very little protest at this point. The defeat has been sort of integrated and accepted by the other side. So the Democrats are regrouping. They are even retreating politically. It's quite fascinating. There's an entire phenomenon, in particular among Black women that have, voted 90% for Kamala Harris, who feel betrayed, there's no other word, but also at a loss of fundamentally understanding where they stand in society, how they should think about this, and have decided to just not wage the fight just now. So this is different, in my view, from 2016, that Democrats will not go immediately down the road of mobilization, protest, the Russia probe or whatever investigation against Trump. They might just take a time to just let him govern. Let's see what's coming, with possibly the idea that fundamentally he's in the wrong, so eventually he'll miss. But at this particular point, this is what the Americans have chosen, and they're going to just have to live with that. I think it's kind of the same for the Never Trumpers. If you're looking at what Lincoln Project and other types of people like that have opposed Trump relentlessly for the past 8 years, where they are, they're not only lost, but they just are taking a step back from mobilization. And the mobilization might come once, vulnerable groups or vulnerable communities, including migrant communities, get affected by the policies put in place by the next administration. But until this happens, there's a sort of, step back, in my view, of this other side that has lost the election. Do you want me to say a word about the transition?
Yes, please.
Okay. Maybe, and I'd love to hear both of your views on this. So after the sort of the shock of the Trump victory for its clearness and its immediacy, it was also a bit of shock and awe. So in the sense that he won, and then he immediately moved on with nominations. And we've been showered with a number of high-level nominations in all sorts of directions. One nomination more shocking than the other, I must say. All of them because they come from, maybe the single one characteristic with all of them is that they're loyalists. They've been Trumpists, or they are early Trumpists or newer Trumpists, but in all cases, they are determined and decided to defend Trump's views, Trump's vision, with all of his contradictions included. And so he's assembling this team with the intention of applying his policies. And I agree, policies on immigration, trade, foreign policy are crystal clear, and they're very specific to Trump. So he's put together the immigration team extremely early on, a border czar, Stephen Miller as deputy chief of staff, Kristi Noem as secretary of interior, people who are going to be very tough on immigration and determined to apply this incredibly radical anti-immigration platform that will, once it's in place and once it starts having effect, will then, I think, potentially be the potential political wake-up call for Democrats, but not just yet. Then you have, you know, a sort of, in foreign policy, a pro-Israel crowd that is very striking, with Elise Stefanik as new UN ambassador, Mike Huckabee, a famous Christian Zionist, as you know, ambassador to Israel, very strong sort of China hawks, as with Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, etc. I won't go down the list, but one of the plus some wild cards that have been, you know, taking all of the media attention and some of the media or commentators' outrage, yet with, again, the sense of a legitimacy for Trump to make those picks, however incredibly radical that they seem. So someone like Robert Kennedy Jr. Being picked to head the health, HSS, right?
Health and Human Services.
Yeah. Health and Human Services is an extremely radical pick in all, and yet is just one extremely radical pick among quite a few others, including, in my view, Tulsi Gabbard as head of DNI, or Pete Hegseth as the head of the Pentagon, and yet, you know, we haven't seen, only Matt Gaetz as picked for Attorney General has known a unanimous pushback on part of Republicans. I think it's, with Matt Gaetz, it's personal, right? They all hate the guy, but and he had to withdraw. But by and large, Trump is able to ram through all these names, not yet nominated, but probably soon to be nominated, because there is this sense of legitimacy and mandate behind his victory. And other wild cards include, of course, the sort of Department for Government Efficiency that he's put together around Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, which is another incredibly disrupting and transformative decision if potentially put in place. So my last point on this is that, you know, having put together this sort of team of Avengers that seem to be only, you know, together because of a sense of revenge, retribution, and loyalty, and many of them Floridians. That's the other sort of trademark for all of these people. You take the list, it's an incredible number of Floridians. When we try to analyze it from Europe, from France, from, you know, where go down this list, we then realize that it ends up that Donald Trump might be then the moderating element. So we take these lists and we be, yeah, okay, they are completely excessive on this and that, but Donald Trump is more pragmatic, right? He's not as much of a China hawk, or he's not as much of, right? He doesn't care that much about this Elon Musk initiative. He's going to be more moderating. He's going to have other priorities. So we end up picking Donald Trump, who is this incredibly radical presidential candidate, soon to be another president, as now to be either the outlier of his own Avengers group or the moderating factor of his group. And that's I think, an incredible lesson for all of us, that ultimately he's going to be the one making the decision. He's going to be the one we all have to engage. And he's still, he has the mandate to be the power broker in all of this.
Thank you, Celia. EJ, you want to jump on this?
Yeah, I did. A couple of things. First of all, Celia, you got your next bestseller. The Team of Avengers sounds good. It sounds like a good movie, actually. I just want to take issue, and I don't actually think Celia disagrees with me on this. I don't think we should take any satisfaction whatsoever that the election was peaceful. The only reason it was peaceful is because Donald Trump challenges legitimate elections when he loses and doesn't challenge legitimate elections when he wins. And the Democrats did not take issue with the count. The 2020 election was just as legitimate as this one. And Donald Trump just went to court and told lies about it. So I think actually that's a disturbing thing for democracy because there's a double standard here about who accepts. So I just want to put that on the table. The second point I wanted to make, I really enjoyed it that Kurt said that, well, it feels like a mandate. I thought vibes was a democratic thing. And one of the reasons I put that slide up there is I think it's very, very important and matters to our politics whether this Trump victory, which is quite narrow and really is just a continuation of the divisions we've had, even though I agree that it was dramatic that a guy like Trump, after what happened to him, could win. That's a big deal. But the country itself has not given a mandate for all these policies. He's got a mandate to cut prices and take care of the border. He does not have a mandate to cut the size of government. And I think to move, also, by the way, don't you think, Kurt, that members of our military would be very surprised to call their part of our political structure liberal? I find that really quite shocking. We could talk about that. I teach a lot of military students, and I dare say there aren't a lot of, I've had a few liberal military students, but this is not a liberal or progressive group. They're great people, they're patriots, we can all agree on that, but they're not liberal. But I want to talk a bit about, just to take us forward, I do think there is a fundamental problem that Trump faces. There are first the contradictions within his own promises, where my friend and colleague at the Brookings Institution, Bill Galston, had a very good column on this week on the contradictions of Trump. Because I agree, we don't know what the tariffs are going to look like. And I agree that pure free trade is not the consensus position in American politics anymore. I think that it's a much more nuanced view of trade, and you saw that in the Biden administration. But depending on the nature of these tariffs, what he does on both immigration and tariffs will have a real effect on his ability to fight inflation, which is the thing that was one of the central issues for his supporters. And I think there are contradictions, but the larger contradiction is between a candidate, to use that old British expression, who ran with the working class and hunts with the billionaires. Because I think there really is, Trump clearly did profit from working class discontent. But a lot of his program is going to be oriented toward tax cuts for wealthy people and policies to cut back social services, particularly healthcare, if they actually are foolish enough to do that are very popular with some of the very voters who voted for him. And so I think that is going to be a challenge for Trump. The last is what Celia said about Democrats. She's clearly right that the reaction to this election is not the resistance of the last time, because the result is different. He did win the popular vote this time. He lost it by almost 3 million the last time. We've had Trump once before, so even though his victory was surprising to many, it was less of a shock. I think you're going to see a different form of mobilization this time. I think there is an exhaustion, but I don't think there is a demobilization. And I wrote a column this week suggesting that I think you are going to see what will replicate itself eventually is a focus on organizing all the way down again at the local level. And I showed those numbers on the states to suggest that organizing all the way down, as happened in North Carolina and Wisconsin, has a real impact on politics. So I think that will be like the resistance, but I think you're going to see other forms of pushback. One will be among Republicans, and this is going to be very interesting. I loved Kurt's view on this. I was really struck. I agree with Celia that Matt Gaetz was very unpopular across large sections of the Republican Party, but Hegseth is now in trouble too. Gabbard may be in trouble at some point. Robert Kennedy Jr., we're going to see what happens there. And, 4 members of the Senate, with a magic number in the Senate is 4. If the Republicans lose 4 votes, they lose the vote. What you saw were Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski, who would be the core of any opposition, added to Mitch McConnell, whom I think is going to be a fascinating figure going forward, where the former leader of the Senate is now kind of freed up. And he may decide to be a certain kind of statesman in his final years. He doesn't really like Trump at all, fundamentally. And then the new senator from Wisconsin, who's a much more moderate conservative. There's Kurt and I have talked about a certain style of Mormon conservatism. John Curtis from Utah. What did I say? Forgive me. Yes, John. Thank you, John Curtis from Utah. That's four, and they start with four, and I think there are another three or four who could join them in various ways, and I think that is going to be an interesting form of resistance. And then I have suggested that Democrats and allied people need what I've been calling a working families accountability group, where I think Trump needs to be challenged on policies that seem at odds with his working class promises. And I think that debate will help shape the debate we're talking about in the Democratic Party, because I agree there are some differences in the party and they're going to fight this out for a while. But there's an astonishing consensus that whatever they do, they need some working class votes back. And the more centrist people say it's because of social issues like trans rights. The more progressive people say you need a more aggressive economic plan. But nobody really disagrees that they probably hit the limit of what they can get out of affluent and college-educated voters if they're ever to rebuild a majority in the long run. So there's agreement on the working class in a way, and not agreement on how to get their votes, and that's going to be an interesting fight.
Kurt, what do you make of the fact that Trump will be term limited? He will be 80 in 2 years. And so he won't be the future of the Republican Party. And he took this party in such personal direction that we can't foresee what this party will become. Your point on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly personalistic, and actually, EJ and I were talking about this morning, but a limitation of not only Trumpism, but to an extent Obamaism has been that it didn't build cadres beneath them, that there weren't, this is the conventional wisdom anyway, there weren't dedicated people to further ideology. But I think not every president needs to be FDR, Roosevelt. Like Obamaism as an ethos really lasted quite a while. I mean, like, you could really argue that Harris was effectively running to be Obama's fourth term and maybe fifth term if she had run for re-election and won in 28. And so I think the fact that Trump won like this, not to get the mandate discussion again, and the fact that the Republican Party has been so ideologically vivisected is that, it is unimaginable to me, imponderable, that in 2028 that you're going to have like significant distance between whoever is the standard bearer and the nominee in 28 and Trump now. I mean, it would have to be, I shouldn't even say it because I'm probably memeing into reality, but like, I mean, like there's not going to be the person will be a Trumpist. I'm pretty sure. Now they might have their own spin on it. I mean, I indicated I think there's a difference between someone like Vice President like Vance and other people in the party, but it is just going to be the extension of what the ideology has become. Let me respond to a few points that were made. I think the Gates selection is actually pretty interesting, and I would not write it off as just all of his colleagues hated him and it was a fait accompli that it was going down. I mean, when he was selected, it was not at all clear that Mar-a-Lago in Florida was not going to play extreme hardball. And in fact, you've seen indications in recent days of anxiety among some of the Republican hardliners that they actually caved too quickly. I saw overnight back in the States that Bannon, Steve Bannon, everybody's familiar with, of course, said this is the problem with giving up on Gates, because now it's going to be Hegseth. And then if it's not Hegseth, then it will be Gabbard. And, the establishment will one by one, pluck these guys off. And I think it's, just even if you don't agree with these selections, there's a tactical coherence to that argument. It really looks like when they unveiled this initial suite of picks so we've sort of, EJ's flagged some of the players: McConnell, Collins, Murkowski, John Curtis of Utah. There's some others, Joni Ernst of Iowa. But we're really talking about 4 to 9 senators who will vote against, or potentially would vote against, some of these picks. If Trump really wanted to go out and say, I am going to campaign in your state, and I'm going to throw, Elon Musk is going to throw $100 million against a primary challenge. I don't think that would dissuade McConnell, who's a gajillion years old. I don't think that will dissuade Collins, who's fairly sui generis. Murkowski has fought Trump before. But someone like Curtis, Utah has nuanced politics. Someone like Ernst, very clearly, I think they could have gotten there if there was this sort of, if it was Bannon driving the bus on this. But of course, as we all know, it's a sort of difficult tango between those two. As to the idea that some of these picks are clearly in a lot of ways more radical than anybody envisioned. But I think in general, they are responding to real things. So I've heard Gabbard, and I guess we're in Europe, it's flagged as particularly noxious or radical. But again, I think the foreign policy of Gabbard, I think, has become extremely mainstream in the United States. It's not mainstream on an institutional level, but this endless wars refrain was a consistent drumbeat on the campaign. And additionally, it is a point of personal peak for Trump, because of course, Trump believes that his first presidency was subsumed by effectively fabricated claims of interference, or his alleged coordination with Russia, which was, of course, never proved. And then finally, to answer EJ's question about the military, yes, I think clearly the military is not Harvard Yard, but this is a well-known thing in the military in modern days, that there's a split between, especially the general corps, the kind of people who become generals, seen as more center-left kind of politician types. And I think the current Secretary of Defense, if you look at the conversation online, has become a sort of parody, fair or not, of it, seeing the sort of ridiculous Darth Vader mask that he wore in 2021 during COVID. I think that's why there's this spiritual energy behind someone like Hegseth. That the military is struggling to recruit, that the military has been affected by the cultural drift in the country. And you could argue that this is sensationalized and overdone by Republicans. Voters are responding to this line of critique.
Could I ask a question to everybody, including you, Gilles, as a great student of American politics? This military, we could argue about the military for a long time, so I won't go there. I do think the recruiting problem is partly the result of a good economy and not these cultural factors, but that's another story. But I wanted to ask a question, which is, I think when we talk abroad or even talk among ourselves as Americans, we act as if we are certain what Trump believes or what Trumpism is. And I was really struck with something Mr. Papias in the first panel, I hope I pronounce Papias, said, which was, he was talking about Republicans who really didn't want to vote for Trump in business, but they thought he was more pro-business and voted for him. And in fact, Donald Trump is two things at the same time, which is he talks a language that's very working class, but a lot of his policies are very traditionally establishment Republican policies. Now, I'd ask Kurt, since I think he disagrees with that, what am I missing? I'm just curious how you guys look at Trump, because so much of this is a populist, the question is it a populist veneer on a fairly traditional Republican kind of economics, with the exception of tariffs? I'll grant you tariffs, but as you suggested, Kurt, there's a new view of trade, I think. There's a post-neoliberal or whatever phrase you want to use, view of trade. Just a quick question, because I know we have to go to the audience.
That was the case for the first mandate. I don't know what will happen with the second one, because there's less checks and balances inside the Republican Party. So I would wait a little bit before.
Yeah.
Give you.
Do you have a view of that, Celia?
I think that's what I was trying to express with the idea that Trump was the moderating factor or the outlier in some of the picks, is the idea that at the end of the day, we never quite know where he's going to land. He has some fundamental instinct. I think we can trust him fundamentally to be anti-immigration, pro-tariffs. He's repeated this extensively, that he's wants to be a peacemaker, and he is squarely focused on bringing those wars to an end. But beyond that, he has also pragmatic instinct, deal-making instincts. He has the interest of his electoral base in mind, but also of the establishment in mind. He also has corporate best friends that he needs to take care of. He has family business and sort of clan business to take care of, and there's some elements of that have been reported on his China policy the first time around, where he has had this sort of strong trade policy, but was able to negotiate one-by-one exemptions, especially for companies that were ready to sort of play the game of Trump supporters or just ask nicely. So in all those factors, you have sort of the ideology, but compensated by pragmatism, the sort of the big party interest, but compensated by narrow personal interest. We're gonna have to deal with that somehow.
I think the time has come for your question. So please, if you can ask a question, it's even better. And please state your name. First in the front, maybe.
Michel McKinsky, thank you for eliminating comments. Two questions. To Ejid Darren, referring to your last slide, which is very limiting, don't you think that beyond this peculiar election, this slide shows there's a structural dimension on the kind of archipelago America? One is big metros, and second, the deep America. And don't you think that this landscape will influence for a long time the political landscape? That's my question. Second question, there was less noise here in Europe about something which was amazing in the last years, the kind of what we call a kind of civil war with extremists. And now we do no longer listen to this kind of noise. And finally, thanks to Celia for his remark on the business side of Trump's presidency. I'm used to call this presidency not an institution, but a business unit. Thank you.
Please.
So to make sure I understood the question, I think I heard France profonde in deep America when you were speaking there. I think the shift from the Democrats' loss, notice I went all the way back to Clinton. You saw this start to happen under George W. Bush. If you remember, the Republicans in that period were saying we represent real America. And real America is very much like France profonde, which is it's the part of the countries that aren't big cities in the Northeast or on the West Coast. So I think that's part of the discourse. And in truth, we've had that discourse in America for a long time. William Jennings Bryan, the Democratic populist in 1896, once said, burn down the farms and leave the cities, and the cities will disappear, but leave the farms and burn down the cities, and the cities will rise again. So we've had that kind of split. I do think it is this combination of culture and economics that reinforce it. I also think younger people have moved out of those areas, which has a double political effect. One is younger people have, at least up to now, been more progressive, so the areas become more conservative. But that flight also deepens the anger in those places because it's a sense that we're dying because we can't keep our own young people. I think it's essential for Democrats to fight in those areas again, in part because of the structure of the United States Senate. The United States Senate is one of the least representative institutions in any of our democracies. That Wyoming has 1/70th of the population of California or Texas, 1/70th of the population of California, and equal number of senators. Democrats are just going to have to figure out how to win in those places again. But I think as a matter of cultural health for the country, it's very bad to have this deep a split. So that's what I was getting at. And by the way, I agree with you. I was glad Celia talked about Trump's particular business interests, because I think this is going to be an interesting battle, not only for his interests, but Musk's interests and crypto's interests. And we're going to have a very interesting business conversation. And it may not be all business. It may be business is friendly to the government. But I'm curious where they want to go with that.
We witnessed the end of the line of the red state Senate Democrat this election in Montana, West Virginia, and Ohio. So it's not a good sign for the Democratic Party. How can they regain some ground in red state?
So why don't we have Kurt answer that question? Just, I'm curious what he'd say, but I'm just because I was talked a lot. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, tactically, I mean, I think you're going to see an increased focus on trying to run independents in red states. Okay. So the Osborne person who ran in Nebraska. Yeah, and I mean, we'll see how this goes, because like it's like more and more disclosures are coming out. Like due respect to Mr. Osborne, I'm sure he would have been independent-minded in the Senate, but like, you know, his money is Democratic largely, and maybe it works. It's not just the Democrats. Take California. In California, they discarded the DA in Los Angeles County, where I used to live in LA, and they replaced him with Nathan Hochman, who's an independent but had been a Republican the previous cycle. So that's potentially one area in which you run independents where in strongholds of one part or the other. We'll see.
You know, it's funny. I'm so glad that you said that, because I knew at some point Kurt and I would find an area of agreement. I actually wrote in my column yesterday that in some of those states, independence may be key, because this independent, pro-worker independent, it's important to say, who ran in Nebraska, got 47% of the vote. He still lost, but that was about 10 points better than you would have expected. And we do have two independents who are allied with the Democrats. One on the left is Bernie Sanders. One in the more center left is Angus King of Maine. And I think it's an interesting approach. But I also think sort of my view of the social issues, by the way, is not so much that the social issues are always a killer in themselves. What I ran into when I wrote about my hometown from people is that it's a perception, and that this came from the effectiveness of the Trump advertising too, the perception that Democrats are more engaged in the social issues than they are in the struggles of working class people. And so I think that the Democrats do not want to sell out all these issues, but they want to make very clear that working people who may have more conservative values are still welcome in the party and are still a high priority. And I think you're going to see a kind of, I think potentially you could have a typical Democratic circular firing squad, but I think you may actually see a nuanced debate around this in the party.
Another question, please, behind.
So first of all, thank you very much for this very interesting conference. I had two questions for you. So first of all, what was really interesting about this election was the kind of religious vote. Indeed, we saw in a Kamala Harris rally, she said to a protester who shouted, Jesus is Lord, and she said that he was in the wrong rally. And a bit later after, there were the first Trump assassination attempt, and Trump was seen at that precise moment as kind of a miraculate, the Messiah figure, as well as the Amish vote in Pennsylvania, which led to the Trump's victory in that state. So I had a question for you. how does the religious vote contributed to the re-election of Donald Trump? And for a second question, how do you view the popular vote and this massive red wave in the US when a vast majority of celebrities and Hollywood stars promoted to vote for Kamala Harris and to vote blue? And is it kind of a despair of the American population about their elites? Thank you very much.
Good. I think it's for you.
Okay. I think it dovetails a little bit with the abortion issue itself. So I don't think it's a huge surprise to anyone in this room that Donald Trump is not a conventionally religious man. People can always change.
That was charitable. That was nice.
But I think, again, there's some debate about whether Harris, how much she heard what the person was saying, but like the clip, the effect was all the same, which is that it was an embodiment of the impression that Harris specifically, who of course had replaced Biden, who's this sort of strange, potentially going extinct liberal Catholic kind of person. It's an embodiment, due respect, EJ. Although the Pope, would have something to
I'm
to
a liberal
say something
Catholic,
about.
so we're not extinct
in the
yet,
United States. But there was an impression that, again, to bring it all home, that coastal elites, educated professionals, were scornful of religion. Trump combined a coalition of people who were either pretty religious, so very pro-life, or at least not haters of that perspective, versus Harris was banking on a very secular, extremely pro-choice, approach to the ballot box. No one knew how this was going to go. I agree with EJ. If we run the simulation again, maybe the Harris campaign runs a better campaign for the last 8 weeks. It's like, America is just a rapidly secularizing country that is, get rid of its Christian heritage like that. That would be the narrative today. But I do think you're right that was a big moment. As to the assassination itself, it obviously had a profound effect on even nascent elite support for Trump. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, basically said that was the moment where he decided that he was not endorsing, that he thought it was extremely, quote, badass that Trump was able to get up. And of course, whether or not you believe that Trump is just a marketeer par excellence and is just leaning into it, the clear iconography and the comeback nature of this whole campaign clearly has Christian undertones.
Celia, you would like to add something?
I want to complement what Kurt just said, which I think has many great elements into it. One element, though, on the secularizing American society that is complemented with still a strong, vivid, evangelical and conservative Catholic undertone. So you have the two existing at the same time. So to give you one example, there was 7 states out of 10 who voted, who had pro-abortion referendums, propositions to be 7. So there was 10 states with propositions to facilitate the recourse to abortion, and 7 out of 10 voted both for Donald Trump as president and to increase the capacity to access abortion services. And so people can be at the same time pro-Trump and pro-abortion, pro-reproductive right. So that's on the sort of the secularizing part. But Donald Trump was able to play on another phenomenon that is growing in the US. It's the transformation of Protestant evangelicalism into a new brand that is Christian nationalism. And the idea that the theological idea that America has a special destiny in God's plan, that the mere existence of the nation itself, of the United States of America, is a demonstration of God's plan in the world. And this sort of Christian nationalist brand is very present in many GOP circles. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, is famously close to the new apostolic Reformation, which is church that has this sort of Christian nationalistic brand. Pete Hegseth, the new pick for the Pentagon, has been close to some of these teaching. And Donald Trump was very smart and able to play on these confusion or mix of religion and nationalism when he, for example, edited the Donald Trump Bible, which is this document which is both the Holy Bible together with the Constitution of the United States, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. So a very blasphemous, product for many people which is confusing completely religion with the cult of the nation or the cult of the president. But this is something that is growing in the US, including in a secularized version, and is proven to be an effective recruitment tool on his side.
EJ? Yeah, first of all, that's an excellent analysis. I think that's very important. Just on Kamala Harris, the irony is she is a religious person and actually often spoke about religion. And I think this is fascinating. We got to be honest, as Celia mentions the Christian nationalism, there is a real split between white Christians and then a difference with Latinos and then a difference again with Black Christians. And that the Black Christians have historically, since the civil rights era, been on the progressive side, even if their social values are sometimes, some of them, particularly older ones, are more conservative. And if you go into sort of a Black church versus an evangelical church, in the Black church, you'll find a lot more about Exodus and the fight for freedom, a lot more about the Beatitudes and the obligations to the poor. There is a split within Christianity. But the Democrats have a complicated coalition problem here because the most religious people in the country, who by many sociological measures are Black Americans, are Democrats. And the most secular people in the country, the people who don't identify with any religion at all, are also strong Democrats. And historically, Muslims and Jews have been about 2-to-1 Democratic. And there was the problem with the Gaza fight for Democrats is this split. It was a real wedge between these two constituencies. On your question about celebrities, historically, celebrities have almost always been, on the whole, Democratic. They seem particularly visible this year, partly because everybody pays attention to Taylor Swift these days. So I'm not sure that was a new development. They seemed, I agree with you, they were very visible, but that's happened before. Go ahead.
Yes, Kurt. Please do. I think there actually is some evidence that Taylor Swift legitimately moved votes. So I think
the other way, which way?
For Harris.
Yep.
So I think Taylor Swift's in a universe unto herself.
Yep.
But I do think I would flag another celebrity, and I'm a fan of him. But I do think the moment in the summer in the Biden crisis, where all of a sudden George Clooney, who holds no elected office, has invented nothing, has not run a major company, nice guy, good actor, has this sort of eminence gris position within the Democratic Party. And I think without that op-ed, Biden stays in, is my personal counterfactual view. The idea that he had that level of sway on internal Democratic Party looks pretty embarrassing. And I think that was a commonplace reaction in the American body politic.
I think Pelosi was more important than Clooney myself, but go ahead.
But honestly, the biggest celebrity in this election was Donald Trump. He's a guy, that's the celebrity that was in 2016, got elected, and now got reelected again. So, maybe George Clooney changed the fate of America by pushing Biden out. Actually, he would have lost as well, so it doesn't change that much. But, celebrity factor is a factor in politics, and it doesn't, maybe there was so many more, and there for a long time on the left, but clearly, Donald Trump and Elon Musk now have both incredible celebrity factors. Those are the celebrity on the sort of on the ticket or almost on the ticket that matter.
Is it more important to have the Joe Rogan endorsement than the New York Times endorsement?
Yes.
Yeah, quick. No, I think one of the interesting conversations among Democrats right now, I think this election, and as somebody who's been part of the so-called mainstream media for a long, long time, I think this election really showed how the balance of influence has shifted away from the older media. And, when you hear this Democratic debate, how did we lose this sphere? Part of me sometimes is a skeptic and says Democrats are looking for excuses when they need to look at themselves and not blame the media structure. But part of me says, no, there is a change in the media structure here. The right has been quite successful in its management of media. Trump obviously has his gifts, Musk's buying X. There is something that's gone on here that I think we're going to be looking at for the next decade.
On the Rogan thing, though, not to let it go, I do think there's a sense, though, that to make the point about the institutions, that his show is an institution unto itself because it's more ecumenical and fair. But due respect to the New York Times editorial board, which is polite enough to print me, but they are ideologically more peripheral than Rogan's show. So Rogan endorsed Sanders in 2016, and Sanders voters for Trump is a well-documented phenomenon, but I believe he voted for Hillary. He voted for Biden.
Wait, Sanders didn't vote for Trump.
Rogan.
Rogan voted for, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
There were Sanders voters in 2016 who there were Sanders primary voters in 2016 who crossed over and voted for Trump. And so Rogan was not one of them, but he obviously represented that perspective in its nascent form. He voted for Biden in 2020, and he voted for Trump in 2024, versus the New York Times editorial board endorsed Hillary, who lost, and endorsed Biden's primary opponents, Klobuchar and Liz Warren, who did horrendously, were not serious prospects for the nomination, and endorsed, essentially the coup against Biden that resulted, fair or not, in the Democrats losing. So the New York Times editorial board hasn't prescriptively or descriptively gotten an election right since 2012.
Unfortunately, we have to stop there because it's a little bit late. But thank you very much for your question, for your attention. And yes, they deserve it. Thank you very much. You did well.
I'm really glad you went through that. Mike Johnson's background is really interesting. That's very important. Yeah. Oh, that's all right. I was out of that. There's a lot to what you say. Quick question. What about any particular when you got look like if you believe the exit poll, it actually was solid for Harris, but I think if you look in certain more orthodox areas and in certain parts, it was probably a slight deterioration, but the Jewish vote held, and to the extent that we can look at it, the Muslim vote shifted up significantly. That Dearborn, it was much more, she held more of the Jewish vote than the Muslim vote. Stable, but the big shift from the Muslim vote. I do think there was a, what we're talking about, there was an elite Jewish shift there. So you saw something perhaps that moves a lot of powerful Jewish research. That was sort of like for the only notable shift there was
Nico, ils sont 5 pour cet après-midi. Il manque un cube.
Tout à fait. Bon, alors. Donc, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Est-ce que vous avez trouvé sur le téléphone portable? Je voudrais savoir si ma stagiaire est là. Ouais, elle est là. OK. Bon après-midi à tous. Je suis extrêmement fière parce que nous commençons à 14h30, ce qui n'est pas toujours le cas dans les conférences. Donc vraiment, on est extrêmement bien organisé. And now I'll switch to English. So welcome back to this afternoon's panel on US foreign policy. We had a very productive morning, and I'm pretty sure that this afternoon will be just the same or even better, because we don't have 3 panelists, we have 4, and they're all very renowned and very cognizant about the issues. The issues that we're going to discuss are the upcoming foreign policy of the new administration, on the main hotspots that you hear about in the news every day, namely the Middle East, China and Taiwan, and as well as Ukraine, Russia, the transatlantic relationship. I bundle those 3 together. So we're going to discuss what the next administration is going to do on those issues. We may also discuss more broadly what the US role in the world should be, what it will be in the next 4 years and maybe even later. We'll see about that. And also more broadly, what the role of Europe might be in the new world order. Many people discuss a triangle opposing Russia, China on the one end, the US on the other end, on one other end, and on the third corner of the triangle, Europe, which, broadly speaking, the EU, the UK, and countries of Europe that are not part of the EU or NATO yet. I'll leave you to decide which countries I'm talking about. So we have a long 2-hour panel. We're going to have presentations by my 4 panelists, and then I trust many questions from you for what I hope will be a very good Q&A. So in the conference folder, that again, there's a PDF online, you will find a very detailed bio of all these very bright people I have around me. Let me present them. So we have Ambassador Philippe Etienne on this end, who was in DC for 4 years under Trump and then Biden, now back in Paris. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Then we have Emma Ashford, who's with the Stimson Center in DC. Jim Lindsay. I never know if I should call you James or Jim, in fact. Either one. Okay, so Jim also comes from DC, especially for us today. He's with the CFR, the Council on Foreign Relations. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Bruno Tertrais from FRS, the Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique, and a specialist of many, many things. I would just say nuclear weapons, strategy, anything else? Okay, well, you'll have to see for yourself when he starts to speak. we have an order of presentations. I'm going to turn to Emma first. If you want to tell us about what you think the Trump administration's foreign policy will look like. So a bit of context. Emma, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but you usually defend a very restrained foreign policy for the US. You think the US should do less abroad, should turn to, well, not spend so much in military interventions abroad. I hope you will tell us if you think that's the direction the Trump administration is going towards or not, and on which hotspots maybe. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Bon. Merci Laurence, merci pour votre hospitalité et tarifferie par cette conférence fantastique. And now I will switch back to English and be more comfortable. So I really appreciate the chance to be here and talk about this. And I'll start, is this? It is working. Okay. Closer. Thank you. I think, the most important point to start with here is that I think US foreign policy is in a period of change and I would say recalibration, right? The old consensus on US foreign policy, the idea that the US is the indispensable nation, this bipartisan consensus on US military primacy that has governed US foreign policy since the end of the Cold War, pretty much. That consensus is no longer there. It has broken down for a variety of reasons: the rise of China, the return of great power politics, Russia's actions over the last 5 years, but also, tensions created by past policies like the war on terror, and the failures, as some would say, or the perhaps unintended consequences of various neoliberal economic policies, right? The economic policies that the US has pursued with regard to the world for the last 30 years have had consequences at home that knock on to electoral consequences and are now making themselves felt in the foreign policy conversation. Joe Biden represented an attempt, I think, to reinvigorate that bipartisan consensus, right? To rewrite US foreign policy, but still in a fundamentally indispensable nation, internationalist way. And I think he failed to do that. He failed utterly. It became apparent that that consensus, that approach does not work in the world that we're living in now. The counterpoint to this, however, is that no clear alternative has yet emerged. There are lots of options in what is a pretty active US foreign policy debate, ranging from, as Laurence noted, I tend to be an advocate of a more realist or restrained US foreign policy that would do less around the world, sort of bring means and ends into balance. But there are also viewpoints out there in this debate, such as on the progressive left of the Democratic Party, that are actually more internationalist, perhaps more dovish on the use of military force, but are more focused on, reshaping the world by focusing on kleptocracy or democracy or other universal values. None of these options has really coalesced into a new consensus in US foreign policy. Trump's re-election, I think, offers the opportunity for one of these options, that is to say the Republican America First, more nationalist option, to coalesce into something at least within the Republican Party. And as I think the previous panel noted, though I'm not going to go into it today, we're going to see some democratic recalibration on foreign policy in response, though I don't think it's clear at all yet what's that going to look like. So what is Trump's foreign policy? Not a new topic of discussion, something we've all been trying to figure out since at least 2016. But what I would suggest is that it may be helpful to put aside some of the inconsistencies of Trump's first term and instead focus more on the kind of emerging consensus among Republican thinkers around this administration. Because there is, I think, a fairly coherent worldview and approach to the world emerging. Republicans are describing it as peace through strength. That is a phrase that Ronald Reagan used back during the Cold War. I think the use of this phrase is primarily an attempt to legitimate this approach to Republican elites and Republican voters. It's not really a consistent through line from Reagan, however, because in many ways the Trump foreign policy is a rejection of neoconservatism, of George W. Bush style foreign policy. But it's also important to note that Trump America First Republicans don't reject neoconservatism because it's too hawkish, because it's, you know, too many wars, because they fear the use of force. They reject neoconservatism for its universal values, for the idea that the US should be out there reshaping the world. This approach to foreign policy is fundamentally nationalist. Republicans under Trump are not opposed to the use of US military power in any meaningful sense. They just want to use it primarily for US interests, not for the interests of others, not for nation building overseas or meaningless crusades. And in many ways, this harks back to, I believe in the title of this panel, we have the term Jacksonian, which is a term that's come up in US foreign policy thought a lot. But this sort of nationalist, militaristic foreign policy is not a new thing in US foreign policy. It's just something that has been out of the public debate for some time and is now re-emerging. From the point of view of what this means at a big picture level, right? This means that Trump is not necessarily an anti-war candidate, as some have suggested. But it also means that he is not necessarily going to be primarily concerned with values or liberal order or even protecting the West per se, right? Republicans close to Trump in foreign policy express concerns about things like free-riding allies in Europe and Asia. And Trump himself, even back into the first term, responds very well to other countries' leaders when they come to him and they talk not about values, not about democracy, but rather about shared interests and win-win deals. That's the kind of mindset that they're bringing to a lot of this. I think the thing that is currently unknown about where the second Trump administration is going to go is the extent to which this nationalist foreign policy will be extremely hawkish or somewhat more moderate. Will it be a more realist, inflected foreign policy that relies primarily on threatening the use of force, on threatening tariffs, on bargaining with other states, with allies and adversaries to get better outcomes? So something more akin to Nixon or Kissinger in the Republican lexicon? Or will it be something more like the extremely hawkish prescriptions that came out of some versions of the Republican Party over the last 10 years? So overthrow the government in Tehran to try and bring regime change there in the hopes that it will improve the security situation in the Middle East. You know, attempt to fight China over Taiwan if necessary, because that's the only way you protect the world from China. And I think a lot in that question, whether this is more pragmatic or more hawkish, a lot is going to come down to advisors, who is in key roles. What we can say right now from, I think the appointments have been made, is that personnel mostly seem to be either somewhere in the middle of that spectrum or perhaps on the hawkish side of it, but they are all loyalists. Unlike the last time around, when the Trump administration was very much characterized by advisors who simply didn't agree with the president on anything, this time around we have advisors who may not always agree with him, but who are more likely to do what he wants because they are keen to keep their position in his orbit. I don't want to run too long here. Let me talk very briefly about a couple of trouble spots, and then hopefully we can come back to those more in the Q&A. So what does this mean for specific areas? I'm going to put China aside and let my co-panelists deal with that because I'm not a China specialist. Start with Gaza in the Middle East. I think it's absolutely fascinating that foreign policy did in fact play a role in this election. Biden's Gaza policy probably contributed to Harris's loss in this election, particularly if you look at the numbers coming out of Michigan. The irony, though, is that Trump has always been more pro-Israel even than Biden. So the sense that one gets from Arab American voters, but also from folks, if you go to the Middle East and you talk to folks in the Gulf and elsewhere in the region, is that they're willing to roll the dice on Trump, that Trump may have tremendous downside when it comes to Gaza. He may back Netanyahu to the hilt, he may make things worse, but also because he's unpredictable, because he likes to make a deal, because he has good relations with the Gulf Arab states, maybe he could potentially make things worse. So in the Middle East, I think Trump's policy is effectively a gamble for many folks. On Ukraine, Trump has been very clear with what he wants. He wants out of the war in Ukraine. He wants a peace deal, or failing that, and I think this is less blatantly stated, but I think is very clear as well, failing a peace deal, he wants to hand the responsibility off to European states. That said, I think the Trump administration's theory of how they're going to get there, and again, I think we have a very clear view of what this is at this point, it's to pressure Russia by threatening to send more aid to Ukraine. It's pressuring Ukraine by threatening to cut off the aid, to bring them both to the table. That theory has some problems, right? It may be very difficult to get both parties in a room. And even if you get them in the room, you know, the best you're probably going to get is some sort of land for peace deal that may not be sustainable over time. That said, I think the Trump administration would accept that, would accept a less than stellar deal that potentially opens up the possibility of renewed conflict in 5 or 10 years, as long as it ends the war today. So I think on Ukraine, we have a pretty clear idea of where they want to go. It's really the extent to which they can achieve it. And then finally, let me just mention, you know, European security. This is clearly a lower priority, but a growing consensus inside this America First view that Europe has to do more. Whether it's because you don't like free-riding allies, or whether it's because you want to focus more on China, there is a Republican consensus that European states have to do more. The form that that's going to take, the policies that Trump may pursue in that area, there's a wide variety of options on the table. But I think at a minimum, there will be a push on funding, maybe leveraging other issues like trade to increase European funding on defense, and potentially talking about troop drawdowns from the high levels that they've been in the last few years. So I think I'm over time, so I will wrap up there, but I'm happy to talk about other things in the Q&A.
Well, I'm sure you'll have many questions coming to you later on. And thank you very much for your definition of what a Trump foreign policy could be, because we are mistakenly under the impression, as you said, that he's an isolationist when he's really not. So that being said, I'm turning to Bruno. Bruno, you're going to cover approximately the same issues that Emma covered, but with a more European mindset and perspective.
Thank you, Laurence. I think the unpredictability of what Trump's foreign policy will actually be during the next 4 years is growing by the day. It may not be as bad as we feared, but it still may be as far as many had predicted. So in light of this growing, what I think is a growing uncertainty, I think the big question for us is how to handle the first month of the Trump presidency. And I think there are two different models. One is what I would call the von der Leyen and Lagarde model, and the other, for lack of a better word, the Notre Dame model. Hear me out. I'm just making sure that everybody's coming back from lunch, so I just shake things up. Look, the chairwoman of the commission is on the record for stating months ago that, oh, actually, we should buy more US GNL, etc. I mean, it's literally bringing present to the newborn king of kings, which she probably thinks is the right way to do it. And Christine Lagarde also had some words to the same effect a few days ago. I personally think this is not the right way to handle Trump, but I leave it to my American colleagues to say it. And as much as I sometimes criticize Macron's foreign policy, I think inviting Trump to Notre Dame on Sunday is exactly the right way to handle it. It's going to be a nightmare for the chief of protocol, Philippe, I think, because he's not yet a head of state. But I think it's the right way to handle it. Trying to rekindle a personal relationship, the one that Macron had during the first mandate, and that many criticize because it allegedly, quote, failed to produce results, unquote. I still think it's the right way to handle things. having a good personal contact, something that is extremely important in state-to-state relations, especially with someone right time. And being able to call the guy at 4 a.m. in the morning, or unfortunately, according to what Brigitte Macron reportedly says, that she's tired of being woken up by Trump's phone calls in the middle of the night. But anyway, so I don't know how to handle Trump, but the Macron way is maybe better than the von der Leyen way. So on Ukraine, I think there's a potential equilibrium point if, and only if, Trump ends up being ready to put as much pressure on Russia than on Ukraine. I think we all know that's a possibility. So this is something that may be of interest for discussion with Emma. Peace through strength, is it only a slogan if it meets also the economic and industrial interests of the United States? I mean, if drill, baby, drill is something that actually meets both US and Trump's first and second circle's interests, but is also of interest to put pressure on Russia, isn't it a little bit more than just a slogan? I mean, there's something here that may appear coherent as an approach towards Russia. I think for us Europeans, the big question, I don't think we can be, and that we should be, more Ukrainians than the Ukrainians. That's, I think, rule number one. I think the big question may come if there is a ceasefire or armistice agreement. I hope we all agree there won't be a peace agreement. I mean, those who think there can be a peace agreement are deluding themselves. The question for me is whether it's ceasefire or armistice. That's the question. But then if we Europeans have been called upon to maintain the peace, or at least be the tripwire without the United States, how acceptable is it? I'm young enough to remember the debates we had in the late 90s about Bosnia, and when a key European factor of our approach was to say we want the US to be on the ground, and that we're not used to you guys not being on the ground. So would it be acceptable for us to be on the front line, literally, without you being on the ground? As far as Ukraine's hypothetical entry into NATO is concerned, I think several European countries will be very happy to hear the United States say no NATO for at least a decade. So some of them will say it quietly, some of them will say less quietly, but I think Europe can live with that. On NATO itself, and I really don't believe in the so-called novelty of this Godfather theory of alliances. Okay, that's a reference that many have used. I think most alliances are transactional. Oh, Trump has a transactional foreign policy. Yeah, guess what? I mean, I'm not the professional diplomat. Philippe, you are, but transaction is at the heart of diplomacy, isn't it? So what's new? I think if there's something here, is more the normalization of NATO. We used to think that NATO is special because it's based on values as much as on interests. Well, guess what? Maybe interests are more important than values, and that's a form of normalization of NATO in the eyes of the United States. Another big question for us, and for all NATO members, also Canadians, Icelandic, Turkish, is what is the most likely scenario for Trump's vision of NATO? Is it going to be, he could still, decide that he wants to literally withdraw from the alliance, leaving aside the legal debate we're all too familiar with. He could decide of a reduction, he could do the empty chair, or he could just have a new version of what he did during his first mandate. That is, you need to go to 3% of GDP, otherwise, with capital letters. And who knows? We don't know, and probably he doesn't know. But I think these scenarios are very different from one another for us Europeans. If he says, 2.5% is not enough, you have to go to 3%, then I think Europeans will, yeah, we can handle this. Okay, we'll make promises, we'll do some creative accounting, we can handle it because we've seen it before. And that's a scenario which will not be scary for Europeans. But if it's a scenario, if it's an empty chair scenario, NATO cannot function without the United States, period. It's not NATO if it's without the United States, without even a US leadership. I'm the first guy to criticize the excesses of US leadership. I'm French, but still, NATO cannot operate without US leadership. It's not NATO. So could, and in extreme scenario, could the Europeans think about, doing some kind of LBO type operation and use the NATO assets without the United States? I don't know. This is really strategic terra incognita. And on the EU, I'm less familiar with the EU dimension, but I think the problem that the Europeans will face is that they may face blackmail or at least pressures from both the US and China for different reasons, for different but indirectly related reasons. And that would put us in a very uncomfortable situation. On the Middle East, I think there are three interrelated questions, and the three of them we have, at least for two of them, we definitely have a say. On Iran, so he could use the, make Iran broke again strategy, because the more oil you produce, the more you lower the price of the oil barrel, and then the more difficult it is for both Russia and Iran to balance their budgets. Balancing a budget is a very hard thing to do for France and the United States in particular. But it's going to be even more difficult for Russia and Iran to live with a structurally low oil barrel price. Where we have a say, of course, is that we are part of the E3, EU 3+3, and the nuclear question remains for us Europeans, for us French, British, Germans, but as Europeans and as so-called guardians of a certain kind of international order through the NPT, something critical. I'm not sure that we should fear a US military operation against Iran, against the nuclear program. I don't think that's relevant. But we will be somewhere between not accepting any kind of deal and making sure that the US is invested. We would love to see the US still invested in the diplomatic management of the nuclear question. On Palestine and the peace process, I think, again, a very open question for me. Will Trump do some kind of Trump's peace plan redux? Or would he be just happy with the current Israeli government going for annexation? I don't know. And honestly don't know. Which leads me to the third and final question, which is the question of normalization of relations with Israel in parallel with a defense agreement with Saudi Arabia. And I don't know what Macron heard from MBS over the past 2 days, but I think one of the keys here is really whether the keys on the Saudi side, whether MBS will be content with something which is less than a clear roadmap towards the Palestinian state, or whether he'll be happy with something leading to kind of Palestinian entity. And that in terms, because everything is interrelated in the Middle East, that in terms also is connected with his perception of Iran. Clearly, the fact that the French president announced when in Riyadh that there would be a Saudi-French peace conference devoted to the creation of a Palestinian state is a signal that certainly this country does not want, as it does legitimately on European security. We are not just here to listen, we want to play a role. And the fact that MBS is happy with it, and that it's been a joint announcement between MBS and Macron in Riyadh, means that he's okay with it. He's okay with it. So for both countries, each in its own way, for two allies of the United States, France and Saudi Arabia, it's also a message to Trump, clearly. I will finish, but I will conclude by Taiwan, because we don't, as Europeans, we don't have a dog in this fight, or in the sense that we don't have a defense commitment where we would not be militarily involved in a Taiwan contingency. No dog in the fight, but still maybe the whole bomb, because it's the global economy which is at stake, by the way. There's something I like about Trump, because we Europeans spend our time saying negative things about Trump. There's one good thing about Trump, which is he is a great deterrer. He can deter in a way which is unusual for most Western leaders. Remember what happened in 2017 when suddenly he destabilized the North Koreans by literally starting to speak North Korean. He used the same kind of logic, and the North Koreans, like the Chinese, were totally destabilized. So there's a great quote, with apologies, Laurence, because it's not, it's a very flowery language, but if you don't mind, I'm going to use the, he said it, not me. So he's asked by a journalist, I can't remember in which interview it was. So what would you do if China invaded Taiwan? Would you defend Taiwan? And he says about Xi Jinping, and I quote, he knows I'm fucking crazy. And that's fantastic. Seriously, I mean it. Because you mentioned Nixon, it harkens back to the days of the so-called madman theory, trying to destabilize your adversary by, fogging the issue. Your adversary does not know what you will do. So I think on deterrence, on paper at least, on paper, Trump could be great. I'm going to stop here with that sentence. Trump could be great. So I hope it doesn't become a post on X that Trump could be great, because there's all the rest that I said before. But I'll stop here.
No, that it will be online with your signature underneath it. But the man-bad theory regarding Trump also works for the Middle East in a way, because you could argue that he may be able to speak harsh words, very harsh words indeed, to Benjamin Netanyahu, which Biden never dared to do. But anyway, so you mentioned Taiwan and you mentioned North Korea. You didn't say China. But that's okay. It was implied in your speech. But I'm turning to Philippe now, who's going to discuss China. That's what he said he wanted to do, discuss the triangle that I mentioned, Europe, China, the United States. So you're going to talk about that. And I may add, we would certainly be most interested in any anything you could say or retell about your time in DC when Trump was in the White House, because it could give us some information about what to expect comes January. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very honored to be here. Many things have been said, right things by Emma and Bruno. My view of the things is also colored by the fact that I'm chairing right now the committee for the 80th anniversary of the liberation of France. So it's also very emotional because I organized the visit by American veterans on the 6th of June on the beaches of Normandy. So it is my experience right now. And the other thing I must say is that I served 20 years in European affairs, 13 years in the French Palm Rep, 2 times posted in Germany. So when I was in the United States, I had mostly the view of a European, which is obvious, but also because I served so many years. And I served as ambassador of France to the US, both under Trump and Biden. And you wanted also to get some flavor of what I felt on the ground about the differences. And I would first say a word about Biden, actually, because Emma mentioned the nationalism, the kind of nationalist foreign policy, which Trump has been, and the people around him has been trying to define and also to practice during the first mandate. I don't know whether you remember, but when there was the electoral campaign, people around Joe Biden said that they wanted a foreign policy for the middle class. And it was a way to say more or less the same thing, because there are many differences in the way that the Biden administration approached Europe, much more positive, and multilateralism, much more positive. But there were also hidden behind very different styles, very clear similarities. One similarity is really important and has to do with China a lot, which is the total refusal of free trade and WTO rules. And since it has not been done yet, I want to speak about economic
international economic policy. And this is something we Europeans have to face in on this triangle, Europe, China, US, because one of the basic things which moved, I think, the US to change its view on China is what is the result which they have observed of China becoming a member of the WTO under Clinton. At that time, there was the realization that maybe it would help the opening of China, and under the control of our friends coming from Washington, there was the realization, the bipartisan realization, in the last years, even before the first election of Donald Trump, that it had not worked at all, and so. There is also quite a strong bipartisan, I see, maybe I'm wrong, a strong bipartisan view on China. And under Biden, in the last time, the Congress has created this committee on China, which is completely bipartisan. And if there is a competition on China, it's to overbid. And who will be the strictest? Trump here can bring a difference. Because the Biden administration had to find a way to manage the relations with China. They have hesitated a lot after the first meeting in Anchorage, and they came to the idea of how to manage the competition. But the focus was, and it is still, because this administration is still there and is still taking measures every week on this against China. The managing the competition means first the competition and then to try to stabilize the relation. This is the reason why there were these meetings between Xi Jinping and Biden. Under Trump 1, it was different because there were 2 periods, before and after COVID. And you remember, before COVID, Donald Trump had a priority with China, which was to find an agreement. And I remember the negotiations involving the USTR and the Treasury at that time. And it was impossible to make the grand deal with Xi Jinping because the Chinese refused to take immediately commitments on the structural reforms. So it came to a so-called phase 1 deal on trade, promises by China to buy a lot of staples commodities from the US. And Trump was happy to have this bilateral. So Bruno is right, transactionalism is indeed belongs to the heart of any negotiation. But the characteristic of the Trumpian transactionalism is that it is bilateral. It is bilateral. It is one-to-one or eye-to-eye discussion between leaders, not with many leaders, one leader and Trump and the leader of another country. And by the way, I agree with what Bruno said and the way to handle the relations with Donald Trump. And I can come back also to our bilateral relations under Trump 1 between President Macron and President Trump, of course. But I think we will find a good mix between the different approaches. But to come back to China and to what will be now the relation between the new Trump administration and China. You have around Trump, you mentioned it, Emma, you mentioned the people he has appointed who are all loyal, which is the main criteria, but they don't share the same views. Typically on China, you have people appointed who are hawks, who have been hawks in the Congress, especially the design Secretary of State, the design National Security Advisor come from the Congress where they belong to this policy. But you have also Elon Musk, who has strong connections and business connections with, I think it is his big manufacturing operation is in Shanghai, yes? So this is, where will be the center of gravity? If we consider the first mandate, probably, but I might be wrong, there will be maybe more
there will be a very strong position with China, but maybe with the attempt by Donald Trump to, or the idea at least, to see what they can achieve by a new negotiation. And I think the Chinese have also understood this possibility and are looking at this. In the middle, you have Europe, and I will, and because it was our idea, Europe, if you consider this triangle, China, America, Europe. Europe is, of course, the weak part of the triangle, and is really very much the relations between the US and China is consequential for Europe in many respects. Not only because it is consequential for the whole world, but also because we have the same kind of concerns towards China than the US has. Unfair competition and overcapacities, just to mention two points, but also because what the US will decide in its relation with China will affect Europe absolutely, as you see with electric vehicles. And since Europe continues to abide by the WTO rules, even if we try to take measures ourselves to avoid that all overcapacities from China arrive, which don't arrive to the US, or maybe will not be able to arrive to Mexico, because one very important thing in the new US administration will be the relations with Mexico, Canada, and the future of NAFTA. Then the EU, for the time being, although the European Union has reinforced very much its trade defense instruments in the recent years, is not willing. It is not even that it is not able, but it is not willing to take defense protection measures at the same level. So this is the second way we are affected. Now, for the European Union, the problem is not only how hard for it the decisions by the Trump administration will be in the short term and how we react. Here comes the point of Bruno and what Christine Lagarde said in her interview to the Financial Times. How should we react? My understanding is that we prepare a positive offer, but we are also ready to respond. I mean here about trade with our own tariffs, as we did on the Trump one. There is also the longer term view on trade, on economy, on economic security more broadly, and on defense. So on defense, Bruno spoke quite extensively about it, and the role of NATO and what we will be able to do. My personal experience of talking with people who are the new generation of Republican, but also of democratic thinkers, you meet in the think tanks, is that indeed we talk a lot about European defense in Europe, so why not? Because we in America, we want you to do more, as you said. The ball is in our camp to a large extent. I don't deny there are a lot of questions, industrial, military equipment industry, and so on and so on. I'm ready to come back to this, but I think the ball is in our camp. Let's see what we can do. And on trade, also, we have to decide for ourselves whether we want to reinforce these trade defense instruments. This economic, to invent, like the US, a new economic security concept and policy. But here we will be in a dilemma, because then what will we do with our belief that we need this multilateral order based on rules? And here I think we have to work as Europeans with people, with countries which are not the US, which are not China, but with other parts of the world, because we need to advance coalitions to defend the idea that we need rules, not just the rules of today, because they don't work anymore. Some of them work, but not all. We have to reform them. But it is really important because the EU, compared to China and the US, is the part of the world which is interested in which is based actually on this idea of rules for the international life. I will stop here, but thank you again for the invitation, and happy to continue the discussion.
I observed that you did not give us any anecdote on Trump, but this will be.
I am ready, but you did
questions
not.
will come.
You have to give me much more time.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, we have time. Okay, so I'm turning to you last, Jim. You're going to cover the same issues, I guess, with your particular view. And I must tell the audience that you, at CFR, or you yourself, maybe, I don't know if you're speaking for your organization your self-standing thinker on this, probably the latter. You are more attached to the idea of the US as a force for good in the world, and that its foreign policy should reflect that mission. Am I right?
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Laurence, thank you very much. And since you raised the issue of who I am speaking for, I should say I'm speaking only for myself. I do a weekly podcast, which I end by saying all the views expressed in this show reflect the host or our guest, not the Council on Foreign Relations, which takes no positions on matters of policy. So I just want to say that right in the beginning. I also just want to say I want to echo what E.J. Dionne said in the last panel in thanking you for bringing everyone together. I'm not going to ask for another round of applause, but simply want to say thank you. It has been terrific. It is a delight to be on this panel with these distinguished panelists. And I'm also hoping that somebody in the question and answer will ask Bruno about the future of strategic stability, because Bruno has written so expertly on the topic over the years. And I think it's going to be a big issue for the United States, Russia, and China going forward with the expiration of the New START Treaty next February. I have a bit of a fear, Laurence, as we do this, that the old saying applies that everything has been said, but not everyone has said it. So I hate to be a bit repetitious, but what I'll do is I'll take you up on your challenge to at least talk a little bit about the outgoing Biden administration in what it is trying to do. And so let me sort of start there. I think as you look at the Biden administration, it is trying to take an old adage from track and field and run through the tape. They are trying to do a number of things as their weeks run down on the presidency. Sometimes this is referred to as Trump proofing. There have been efforts to get new aid packages out to Ukraine. I will just note that some of the news coverage really is exceeding what's actually happening just because of the inability of the Defense Department to actually move forward for a bunch of bureaucratic reasons. Likewise, on the Inflation Reduction Act, perhaps the worst named piece of legislation in American history, which has a lot to do with the green economy, the administration is trying to make sure that it's these subsidies to American firms are going out before the Trump administration comes in because of the fear that Donald Trump will walk away or undo Joe Biden's handiwork. But what I will also note on some issues like Gaza, where they've worked for a ceasefire, Lebanon, where they've actually achieved temporarily a ceasefire, the Biden administration are doing things that so far seem to have been coordinated with the incoming Trump team. But just as a general rule for American presidents, it's really impossible for any American president to bind the hands of their successor. So a lot of this talk about Trump-proofing American foreign policy is more wishful thinking. Let me make three other points. And I guess the first one is I would really just sort of emphasizing what I take as a theme on this panel, that a lot of humility is in order in terms of predicting what a Trump foreign policy will look like in its specifics. And I can think of at least four reasons for that. One is Trump himself. We're still not clear what his priorities, pain tolerance, or goals are. I will note that, for example, we've heard a lot of talk about his enthusiasm for tariffs, but it's still not clear whether he intends those tariffs as leverage to extract better trade deals. That was the point of the phase one deal the ambassador referred to during the Trump administration, or as he spoke on the campaign trail an awful lot about building a tariff wall around the United States that would compel foreign manufacturers to relocate to the United States. Very different objectives in terms of the use of tariffs. Likewise, we're not really sure for Donald Trump what his goals are. I mean, Donald Trump campaigned. When you campaign, you can ignore trade-offs. You can ignore conflicts between the various objectives that you want. When you're in office, you are confronted by those trade-offs. And I will note Donald Trump, who is not yet president, though in many ways is acting as if he is president, signaled that he plans on the first day to put tariffs of 25% on Canada and Mexico and 10% on China day one, unless they do something on immigration and the flow of fentanyl, which is a very serious problem in the United States. Now, of course, what many economists then pointed out is if you were to actually go forward with this plan of action, one of the first things it would do is drive up costs. Those are the three biggest trading partners of the United States. Just to take one thing out of sort of the realm of being affected, if you're in the construction business in the United States building homes, softwood lumber is a very important item. Well, where does softwood lumber come from? It comes from Canada. Likewise, Canada sends a lot of energy south to the United States. Donald Trump has also said goal one is to get prices down. Well, there's a conflict there. And so how is the trade-off going to be made? We don't know. I would say, beyond that, we have the question of Trump's team, and we've heard some of the comments about it on the panel by the panelists today. And as I look at the people who've been announced for various positions on the Trump foreign policy national security team, there seems to be no real coherence, lots of inexperience, and lots of overlap. People having positions that seem to be about the same thing. We have a special envoy for the Middle East, for example, special advisor for Middle East and Arab affairs. We have a secretary of state, and you can imagine easily how those people can all get in their way. And so I would expect for the Trump administration going forward, there will be a lot of backbiting, a lot of conflict, because there is no sort of coherence or shared world view. Now, part of the argument is that's good, because you could argue that a failing of the Biden administration is there were too many people who saw the world the same way. I would argue my expectation would be that to the extent that dissent is a virtue, Donald Trump has overdone it. Sort of like a meal in which maybe a dash of jalapeno makes it pop, but if you pour in a whole cup, it's going to be inedible. And of course, what we also don't know is even if that team works well together, to what extent will Donald Trump listen to them? Or how long will they be on Team Trump? First administration suggests that Donald Trump doesn't necessarily listen to his advisors, and he changes his advisors pretty frequently. And I will note one of the interesting things going into the start of the administration was that there was a lot of speculation that Robert Lighthizer, who may be one of the most sophisticated and accomplished bureaucratic infighters on these issues of trade that the ambassador referred to, and who many people expected to be the trade czar in the Trump administration, is apparently going to end up being on the outside looking in. And so the people who are going to have the trade portfolio, like the new Secretary of the Treasury and the new Secretary of Commerce, really aren't hardliners on tariffs the way that Robert Lighthizer is. So that suggests that you may not get some of the more forward-leaning proposals that have been discussed. And I also think it's important when we think about sort of Trump, that it's not just what Trump wishes, it's event in other governments that are going to matter a lot. And I think Bruno raised the issue of how will Europe respond. I don't know if you have to choose between the two. You can try a blended strategy. Now, I know Donald Trump has blamed all of the world's ills, or all of America's foreign policy ills, on the Joe Biden administration. And I'll put aside the question of whether that's fair or not. But the moment he becomes president, those issues become his. They're his problems. And it doesn't matter where they came from. And there's a real question as to how well this administration is going to be in handling them. Because one of the reasons they weren't resolved is because they are not easy issues to resolve. And I think we talked about the Middle East. You can see one immediate problem that there are going to be members of the Trump team who are going to argue that you should stand with Israel. You're going to say other people are going to argue that, but that is going to distance us from Saudi Arabia, and that is going to be a problem. And how do you square that circle? And ultimately, oftentimes, when you're in government, unlike when you're campaigning, you have to choose. So we will see how that will go. And again, events don't necessarily have to go President Trump's way. Joe Biden came in 2021. He promised he was going to get out of Afghanistan. He got out of Afghanistan. That didn't work terribly well for him. So again, the war in Ukraine, for whatever reason it started, is going to be Donald Trump. So you can imagine him having great success in coming to an agreement that may not be satisfying to everyone, but will be better than any alternative people could imagine. You could also imagine having a deal that's terrible. And how will that play out? What I think we can say about the Trump foreign policy, it is going to be turbulent and it will be disruptive for the reason that the panelists have already alluded to. Donald Trump's worldview hasn't changed. He's deeply skeptical of allies and alliances. His worldview, he's been talking about it since the 1980s, is that America's a sucker. And for years and years, we sort of patted ourselves on the back that we had this alliance system and all of these countries liked us. We were the indispensable power. But at the end of the day, that was just basically a very nice way for our friends, partners, and allies to take from us. They wrote in our security guarantee and they took our jobs. And that is a very strong worldview that governs him. I think Emma is exactly right that Donald Trump is not an isolationist. He's not talking about bringing everybody home. He's a nationalist. We may even call him an assertive nationalist, maybe Jacksonian, if you want to use Walter Russell Mead's terminology. And I think, as the ambassador rightly pointed out, he is going to focus on doing bilateral deals, because that, he believes, maximizes American power. Of course, dealing with the European Union, that can be a problem because countries, individual countries, have given up certain powers to the EU, and you can keep telling people in the Trump world that you can't do it that way, and they will insist on trying to do it. But again, here it comes back to, how do Europe or European countries act? Do you see consensus? Do you see solidarity? Or do you see, every European country for itself? Beyond that, I mean, I have real questions. Maybe it's because I'm here in Paris this week, whereas I understand that you've had your own political turmoil. But I was recently in Germany, where they clearly have a lot of political turmoil. And I'm now being told that Italy is the most stable and coherent government in Europe, which is not something I ever thought I would hear being said. So I think, there is a real potential for this to go very, very badly, in part because while countries that are friends, partners, and allies of the United States may want to do something, they're actually unable to do it. Finally, I guess Lawrence asked me to talk about sort of how the Democrats are going to respond on foreign policy for this. And I think it's actually really too early to say what is going to happen there. And I think that's because it's all going to depend upon how well things go with Donald Trump's foreign policy. And here I think I disagree with Emma, or perhaps I see the same issue differently. I'm not sure which it is. I do think that Donald Trump, again, his skepticism of alliances and allies does represent something different. I don't know if the consensus in American foreign policy, at least if by that you mean what the United States should do in the world, has necessarily changed. And I think the ambassador alluded to the fact that there is a big consensus in the United States, and that is we need to do something about China. Now, of course, I always get nervous as a student of American foreign policy that whenever there is a strong consensus about something in American foreign policy, that's usually a prelude to doing something that is wrong-headed. So I'm not really sure that that consensus really sort of fully vets the nature of the challenges that we face. But the reality is, in American politics, maybe it's true elsewhere, I only know about American politics, and that is success breeds imitation. Failure brings competition. or innovation. And I think that is really going to be where we go forward. And I'll stop there.
Well, thank you. That's a very interesting remark you did. Well, all along, but that last sentence of yours. If I may, we're going to turn to the floor for questions. So prepare yourselves and prepare the microphones, perhaps. But before we do, I just wanted to add something about Trump. We've heard a lot about his way of doing foreign policy, what we can expect from him. And I want to add, to remind everybody of an episode that happened in 2017, and that gives another view of the man. Remember how Obama refused to strike the Assad regime in Syria after he had promised to do so if the regime should strike its own population with chemical weapons. That's back in 2013, and that's Obama. Well, Trump had never made such promises, but in 2017, when Bashar al-Assad again made use of chemical weapons against the rebels in Syria, all of a sudden, Trump decided to strike Syria with... Oh, with us. Well, here I have an opening to get some anecdote here. But let me focus on Trump. Well, the story goes that his daughter Ivanka, his daughter Ivanka showed him pictures of the children being, sick with the chemical, and dying, obviously. And he was so incensed. He was so shocked. We're talking about Trump. He was so shocked and incensed that even though he had never talked about doing such a thing, he decided, with us then, très bien, to extol some strikes on the Syrian territory. And so I think this adds a layer on the figure of what we can expect from Trump as the next president. Do you want to add something on that episode?
No, I remember the calls we had with President Trump and then with Theresa May, and it was a 3 countries operation. After Assad bombed with chemical weapons its own population in the region called Douma, not far from Damascus, Ghouta, and there was this reaction, and I had the same comparison with which you made with 2013. It was quite straightforward. It was local. It was it's a one-shot operation, but it was really a quick decision made by the 3 leaders.
Was it still Hollande or Macron on our side?
It was Macron.
Okay.
Just to note on that, that decision was made at a time in which Donald Trump was new to being president of the United States, and he was surrounded by a team of foreign policy officials who, how would I call this, Emma, traditionalists when it came to the use of American military power. That's not the team that he will have in 2025. And I will also note that sort of the bookend of the 2017 incident is what happened in September of 2019, when Iranian missiles took out Saudi oil production for 48 hours. And the response of the Trump administration was to shrug his shoulders. So that is the question. I have to go back to something that Bruno said in that same interview. Trump also went out of his way to say to the interviewers that Taiwan is 68 miles from the Chinese mainland. It is 9,500 miles from the United States. So I'm not sure which of the 2 messages people in Beijing.
Yeah, but there's another message, Jimmy, if I may, Laurence, which is when he's shown a piece of paper, I presume, where option 17 is kill Soleimani. And of course, Mr. President, you don't want to do that. And he would say, presumably, why not? Are you sure, Mr. President? Yes. So, I mean, it goes both ways. You know what I mean? I mean, the fundamental unpredictability, whether we look at the precedents or not, is still there, isn't it?
And I remember just before the operation against Soleimani, there was an attack by Iranian drones, I think, in the Arab Persian Gulf against ships, and he did not react. And so he was criticized inside the Congress by Republican senators. I remember I was in discussion with some of them, and it is exactly this, what you say. It goes from one maybe extreme to another in predictability, but possibility to decide. And when he said what he said, I don't repeat the words, which ended your introduction, Bruno, about Taiwan. Well, it's what others called strategic ambiguity on Taiwan. But he expresses his words, and maybe with his words, I don't know whether he's more credible, but he's listened to.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So, are there questions in the audience? Ah, Isabelle Lasserre has one. She's au deuxième rang. Thank you.
I have two short questions which are linked. The first one is, given the fact that Russia is a nuclear power, is it, and given the fact that we're not sure that Europe is able to take the room of the United States, can we really think, despite all the promises of isolation or recenter on the China space, we really think that the USA can be can leave this Russian story? And the second one is linked to this one. We all remember how ended the Obama reset. Good question to all of you. Do you think that despite all the theories we have on the next ceasefire and how bad it is supposed to be for Ukraine, can we imagine a Trump which would be in a terrible conflict with Russia? Am I clear? Okay, can we imagine that finally Trump and Putin gets very angry at each other, and that finally the American policy will be better for Ukraine than it will be for Russia?
Oh yeah. And,
am I clear enough?
Yeah, you are now, and indeed, Ukrainians have been extolling that idea that maybe, just
absolutely,
maybe, Trump would end up being a force for good in their interest. So, who wants to reply to that?
I'll start. I'm sure others will want to weigh in. Yeah, on the question of whether folks in the Trump orbit genuinely believe that the US can retrench from Europe in some form, absolutely. The argument, there's a variety of fleshed out policy proposals out there on this, ranging from moderate drawdown to the hollow NATO approach, the arguments that the UK and France are both nuclear powers and therefore, you know, most of these proposals actually suggest leaving the US nuclear umbrella in place, though admittedly they do not discuss how to make that credible. But absolutely, I think this is a very plausible policy option that is on the table. You know, whether or not Trump would go for it is a very different question, but I don't think it's unrealistic or unreasonable. On the question of whether we could end up in a position where, you know, Washington and Moscow end up as much at odds as they are now, or more so under Trump. I mean, look, I think there's an outside possibility that in attempting this strategy where they're going to pressure both sides, they're going to pressure Moscow and Kiev, that some of Trump's advisors actually end up pulling him towards a more escalatory policy on Ukraine. The possibility, I think, is there. But it's very clear to me that Trump himself does not want that, and most of his primary advisors do not want that. So I think it's a fairly unlikely possibility. I'm curious to think what others think, though.
Sorry. My experience on the first mandate on Russia is that Trump already then was interested to. Do you remember this press conference in Helsinki with Trump and Putin? It was quite extraordinary, yes. But on the other end, people surrounding Trump indeed pushed him to be more hawkish. And there were statements in Russia, including, I think, by Putin himself, who said they are cautious now that Trump is going back because the experience of the first mandate of Trump, they say, was not positive, and the relation was really has worsened between Russia and the US under Trump won, if you see. So there is now the question, what you said about the new advisors, and but it is possible indeed. You don't know. You don't know. And you must, I think, on the first question by Isabelle, distinguish, of course, because between the political settlement in Ukraine and a new security order in Europe. I mean, what I got from the American perspective, especially, but here I defer to Bruno because he knows much better. On the nuclear weapons question, the perspective is new now that China is emerging as such a big player in nuclear weapons. So how to reconstruct in Europe security arrangements, including the US, under the conditions you described. We withdraw, but not completely, while now the perspective is larger, especially on armaments and on nuclear armaments, and also on future armaments, AI powered and so on, where you don't do it only between Russia and the US.
Thank you. Let's defer to Bruno.
No, I mean, look, I've heard two different views from those smart experts, and there are smart experts who are around Trump, very close or not so close. One is embodied by a person I shall not name because it was a Trump 1.5 meeting, who stated very clearly, that person will probably not be a undersecretary, but probably assistant secretary level official. So that person was saying, look, the prosperity and security of Europe is a fundamental interest of the United States, whether we like it or not. And the fact that the most important challenges are going to be Asia and China do not detract anything to the fact that the transatlantic connection, commercially, financially, etc., is something that we cannot give up. So that's one view. The other view, embodied by someone who has spoken publicly about it, was Bridge Colby. And Bridge says, I'm ready to make the position of secure a European. So Elbridge Colby goes all the way. At least he's consistent, which many are not so consistent. So he said, yes, NATO, European, secure a European. And I said, oh, I'm sorry, Supreme Allied Commander Europe, that is the head, the commander, the joint combined commander of NATO forces in wartime. So it has always been an American general or admiral, a five-star general or admiral, because the United States considers, and I can understand the logic, that it needs to have that position in order to make sure that the Europeans don't do anything foolish. At that time, in 49, it made 1950, sorry, 49, it made some kind of sense. So which, if the Trump administration ends up having a policy based on rational analysis, which is not entirely certain, it remains to be seen whether it would be view A or view B. Then on the second point, more specifically on the nuclear dimension, look, let me put it this way. The idea that we withdraw troops, but we keep the nuclear protection. I think it's important for people to realize that it would contradict a fundamental tenet of US foreign policy since 1950, which is to say, we're not giving you nuclear protection if we don't have a say in everything that happens before. So I'm not saying that it won't happen. It could happen. Many things can happen. I think that's a good sentence. Many things can happen, but I'm just saying that if that happened, it would not really make sense in the terms of what has been commonly understood as strategic rationality on both sides of the Atlantic since 1950. So maybe, but it would be really surprising because in a sense, the US would get the worst of the worst of both worlds. By the way, the fact that China is going to be a major nuclear power, is that a critical factor at this point? Because the nuclear establishment in the US believes that you can walk and chew gum at the same time. They walk Russia and chew walk upon trample Russia and chew China at the same time. If I may, with the collision of metaphors. Sorry, I couldn't help.
Do you want to contribute, or should we?
Just quickly, just to pick up on something that Emma said. Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg has been designated by President Trump to be his envoy on the Ukraine war. My understanding was they had meetings with Ukrainian officials on Wednesday, technically described as just a basic meet and greet, but the reporting also said they got into a lot of details. What is interesting is that Lieutenant General Kellogg wrote a piece in April on his vision of how to end the war in Ukraine, and we could describe it as sort of escalate to de-escalate. And in essence, we would try to signal to the Russians that it would be better for them to reach a negotiated agreement than to try to continue to prosecute the war. Now, there's a great logic to it, and I think Emma has suggested reasons to be skeptical it can work. Putting that aside, what we don't know is whether Donald Trump has bought into that theory of the case. But also what we don't know, and this is what I mentioned before, it's not just what Donald Trump wishes that determines what happens. It is what Vladimir Putin is going to insist on as a price. I don't think the Ukrainians have a lot of agency here. They're pretty much going to be forced to accept it, and maybe to some extent, for at least some Ukrainians, in that sense, Donald Trump will be a savior because he will force them to make decisions that are politically impossible for Ukrainians to make on their own by foregoing reclaiming Crimea or the Donbass region. But again, at the end of the day, I don't know what it is that Vladimir Putin would be willing to agree to. Now, his public statements of his advisors all suggest that he's only going to accept capitulation by the Ukrainians. But for all I know, that's just bargaining language. Diplomacy doesn't require people always to be sincere in what they're saying. But I think this is going to be an interesting question. It gets back to Donald Trump is going to have to make some choices, and those choices will have costs, and we'll find out what sort of costs he's willing to bear.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Oh, I see many. Maybe the young man on the first row. Who else? I'm preparing for later. Okay, thank you.
First of all, thank you for all of your insights on the subject. So you talked about the fact that we cannot precisely predict which path Trump will take on foreign policy, but also that it will most likely consist in less interventions, or more specifically, interventions focused on American interests, and of an aggressive protectionist policy. So I was wondering, what does it represent for countries that are seen as the opponents of the United States and the West, and that will be the target of some of those measures? What I mean is, should we expect closer relations and possible coalitions between countries such as China or Russia, taking advantage of disinterest in some of their actions, and answering protectionist policies, or should we expect them to be more careful because they fear the turbulent behavior that Trump might adopt?
So anybody wants to talk about the BRICS?
Oh, I wouldn't talk about the BRICS. I'd talk about the axis of autocracies, or the axis of upheaval, or the quartet of chaos, the axis of anger. What I'm referring to is that there's been a lot of discussion in Washington in recent months and last year or so about what we're witnessing on the world stage, which is increased cooperation among particularly four countries: China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Now, it's been labeled the axis of, for a whole bunch of reasons. We can argue whether it's a true axis or not. But what is, I think, indisputable is that we're seeing more bilateral cooperation among those countries, particularly Russia and China, Russia, North Korea, Russia, and Iran. And those are really sort of the three dyads that are first and foremost. And this has led to a lot of debate in the United States as to, one, how deep, how real is this cooperation? Is this a temporary marriage of convenience that will die of its own weight? In which case, sort of like a passing summer storm, you just wait it out. Is it the beginning of something more substantial, the beginning of a true, really integrated, coherent, anti-US, but even broader than that, anti-Western bloc? So there's a lot of discussion on that score. I think what troubles people in particular is that the Russians, because of the position they are in their war and needing help, have been willing to give away substantial amounts of military technology to get support from the Iranians, the Chinese, and the North Koreans. Indeed, my sense is, as I hear from intelligence officials in the United States, their conclusion is that Russia is being more forward-leaning than they ever would have imagined. And of course, this is the danger, even if the axis of autocracies never really emerges in full flower. If you give the Chinese the technology to make submarines more quiet, that's the gift that keeps on giving and puts real pressure on the United States going forward. Now, Laurence, just the reason I didn't talk about the BRICS, as you asked, is because the BRICS are actually much more divergent. And I think I would just sort of flag, when you talk about the BRICS countries, I would note India and Brazil have no real interest breaking with the West. They may be quite critical of the West, but they're not looking to sort of switch US leadership for Chinese leadership.
Philippe first.
No, Philippe first.
We
have the same microphone, so.
Sorry, yes. There's only one. Yeah, so just to add to that for a second, though, because I think the concern is indeed not the question of the BRICS, whether they're willing to break with the West or whether they're willing to break with China and Russia, which I think we've also seen they're not willing to do. It's the question of this sort of growing alignment between Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. Now, we have seen voices, particularly around J.D. Vance in the Republican Party, beginning to express concerns over particularly the Russia-China part of this. The notion that, at the very least, we should not be pushing Russia and China closer together. And to some extent, this is the unspoken or largely unstated, benefit of potentially pursuing a peace deal in Ukraine, is that in theory, you're going to slow or halt this cooperation. Now, again, I'm not sure if that will play out in practice, but that's the theory. I think where this gets really interesting is actually on the Iran side of things. We've talked about it a little, but there's a real split within sort of the folks already appointed to the Trump administration on what they want to do about Iran. There is a pretty coherent block of folks who want to basically go back to maximum pressure against Iran, as Bruno was talking about, sort of use oil prices instrumentally to kind of starve the beast, to drive Iran, to bankruptcy, to revolution, whatever it is. And then we have Trump himself and some other folks around him who broadly agree that maximum pressure is the right approach, but are very open about the fact that they want it to be a negotiation. Right? They want a deal. This is not about regime change in Tehran, which it is for some folks, but this is about finding some sort of livable deal with Iran. And again, whether that can be achieved, open question. But you could see, some scenarios in which a deal with Iran on proxies or weapons, or even back to the nuclear question, could pull Iran back out of that Russia-China orbit, right? So I think there's possibilities there, but it depends whether that cohort of advisors that wants to go all the way on Iran gets their way.
Well, it would be a very different situation from the first mandate if there were to be negotiations with Iran.
Well, I remember at the end of the first Trump mandate, attempts which were went quite far to negotiate between Iran and Trump, actually. But I wanted to diverge a little from my two neighbors on the BRICS, because I think you were right to mention the BRICS. Of course, the members of the BRICS are not at all in the same relation to the West. But look, just read the communiqué of the last BRICS summit in Kazan. And you see that, and Iran, by the way, I think became a member of the BRICS, among other new members of the BRICS. There is something which unites those countries, which is political and which is directly against the West. The word sanctions. We have still, not to be too complacent, we have to realize that we have to use sanctions. I don't say we don't have to resort to sanctions, but we must realize that with some, especially some sanctions on the SWIFT payment system, for instance, we create concerns, or if we seize assets by central banks, and you see what I mean, we create concerns in other parts of the world, including in emerging jurisdictions, which are not Russia and China. And Russia and China will use this. And the communiqué in Kazan is still quite strongly worded against sanctions. So it is not indifferent to see, lastly, what Donald Trump said, and he mentioned the BRICS in one of his last statements. If you try to create a currency, I will hit you with 100% tariffs. Quite an interesting statement. And his designed Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said that one of his main objectives was to maintain the importance, the statute of the dollar, like the dominating and reference world currency. If they say that, it means maybe something. So the dimension, the Russia-China, what is the word they use? Boundless friendship or
unlimited partnership?
Unlimited partnership, which was created or which was materialized by this statement, very strong statement between Xi Jinping and Putin, maybe 2 weeks before the invasion of Ukraine. You remember when Putin visited China for the Winter Olympic Games? It is really something important. But with this is not only China and Russia, but it's also how to try to attract other countries to this.
Yeah. Look, I think one day I'm going to have a T-shirt printed, something that says, grand bargains are for political scientists, not for real countries. We have these fantasies of grand bargain. I apologize, Philippe, but sometimes diplomats have these fantasies also. But grand bargains are exceptional in the histories. And people who dream of being the new Kissingers sometimes forget that the Sino-Soviet break had already existed before the Nixonian Kissingerian maneuver. And those who, if there are Americans who think that an armistice in Ukraine will slow the China-Russia rapprochement, honestly, I think they are delusional. Unless, of course, the United States was to lift all sanctions against Russia, which I don't think can happen. Same thing for Iran. I honestly think that the grand bargain that the French diplomacy has also hoped for, and which continues to come over and over and over, I think it's impossible for this Iranian regime to make that kind of grand bargains. You can make temporary arrangements under the radar, yes, because ultimately these guys are quite often very pragmatic. But an open grand bargain, I think, is fundamentally impossible. My favorite is the crinks, not the axis of autocracy, but the crinks. I don't know who coined that, but it was great. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Crinks. It's creepy. It's creepy as hell.
There are like 20 names.
I love it. So I think they will exchange notes. What do you think? How does it treat you, etc. But I don't think whatever Trump does, that it will necessarily push them towards cooperating more, because I don't think Trump will be simultaneously aggressive towards all of them, or at least it's not the only scenario. And maybe some of them, and maybe the US administration could be interested in deals, attempting deals with some of them. So that's a long answer to say not necessarily.
Laurence, can I just add something very quickly, two-finger, because you expressed surprise at the possibility the Trump administration might negotiate with Iran. And just on that score, I have two words, North Korea. You may recall at one point, we were all worried that the United States was going to attack or be attacked by North Korea. Then all of a sudden, Donald Trump turned on a dime and he began this opening to North Korea, led to what he called love letters with the leader of North Korea. And I just pointed out it's because it presents how flexible Donald Trump is. Because at the end of the day, Donald Trump is the one who defines whether he has succeeded or not. And people in my business tend to want to apply a normal standard. You said you were going to do X, you got something substantially less than X, so you didn't succeed. Donald Trump's argument is, if I negotiated it, it is the best. That is his career. That is, whether we're talking about steaks or airlines or universities, they're always the best.
Thank you. There were two questions at the back, I think. Or not at the back. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Could we talk about chips, Taiwan, China, and the US? You've got the CHIP Act in the US, big push on capex and investments in order to relocalize, including the Taiwanese TSMC in the US. What is the need for the US to keep protecting Taiwan after all this stuff has been done?
Well, that's a very good question. So who wants to? Jim.
Well, I think the answer to the gentleman's great question is, who are you speaking to? You'll get a different answer. And I will note that Taiwan is central in the world supply system for producing semiconductors. And I know the United States has the Chip and Science Act, but I don't see any reasonable prognosis that chip production is going to shift away from Taiwan to anywhere else in the world, not even the United States, in such sufficient quantities that Taiwan going offline, so to speak, wouldn't have a big ripple effect for everyone. But you have people like Vivek Ramaswamy, whose name was raised in the last session. He was a candidate for the Republican nomination, and his argument was, we'll support Taiwan for 10 years until we can relocate semiconductor production, and then the Taiwanese are on their own. I think for many people, and there's a strong sentiment in the United States, at least an elite level in Congress, of support for Taiwan, and that goes to the question of Taiwan being a democracy, its evolution, and that we should stand by them. There's also a strategic argument that can be made. Taiwan has been described as a strategic aircraft carrier in the Eastern Pacific. So you have a strategic argument. My sense is if you would have someone from Japan here or South Korea, they're very interested in the fate of Taiwan because it implicates their own security going forward. So the answer to your question really is going to depend upon whom you ask it of.
Okay, so EJ has a question at the back.
Thank you for a wonderful. Am I on? Thank you for a wonderful panel. I put together the following list: Marco Rubio, Michael Waltz, Sebastian Gorka, Elise Stefanik, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, and I threw in J.D. Vance. And I thought if you assigned a class in university the essay question, what do these people have in common? The A might go to the student who submitted a 3-word paper, not very much. And what I'm curious about, and Bruno, I mean, two overriding Trump imperatives I got from Jim, the US is a sucker in the world, and Bruno had the delightful one, I am fucking crazy, as a very useful tool that Donald Trump has. Maybe this is an impossible question I'm asking you, but I think for the rest of the world or for Americans, do any of you see a consistent thread here beyond slogans like nationalism or America first? Can we count, is there going to be any sort of consistency here, or is everything going to be a one-off? As I said, I sensed a little sense more from Bruno and Emma that maybe there's an underlying philosophy here. I'm just very curious what they see coming.
Yeah, so I guess let me jump in on that. First, I genuinely don't think nationalism is a slogan in this context. I think for some of these folks, it is a deeply held belief. I think for Trump and some of his closest advisors, perhaps not the people getting appointed to high positions, but the people who are in his orbit, his circle, I do genuinely think the idea of American interests really holds sway over how they see the world. Now, I don't think that applies to everybody you named on that list. But I do think that one thing that connects them all, and this came up in the last panel, I know Celia mentioned it, it's come up in this panel, loyalty, right? Every single person you named there is a person who was drawn to Donald Trump for some reason, whether they agreed with him on intelligence overreach like Tulsi Gabbard, or whether they're bucking for better political positions like Marco Rubio. They're all people that have shown themselves willing to shelve some of their own beliefs, some of their own convictions in favor of sticking with Trump and advancing his vision. And so that is part of what leads me to think that a Trump 2 is going to be more coherent than Trump 1, where a lot of those advisors, I think, went in explicitly to, advance their own convictions while thwarting Trump from advancing his. And so that, to me, that is the key distinction between that group of people you just named and all the people that went into Trump 1.
Yeah, I mean, going back to my T-shirt concept, maybe almost all of them could have a T-shirt that says something along the lines of mainstream sucks. But you remember this expression in the 90s in the United States in particular, thinking out of the box, which unfortunately is still in use in some think tanks in France and elsewhere. But smart people used to always have think out of the box, but not so much that your brains fall out. And the problem is that some of the people you mentioned clearly did not necessarily accept that advice.
Well, since we are talking about advisors around Trump and the galaxy of defense thinkers in Washington more broadly, I have a question. I'm turning to you two Washingtoners for answers. In this second Trump administration, what will be the role of Congress? And my question, I guess, is how many senators and representatives today or going forward are still opposed to the Trump vision of foreign policy, or are more traditional minded, would you say? I will add that in the spring of 24, a few months ago, the one last package of aid to Ukraine was voted by the Biden administration, and they needed votes from Republicans. And to the general surprise, what's his name? Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who's a Trumpian Republican, who was up to then completely opposed to aiding Ukraine, changed his mind and voted the package. So people can change their mind in unexpected ways. So whom do you think would still be of that persuasion going forward? Sorry. Emma?
Sure, I'll jump in first. I think, so first on the Mike Johnson question, that was an interesting case of personal lobbying, I believe. You can see there's some reporting on this that's really interesting, but in effect, pro-Ukraine groups did an excellent job of getting to Johnson with messaging that really appealed to him, mostly to do with repressed Christians inside Ukraine and what Russia's doing to churches, which sounds like a fairly niche issue to many of us, but really spoke to Johnson personally. And I think that was the change of heart. That said, he has since come out and said no more Ukraine aid because Trump has told him to. So, I'm not sure that's a permanent change of heart. With regard to Congress more generally, it's a really good question, because actually the one area in the first Trump administration where Congress was always willing to say no to Trump was when he tried to be more restrained or less predictable on foreign policy. There were bills advanced trying to do things like stopping him pulling out of Syria, for example. I believe that one was actually sponsored by Lindsey Graham, who's now a great Trump supporter. So there has been this bench of support. It's also very dependent on age, though. A lot of the senators who were very willing to stand up to Trump on some of these issues are much older. They're either leaving Congress, they're getting up there in age, folks like Mitch McConnell that are edging out of leadership. The younger cohort seems to be, again, still very hawkish on foreign policy generally, but they're not nearly as wedded, I think, to some of the sort of US alliances, US presence around the world as some of their older peers are. So, whether it will matter in Trump 2 is an interesting question, but generationally, I do see some change.
I take Emma's description of Speaker Johnson's conversion on Ukraine aid. Perhaps it's correct. I don't have any particular insight. I would note that this was one issue in which Donald Trump did not urge congressional Republicans to vote no. In sense, he gave them a pass. It was argued at the time he shouldn't, or it was speculated, let me put it that way, that he took this position because he was told that he might not carry the day because there actually was a fair number of Republicans who wanted to pass. The reason the bill didn't pass was because there was a small group of Republicans who were opposed to it. And I won't bore you with sort of the inner workings of the United States Congress, but essentially the Republicans were in a position you have to act together. And they couldn't satisfy that rule. Another argument was that politically for Donald Trump, if the aid didn't go through, the fighting went badly for Ukraine, that would reflect badly on his campaign. Whether any of that's true, I don't know. I'm just relaying the speculation at the time. I want to take your question, Laurence, and come back more broadly. And when you look at American politics, I can make sort of two general statements. One, presidents have much more discretion in foreign affairs than they have in domestic policy. There are a lot of reasons for it. I won't bore you with it, but bear with me. The second thing is that in foreign policy, presidents have the greatest freedom where they don't require Congress's consent to act. But where they do, they are more vulnerable. Now, again, there are some areas where the president has what constitutional scholars would call plenary constitutional power. Everyone agrees that presidents can do this. Maybe it's not wise, but no one questions their ability. Presidents, though, also have tremendous amounts of statutory authority. What that means is, over the years, for lots of reasons, Congress delegated authority to the White House. And they did it typically because they wanted the president to be able to solve a problem. Here's the problem for Congress. When you delegate authority, that authority doesn't lapse. It doesn't expire when the end of that condition. So right now, on the issue of tariffs, Donald Trump actually, from a constitutional point of view, has no say because it says Congress shall regulate foreign commerce. But he has tons of statutory authority because Congress over the years passed pieces of legislation that reflected the circumstances at that time and had certain meanings that everyone agreed upon. Those times have passed. And a presidential lawyer, it's not just Donald Trump's lawyer, all presidential lawyers do this. You read the statute and you say, we can use this to do what we want to do, often because getting bills through Congress is just too difficult. So I think where Donald Trump will be most limited by the United States Congress is going to be on the issue of if there's something he needs money for. Okay, and in the first term, he submitted budgets slashing spending on foreign aid, and they were dead in arrival when those bills came to Capitol Hill. Congressional Republicans just put the money right back in. So that's really sort of the play. Now, one of the things, since you're going to hear a lot about it over the next 6 to 10 weeks, is the issue of Senate confirmation. Donald Trump has put up a lot of candidates, many of whom I think not just Democrats, but a fair number of Senate Republicans are having difficulty getting behind. And Donald Trump essentially is daring Republicans, who will now control the Senate, to overrule them. And that's politically difficult, I think, for many Republican senators to do because they are fearful of being criticized by the president. If you're running as a senator, and 33 of them, 35 seats will be open in 2026, of being primaried. That is, having an opponent run against you in the primary before you even get to the general election.
To illustrate what James said, when I was ambassador, we have the G7 presidency. Well, just after I left also, but we had a reconstitution conference for the Global Fund against HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. And in the US, they have two funds, a bilateral and a contribution to the Global Fund. And it is exactly what happened. The bilateralism of the Trump administration led to say PEPFAR is the priority, the bilateral, and we don't give the money to the Global Fund, while the US is traditionally the first contributor. And it is the Senate and Republicans in the Senate, people I worked with a lot, who are still in the Congress, by the way. Some of them older have gone, but many of them have stayed. They reinstated the money. And it was really important for us. And the US remained the first contributor to the global fund. This is just one example, exactly what happened. It happened many times, not many times, but sometimes on different issues.
Other questions? Yes, sir? The microphone is coming to you. If you could raise your hand. Yeah.
So thank you very much for your insights. So I have 3 quick questions that are related. As Ambassador Philippe Etienne mentioned it, most of Tesla electric vehicles are produced in China, and Musk, as everyone knows, partly owns it. So I'd be very interested to hear you about the leverage Xi Jinping will have on Elon Musk, on Donald Trump, and therefore on US foreign policy to China. Second question is related. It looks like Elon Musk is acting as a shadow Secretary of State. He talked to the Iranian ambassador to the UN. He'll deal directly with President Herzog to Israel on the hostages question. It was part of a phone conversation with President Zelensky, not to mention the one he had with Putin, according to the Wall Street Journal. So what about Elon Musk's future role beyond the Dodge, of course? And last question, with Trump and Musk soon in the White House, EU has to prepare, if it's not too late, and at least question itself in terms of security, values, democracy, innovation, about what kind of a voice to be heard. So some say we are entering in a make or break decade for Europe. So my question is, the European Union being subjugated to the USA, is it a credible scenario to you? And how can we resist?
Okay, so we have Tesla, we have Elon Musk, and we have the EU. Do you want to talk about EU, Philippe?
I will do the EU after, with Bruno, after our American friends.
Bon, d'accord.
But I can take, do you want me to take now?
No, Emma is going to address Elon Musk.
Sure. I feel like we haven't heard from Bruno in quite some time, though. So on Musk, look, I don't particularly want to get into questions of what phone calls he's on. It seems highly inappropriate, but it's the Trump administration. What I will say that's interesting is we've spent a lot of time talking about Trump's appointees for various foreign policy positions, whether they're more traditional, very hawkish, neoconservative Republicans or not. There's all this this conversation about the inside the Republican Party. It's also worth noting, though, that Musk is just the highest profile example of the sort of new donor class that has come out of particularly Silicon Valley, but also a little on the crypto side, the tech side out of Wall Street, many of whom are quite dovish, who have business relationships with China, who have talked about ending the war in Ukraine, about lowering tensions in the Middle East. So Trump has this kind of alternate perspective among people who have a clear line to talk to him on a regular basis. So Elon Musk, David Sachs, folks like that. And it will be interesting to see how much weight their opinion carries once we're through the campaign and into an actual presidential administration. Will they drop out of the picture, or will they continue to be very active? On the question of the EU and preparing for Trump, before I pass it over to Philippe, I do think a bigger takeaway in general for European policymakers is it is a mistake, I think, to assume that the trade tariff question, the economic questions and the security questions are going to remain largely separate. My understanding of, the Commission is very well prepared on the tariff front for what may come down the road, but have not really thought through, defense issues, national governments maybe a little more so. It would not at all surprise me to see Trump and the Trump team link those two together, right? Threats of tariffs in exchange for defense spending or US arms purchases or things like that. So I think these things do need to be thought about together, even though we've mostly talked more about defense on this panel.
I pick up the last point, which is really important for the EU, and thank you for making it, because we have a difficulty, and you addressed it already, some of you, in the governance of our relations, not only with the US, but also with China and other big partners, which is that different topics are dealt with by different people or different sets of legal competences. So this is a real issue for the European Union, and we have to tackle this issue. And it will push us to have maybe a new governance to handle better, or not better, but in a more consistent way, our globalized way, our relations with big partners. I wanted to come back to Elon Musk's, and you mentioned also rightly that the tech is divided in Europe, in the United States, and there is this word "little tech" which appeared recently, today I think, or yesterday, in a X or in a message by Donald Trump announcing the nomination of a new Deputy Secretary for Justice, the one who will be competent for anti-monopoly policy, the one in charge of competition policy in the DOJ, in the Department of Justice. And he appointed a lady who is really not far from in her positions of the Democratic administration's position to rein in the big tech. It's interesting because Elon Musk has clearly joined the maybe other tech part of the Silicon Valley with Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance, the future vice president, is on his side too. And you see the big tech wanting to get closer now to Donald Trump. You have seen Mark Zuckerberg's visit to Mar-a-Lago recently. For the EU, it means something because we have not only the trade issues and the defense issue, but we didn't mention this yet, we have the regulatory issues. It's not only the digital services tax, which was one contentious affair with Trump 1 administration. Now we have the Digital Services Act. We have the moderation of content. And this is really a big issue now, especially with Elon Musk on the other side. And we have all the competition issues, the GMA, and a lot of maybe the Artificial Intelligence Act, which is the EU was the first to move. So there is a bunch of difficult issues to discuss. And the future of the EU is also, you see this in the recent statements, for instance, in Budapest of the EU leaders, to find the right combination of regulation, a bit less regulation maybe, but more capacity. And this will be one of the because we have to defend our policy on regulation. For instance, the fight against terrorist contents, the fight against harassing young people on social media, the fight against child pornography. It's really vital. I guess that the Trump administration will not be against some of those. But in general, we have a strong discussion now on the moderation of contents on the internet, which will be a very, very difficult topic to discuss.
Philippe, do you think possible that the Trump administration may, in coming negotiations with the EU, demand that we dismantle some of our regulation on digital issues, such as DMA, DSA, etc.?
We have two issues of regulatory. One is the digital and tech. The other is the sustainability, by the way. And when we will have the CBAM being implemented at our borders against carbon high intensive imports intensive in carbon, it will also be, I guess, subject. No, I think that what hurts the US companies, the fines was when we met Trump under his first mandate. You remember, you wanted anecdotes. So you remember Margrethe Vestager, right. And as competition commissioner, she decided high fines already. Now the legal base to decide fines is much broader and to decide higher fines. But already then, following or implementing the competition policy of the EU, she has decided the first big fines against the big tech from the US. And the reaction of the American president, when the then American president, Donald Trump, when we met him was, I don't like those companies. For instance, Amazon, but they are American companies, and I never remember the name of Margaret Vestager. But this lady, she has no. It is a problem. It is not the existence of the texts, the legal texts themselves, but the fact that they are applied to US companies. And it's a bit ironic because it's what we call extraterritoriality, and it is what the US has been doing all the time with our companies. So we have good reasons also, or good arguments.
I guess two brief comments. The first is raised by Emma's talk about the changing of the donor class, which I actually agree with. But I think it's important here to point out that Donald Trump cannot run for re-election. So what donors want become less important when you're a lame duck. And I think one of the interesting questions about a Trump presidency is when does America's normal political gravity, particularly regarding lame ducks, come to affect a Trump presidency? And I should note that Donald Trump has a history of having people around him whose praises he sings and whom he then fires and calls them, being dumb as a rock, totally incompetent whatsoever. Think of Jim Mattis, think of Rex Tillerson, think of John Kelly. So if we were to convene here in 4 years and there was a divorce between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. And again, remember, as important or influential as tech leaders may be, they are also potentially vulnerable to government interference or regulation, be that as it may. So they have their own vulnerabilities on that score. The broader issue, goes back to the gentleman's question, it gets back to the point I tried to make during my comments, which is Donald Trump has people advising him on these topics who are all over the map. And whoever they are, they can find a speech that Donald Trump gave to say that Donald Trump agrees with me. That works on the campaign. It doesn't work in government, or if it replicates in government, you have a disjointed, conflicted, ineffectual policy. And here, fundamentally, I think Donald Trump is going to have to decide, is his policy toward China primarily about getting better trade deals for the United States, relocating manufacturing, or is it, as I think Mike Waltz and Marco Rubio would portray it, as sort of trying to limit China's influence, particularly in Eastern Asia, but globally more broadly. And those are not necessarily compatible goals that could require tough choices that could divide his advisors, could divide the people who support him.
Oh, just literally one sentence. In the 30s and 40s or 50s, neo-Marxist or neo-Marxist analysis often had it that war is good for business, allegedly. What I find interesting with the tech bros, who may end up, killing each other anyway, not literally, or maybe yes. The idea that war is bad for business, it seems, is something very prevalent in the mindset of lots of people around Trump and lots of the designated officials. I'm not saying that Trump will never launch any war, but it seems to me that it's something that is deeply ingrained. We don't like wars because they're bad for business, ultimately. Again, it's a very broad statement. It's not predictive. I think it's indicative of a certain type of mindset.
Well, that's very interesting. The fact that the Marxists thought that war was good for business was an indictment of capitalism, right? Okay, so it's nearly 4:30, so I think we'll stop there because I want to spend some time thanking people. I'll do that in French, but I'll get back to you in English in 2 minutes. Alors voilà, je voudrais parler français 2 secondes pour remercier les équipes de l'IFRI, parce qu'en fait, vous savez, depuis qu'on fait des conférences hybrides, c'est-à-dire que en même temps que vous étiez dans la salle avec nous cet après-midi et ce matin. La conférence était retransmise en direct sur Twitter, elle va être sur YouTube en intégralité, je ne sais pas quand, la semaine prochaine, j'imagine. Et ça, en fait, ça fait de nos événements des espèces de productions audiovisuelles extrêmement complexes à mettre en œuvre. Et donc, je voudrais remercier Nathalie, Ména, Nicolas, Barbara surtout, qui était vraiment à la manœuvre et qui ont rendu cette conférence possible. J'ai pas fini. I'm not done. Je voudrais remercier Abigail, qui est ma stagiaire cet automne et qui est extra. Mais aussi, attention, les financeurs du programme États-Unis, qui sont la fondation Clarence Westbury, la société Viel et compagnie et l'ambassade des États-Unis à Paris, que je remercie tout particulièrement. Donc ça, c'est vraiment grâce à eux que ce programme continue à exister. J'ai presque terminé la vidéo. Cette année, on a décidé de faire un compte-rendu écrit de nos propos. On va voir si on peut utiliser l'intelligence artificielle et ChatGPT pour faire quelque chose de bien, mais je relirai avant de le mettre en ligne, donc ne vous inquiétez pas, il n'y aura pas de bêtises. Je crois que c'est tout. Oui, bah écoutez, je vous donne rendez-vous l'année prochaine pour la 24e édition de cette conférence. Et now I switch back to English. Please join me in thanking our panelists this afternoon. Ambassadeur Philippe Etienne, Emma Ashford, Jim Lindsay, and Bruno Tertrais. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.